In one of the mountain valleys, where the peaks of the mountains almost reached the sky, there was a dense forest. The wind slowly swayed the trees and rustled the leaves. A young man on a horse galloped relentlessly through this forest. He kept telling his animal to go faster, but the horse was almost at its limit. Almost the entire body of the young man was splashed with his own blood. He was badly injured and was holding on to the wound on his arm, but he wasn't going to stop despite the pain. Suddenly, the man's attention was drawn to strange sounds coming from under the bushes. Anything could be there, even an enemy lurking in plain sight. But fortunately, the husband's prejudices were not justified. A wild animal jumped out of the bushes. It was a deer, which also kept its course to an already important place for itself and decided to shorten the way. However, not everything was so obvious for the horse. He was very frightened by the extraneous movements of someone else in front of him, and rose on his hind hooves, throwing his master off his back. The man definitely did not expect such a turn of events. He already had enough problems on the way, and here his own horse also set him up. The young man fell loudly on the hard ground, hitting his whole body. From one of his pockets fell a book, which was twisted with a rope. The man felt this painful fall all over his body as much as possible. He tried his best to suppress the pain, because he still had important things to do. At this moment, the horse was very different in its emotions from the owner. He did not have enough intelligence to understand the absurdity of this situation. Scared to death, the domestic animal began to run away from its owner, who was lying on the ground. The young man could not stop the horse and asked him with words not to run away. But unfortunately, the animal did not understand its owner and constantly left him. Absolutely all events went against the husband. He was very angry with fate, which brought him unpleasant surprises. After that, the young man managed to calm down a little. Resigned to the loss of his horse, he looked up and looked ahead where he saw a book. He took the paper creation in his right hand, which was covered in blood, and returned it to his inner pocket. The man understood that he needed to move on, and gathered all his strength into a fist to be able to get to his feet. He constantly held on to his deepest wound, which was on his left arm in the shoulder area. Suffering from unbearable pain, the young man said that he could not allow the sacrifices of his brothers to remain useless. The city of Hunan was located a little north of the mountain massif, where the man had just lost his horse. The city lived its normal life, working for the benefit of its residents and the authorities. In one of the main buildings in the city, one of the servants came to his master. He bowed low to him, and announced that someone else managed to get the required book. The high-ranking man to whom the servant reported sat at the end of this room on his majestic throne. He was a little surprised to hear such news. This noble lord was the mayor of the city named Gang Chong. He looked at his godfather who was standing opposite him and asked who managed to get the book. The man who brought the news was called Mak, and he was Gang Jong's advisor. He said that the book was given to Ngam Ho, who was the commander of the Blood Wolf Squad. Gang Chong glanced sideways at his advisor, who had already moved closer to him. He asked if this wasn't the squad that was responsible for the roots in this mission from the beginning. The advisor confirmed the words of his mentor. Then the master asked what happened to the Black Storm squad. Bowing his head, Mak replied that they were all dead. Such news surprised Gang Chong even more. He once again asked his advisor if that man was really the only one who managed to survive the battle against the warriors of the Bloody Palace. The advisor replied to his godfather that he himself did not know how it was possible to believe in this. Gang Jong said he wanted to see the same book in front of him, and together with the book, one survivor, Ngam Ho. The gentleman was interested to look at someone who was able to bring the mission to the very end literally by himself. The residence where Gang Jong sat was the tallest building in the place. It was called Zhongrin Zhong. It was visible from any point in the area. Finally, Ngam Ho himself entered this palace and managed to successfully complete the mission. He crouched on his right knee before his master, head bowed low. He was waiting for what the gentleman would say in response to the brought book. The man opened his eyes and looked in his direction. Gang Chong continued to sit majestically on his throne, his advisor standing beside him on the steps. The gentleman was holding the brought book in his hands and flipping through the pages. Scratching his chin, Gang Yung turned to his charge sitting in front of him. He asked if he had any idea what kind of book it was. Raising his head slightly, Ingam-ho said in a calm voice that this was a document that gathered all the networks of organizations of the Bloody Palace. After hearing the answer of the young man who brought him the book, Oh Gang-young asked if the man had any idea how much money the master had spent so that the book would end up in his hands. This question seemed inappropriate to Ingam-ho. He gave a clear and short answer that he did not know this, but he knew how many people were involved in this mission. Oh Gang-chon was very interested in the young man's slight audacity. He lifted his chin up and asked the young man how many people were there. Ingam-ho bowed his head down again and directed his gaze to the floor. He answered in a low voice, giving the exact number of 225 people. His Highness looked at the young man and replied that this figure is really impressive. He added that only he returned from this mission. Ingam-ho was very surprised at such news, which he heard from the mouth of the nobleman himself. He could not believe that out of so many people he was the only one who returned. The young man plunged into his memories, recalling the many battles in the Bloody Palace. Dozens, or even hundreds of soldiers, standing on different sides, were concentrated in a rather narrow passage. The guards protecting their palace were serious about the battle. Their leader shouted loudly in order to capture all the invaders immediately. They clearly heard the order of their leader and rushed into battle. One of the soldiers quickly approached the enemy and struck a blow with a sword that was supposed to hit the enemy. This attack was aimed straight at Ingam-ho's face. But the man managed to notice the moment of the blow in time, and deftly dodged the blade of the enemy's sword. Avoiding direct contact with the opponent's weapon, Ingam-ho immediately counterattacked and cut his enemy's chest. However, the man understood that there were at least 100 of his enemies in this building, and he needed to be extremely careful. He turned his head to the side and saw 3 swords approaching his body. Ingam-ho literally had less than a second to regroup properly. He succeeded, and 3 of the enemy's blows fell directly into the block. After spending a couple of minutes in the battle, all members of the squad were wounded. But they stood firmly on their feet. At some point, they suggested that their commander go ahead and leave everything here to them. Ingam-ho turned his head to look at his charges. He understood that with this proposal they were setting themselves up for certain death, since the forces were not equal. The commander still decided to listen to his charges. As soon as he was leaving the place of battle with his partner, the painful screams of his comrades were heard behind him. The guards of the Bloody Palace saw 2 of their enemies leave the scene of the battle. One of their guards threw a large sword to strike the fugitives. However, Ingam-ho's ward, who was covering their backs, saw the moment of approaching danger in time and repelled the enemy's attack. But the problems of the 2 men did not end there. Then they met on their way with a greeting that looked like a butcher holding a large executioner in his hand. Of course, he wasn't going to just stand there and stare at his opponents, so he immediately started attacking them with his sword. Ingam-ho was extremely exhausted and did not have time to observe the enemy's movements. The executioner's sword had already almost cut the man, and he resigned himself to that. But the ward Ingam-ho was still full of strength. He shouted loudly, warning his brother about the danger, and went to help him. However, he had to pay too high a price for saving his brother, in the form of his life. The big man's sword pierced through the man's body. This was all happening right in front of Ingam-ho. He saw everything. His sister's blood left his body in a thick and unstoppable wave. At that moment, the man understood what he needed to fight for. He quickly came to his senses and attacked the enemy from behind, shouting loudly. He cut off the head of his enemy, avenging the sacrifice of his brother, who covered him in time. Ingam-ho stood over the body of his charge who had just given his life for his captain. The wound on his right shoulder was too wide to heal. He stood up and grabbed Ingam-ho's hand. With tears in his eyes, he found the strength to ask his captain to kill him. Ingam-ho didn't want to do this to his brother. He continued to believe that there were still some chances to save him from death. However, the man, who was lying on the ground and bleeding, continued to insist on his point. He begged the captain to kill him as much as he wanted to die by his hand. Ingam-ho realized that one way or another his brother would die in this fight, so he took his sword with bitter tears in his eyes and was about to finish off his brother. For a long time he could not dare to strike the final chord in the life of his ward. But all the same, his hand was raised to finish off the man. Ig Gam Ho couldn't believe that he was still able to kill his comrade, even at his request. At that moment, he was very angry with all his enemies and was going to take revenge for the sacrifice of his brother. Remembering all these terrible moments, Ingam Ho continued to sit motionless on his knees in front of his noble master in the wide hall. He finally came back to reality, and wondered if he had suddenly missed something important. The man looked up and looked at Oh Gang Chong. The nobleman, in turn, continued to ask questions to his assistant. He asked if they had any vacancies at the moment. After checking his records, the counselor answered his master's question by saying that there was currently a vacancy for a blacklisted lender. After hearing the assistant's answer, Oh Gang Jong pointed his finger at Ng Gm Ho, who was sitting in front of him, and told him to give him the job. Mr. S. words shocked both the advisor and Ho himself. The assistant did not really like this decision of the master and decided to influence his opinion. With a sad expression on his face, the man said that this boy was too young for such a position. However, Oh Gang Jong did not heed any of his advisor's words. He asked Ho himself if he would try to do the job and added that in fact he had no choice. After hearing Oh Gang Chong's words, Ho could of course not give any other answer. He agreed with everything and told the gentleman that he understood everything clearly and would do the job. The house of metal and blood was located deep in the forest. He looked majestic against the background of nature around. The atmosphere in the house was, to put it bluntly, not entirely pleasant. One man slammed his fist on the table. It was Hong Jiang-hu, who was the right-hand man of the Black Army Commander-in-Chief. He was outraged by the news about the commander of the Bloodhounds. Another man in the room asked if Hong Jiang-hu meant the beggar savages who would do whatever they wanted. Another character asked how this young boy could be the commander-in-chief of the army, and called it complete delusion. Another man in the room also decided to enter the discussion, saying that this was all an order from Sungju. Hong Jiang-chu was literally out of place at this moment. He cursed loudly and could not believe that such a thing was possible. Black Army Captain Zhu Jiaiwa also decided to intervene in the polylogue, asking why Hong Jiang-chu was cursing so hard. The man replied that it was all because he was to become the next commander-in-chief and ordered the woman to shut up. Zhu Jiaiwa playfully replied to her husband that she was looking forward to the new commander-in-chief appointed by Songju. The polylogue of the soldiers suddenly interrupted the loud rallying cry. One of the men ran into the room to break the urgent news. Ho Jiang-chu and Zhu Jiaiwa turned their heads back to look at the man and assess the situation. This man stood directly in front of the soldiers and loudly announced the general meeting in the central square. Hong Jiang-chu was not very happy about such news, as he understood that most likely a new commander-in-chief had arrived here. As the man had announced before, the meeting was held in the central square under the roof of the main residence of the House of Metal and Blood. All the soldiers, who had just been dissatisfied with the appointment of the new commander-in-chief, lined up neatly in formation and looked straight ahead. In front of them on a small pedestal stood their new commander-in-chief, with their boss assistant next to him. An advisor to Seo Jun himself announced that the new commander-in-chief of the Black Army had been appointed in Gam Ho, standing behind him. Ho's figure looked modest, but rather majestic. His black hair was blown by the wind, which gave the image grace. The wards looked at their future commander-in-chief and began to wonder if he was too young for command. The advisor heard the whispering of many soldiers and was not very pleased. What he wanted to convey to his master happened. Ingam Ho walked to the edge of the pedestal as close as possible to his charges, who were still whispering behind him. The three most disaffected wards looked ominously at Ho. Of course, Hong Jiang-chu himself was among them. Ho immediately noticed the displeased looks of the group of people, but he did not take his eyes off them. He thought what he should do with them now. The man walked up to Hong Jiang-chu and, holding out his hand, told him to hand over the silver commander-in-chief's sword that he had. However, Hong Jiang-chu had his own plans on this account. He did not want to give the relic and called everything that was happening absurd. He looked into the eyes of the young man and began to mock him, saying that he was simply squirming from the commander-in-chief. He promised to crush Ho from the very beginning, so that he would not suffer too much in his new position. Zhang turned his head to Ho and said that he didn't know what he did to become the commander-in-chief, but his subordinates would never recognize him. Ingam Ho was very indignant at the words of one of his current wards. It was visible in his serious look. After some thought, the young man asked his charge if he was really going to simply disobey him. Hong Zhang-chu slowly turned his head towards Ho and repeated the word of submission after the commander-in-chief. He taunted Ho again, asking him if the bloodhound even deserved their obedience. Ho was not going to put up with verbal abuse for long, which was evident in his eyes. Taking his sword out of its scabbard, he said that he can only bark like a dog when he doesn't like the fight. Ho glanced at the other wards standing to the side. They were frightened by the sinister look of their commander-in-chief. Hong Zhang-chu responded by taking out his sword and offered to test Ho's words, adding that it was exactly what he needed. Ingam Ho straightened up to his full height and stood by the tree with a sword in his hands, as if preparing for battle. However, his first blow in this battle did not land on his opponent, but on a nearby tree branch. He took up the stick he had just chopped off and said that a stick was the best medicine for any dog. Ho took one stick in his right hand and threw another at the enemy's feet, offering to fight on sticks. Hong Zhang-chu decided to accept such a challenge and took up a wooden weapon. He wanted the young man to regret it. The experienced fighter was not going to wait long. He immediately started from his place, kicking off with his foot. The man was heading in the direction of the commander-in-chief, shouting loudly that he would crush him now. The battle on the shelves has begun. Ho immediately blocked the enemy's first attack with a successful counterattack. While preparing for the next attack, Zhang continued to belittle the commander-in-chief, saying that he was nobody here. Swinging his stick with all his might from behind, the man was going to put the young upstart in his place. He threw his blow, which was supposed to hit Ho, and he succeeded, judging by the commander-in-chief's movements. However, it was only an illusion, and Ho deftly avoided the enemy's dangerous head-on attack. Hong Zhang-chu had not given up his hopes of ending the battle quickly, but his young opponent deftly dodged all of his attacks. The man kept swinging his stick and yelling loudly for the boy to get out of here while he still could. Unlike his opponent, Ho was focused on his enemy's movements and chose the moment to counterattack. He got as close as possible to the man, putting the stick to his neck. The young man stopped for a second and exhaled. The young man seemed to be playing a game with the enemy. After that, Ho delivered a direct blow to the opponent's chin with a loud sound. Hong Zhang-chu didn't look so confident anymore and didn't shout anything, but just cursed the young boy quietly. He took a short break, hoping that the opponent would lose their vigilance, and then launched a sneak attack. However, Zhang's plan did not work. Ho successfully dodged the attack and then delivered his powerful blow to the opponent's back. The man did not expect such a turn of events, and he was very hurt. Tears even appeared in his eyes from the blow. Ho, in turn, was going to stop. He swung his stick to deliver the final blow. However, the attack that was supposed to finally teach the rebel against the fighter commander-in-chief was blocked by another warrior. It was Zhu Jiahua who managed to save her comrade from possible injury. Looking into the commander's eyes, she said that the battle was over. Hong Zhang-chu fell to the ground with a loud crash. His face met a pile of stones. Hung looked towards his other charges and asked them if anyone else would dare to rebel against him. All of Ho's current wards stood with their heads down. None of them uttered a single word in response to the commander-in-chief. Ho threw the stick on the ground and said that bloody dogs know their business well, so you shouldn't judge a person by appearance. Turning his head towards the woman who blocked his punch, Ho addressed her with a serious voice. From that moment on, he appointed Zhu Jiahua as his right-hand man. The woman was completely shocked by such a decision. Ingam Ho approached the vanquished opponent and bent down to take the deputy's silver sword from him. After that, he gave the silver relic into the hands of Zhu Jiahua. The woman was still somewhat confused. Ho explained his decision by saying that a woman has much more courage to save her friend, unlike all men. The male fighters felt awkward at this moment. They were still standing there, their eyes lowered to the floor. Ingam Ho completed his first mini-mission as commander-in-chief, showing his charge's true human values under combat conditions. Ingam Ho headed to one of the rooms to be alone. He slowly raised his hand to the door to open it. The recent events took a lot of strength from him, and he understood that he needed at least breakfast. The man slowly removed the cloak from his body, which was almost completely covered with thick and tense veins. Ho thought that even when he didn't use martial arts very often, it still exhausted him a lot. Images from the past flashed through his mind, when he was given the secret world. It was a woman who said that he needed to master the Kugel technique, and at the same time learned to control the blood flowing in his veins. The veins that Ingam-ho had mentioned were now tense all over his body. Someone was squeezing them tightly. Closing his eyes, the man said that now he can hold himself in his hands without any problems. He sat down in the lotus position and began his preparations. He prepared himself for the fact that after some time he would have to subdue this power. Ingam-ho sank deep into his thoughts again. He remembered the long black corridor of the bloody palace. As I ran along it, I did not stop. The worst was behind him. He survived the death of his brothers. But that was not the only thing that bothered the man. His wounds were getting deeper and more blood was pouring out of his body. Only one thing did not stop the man: the fulfillment of the mission. He tried to think only of the book he needed to steal. Turning a dark corner, Ho met two men with guns in their hands. They guarded the local rooms from people like him. They immediately noticed the enemy on their way, and one of the men shouted that it was the same fugitive. At that moment, Ho realized that he had taken from the men no need to wait, and took out his sword from behind his back. Two opponents were already approaching him, and the man stood still, preparing for a counterattack. Ho could not forgive such speed from the enemy, and at the last moment managed to dodge and stay alive. Evading the enemy's attack, Ho threw his body behind him, slicing the enemy's midair in the stomach. Ho's other opponent was shocked at this turn of events, but he now had to think about his own defense. However, Ho's speed warmed his role. He was the first to deliver a powerful blow with his sword, striking the enemy. Ingam-ho emerged victorious from the fight, having dealt with both opponents, who were now bleeding. The man decided to rest a little after the fight, and leaned on the hilt of his sword. He was greatly exhausted by such events. However, Ho understood that he could not give up halfway. He rose to his feet and, holding on to the wall, went to look for the book. The man could barely move his legs and hand along the wall. A surprise awaited him at the next turn. Ho had time to see the danger before his eyes and was about to enter into battle. However, the man had almost no strength left. He launched an almost helpless slash with his sword that was easily stopped by the person standing around the corner. She was quite a pretty woman who wasn't even going to attack the man. She held his hand and looked at him pitifully. The woman decided to move her husband to a safer place where they would not be seen, at least for a while. Ho lay unconscious on his arms. After trying a couple of methods, the woman realized that he would not wake up and gave him some kind of pill. She took his husband by the hair and lifted his head up so that the medicine could reach his stomach without hindrance. Literally after a second, Ho regained consciousness, which greatly surprised the girl. He immediately wanted to engage in battle with the enemy. The woman began to say that she was Knudsen's spy and asked the man where the iron horse was, as she had to return with him. Ingam-ho immediately understood who the girl who saved him was talking about. However, he did not have good news. Looking down at the floor, Ho replied that, unfortunately, the iron horse did not come. The woman was upset and surprised. She fell to the floor and lost in thought, realizing that he hadn't intended to go save her in the first place. Having come to terms with the current events, the woman took control of herself. She reached her hand into the sleeve of her robes from where she retrieved the book. She placed the paper creation in front of her, poking it at her husband. In a determined voice she told him to take her. Ingam-ho was very surprised to see the book in the girl's hands. He asked her how she managed to get it. The girl answered she still had to give this book to the iron horse. She suspected that the elder did not trust her, so she gave the book to Ho. The man took the book and hid it in his inner pocket. After that, he invited the woman to go with him. The girl replied that in that case they would both die, and someone should deliver the book directly to Knudsen. The woman wanted her family to live. At that moment, a whole squad of warriors was already approaching them, looking for Ho everywhere. Hearing the loud stomping of the enemies, Ho became very worried. He needed to take immediate action. The woman slowly bowed to Ingam-ho and wished him luck in a sad voice. She did not know what would happen to her next. As soon as the woman decided to run away to another place, Ho stopped her. He asked her what her name was. Turning her head, the girl replied that she had forgotten her name. She added that she hoped that the same thing would not happen to her husband. Having answered the question of her interlocutor, the woman went along the dark corridor, leaving her husband. Ingam-ho shouted after the girl that he would definitely return to this place in order to save her. The woman was silent in response, and only showed her strange smile from under the shadow of the stone walls. After that, Ho decided to take matters into his own hands since the number of enemies was close at hand. Looking at his hands, he drew up a plan of action. The man thought that the first thing to do was to return to Gunungsan and improve his skill with the Hukal technique. But then he dismissed all unnecessary thoughts and began to prepare for battle. He raised a powerful stream of energy around him. He seemed to be illuminated in the darkness with a blue light, and the man's gaze looked murderous and evil. He forced his body to give out as much energy as possible and fill with power, which even raised a storm around. The opponents could not fail to notice this and immediately understood that the last survivor of their enemies was standing before them. Ingam Ho was very furious and was ready to tear everyone to pieces. He shouted to his enemies, "Let them all come together." After these words, the men did so. Ho in turn struck across a large area to kill everyone at once. Ho's thoughts finally returned to the present, where he was in the house of blood and metal. The man was sitting in a room where he could be quietly alone and practice new techniques. Suddenly, Ho snapped out of his meditation and memories and opened his eyes wide, as if momentarily startled by something. He began to cough loudly. More and more blood spewed from his mouth with each puff of air. The man fell powerlessly to the floor, hitting her with his whole body. Now he could use some help. Ingam Ho rolled onto his back and looked up at the ceiling. He realized that he had never learned to control it. The faces of his already deceased brothers, whom he so wanted to see at this moment, appeared before his eyes. Lying on his back, the man began to loudly cough up blood again. The red liquid rose in a jet over his face. Ingam Ho was lying on the floor, splattered with blood. He did not understand what his continuous coughing up of red liquid meant. At that moment, Ho began to hear someone's voice that wanted to become his teacher and asked to become a descendant of the Palace of Angels. He replied that under no circumstances was he going to learn from the one who turned to him. Immediately after this answer, Ho's body began to convulse unbearably. He shouted loudly, and the unknown voice continued to push. Ingam Ho shouted that he hated this voice that told him to follow him, and called him a fool otherwise. In the end, the man could no longer resist such pain and lost consciousness. He lay motionless in the middle of the room. The house of iron and blood was full of secrets and horrors that had just happened to Ho. A new day has come. The birds had already woken up and were waking up everything around them with their singing. Ingam Ho lay motionless on the floor all night, covered in blood. He showed absolutely no signs of life. Suddenly, behind the barred door, a loud shout rang out calling for the commander-in-chief. This continued several times. Loud screams were able to bring Ho to consciousness, and he began to make at least some sounds, but still did not open his eyes. After some time, the man still opened his eyes and looked at the front door, where the screams were coming from. It was his right hand who announced that today was the welcome ceremony, and added that the culprit of the holiday should not be late. Having said this, the woman fell silent and tried to listen to at least some sounds from the commander-in-chief's room. Hearing no signs of life, Deputy Ho asked if the commander-in-chief was even there or not, as she was worried about him. When there was no answer, the woman decided that something had happened to her commander-in-chief and tried to break into the room. She couldn't open the door, so she decided to kick it in. Before that, she shouted loudly that she was entering the room. At that moment, Ho finally spoke and said that he was all right. He promised to be in time for his welcome ceremony. The deputy slowly exhaled and realized that everything was fine. She said that in that case she would wait for her husband. She also thought her boss was rather strange, because he had not left his room or shown his face for 3 days and 3 nights. The courtyard of the Palace of Iron and Blood was illuminated by the morning sun. From the very beginning, a lot of interesting things happened here. The forge was a place where warriors could hone their fighting skills by competing against each other, but today was very different. 2 soldiers of the Black Palace chased the man. They couldn't let this bloody dog henchman escape. One of these 2 warriors was finally able to catch up to the enemy and strike from below, but missed the target. This attack was followed by the next one, which was delivered by another man, but this blow was also unsuccessful. One of the wards of Ho's former squad skillfully dodged the blows. He could not let them win over him. After deftly dodging the enemy's attacks, the man struck back with a double blow. He launched an attack at the opponent's bodies, causing them to fall back, sliding slowly along the ground. The man said that they are not blood dogs, but a black squad, and they have no right to talk about them like that. But two of the same fighters did not pay attention to any words of their opponent, and promised to kill him on the spot. They were fighting without weapons in their hands, so one of the fighters with blonde hair delivered a powerful blow with his fist. The side blood dogs blocked the enemy's blow, putting both hands in front of him. But another surprise was waiting for him, which was coming straight from the mountain. Another opponent managed to disappear from the field of view and ended up at the top. The man was looking straight at the leg that was about to hit him in the face. He didn't have time to interfere with the enemy in any way. After a powerful blow directly to the forehead, the man fell to the ground face down and screamed loudly in pain. The two fighters stood over their defeated opponent and wanted to simply crush this worthless boy. They began to kick their defeated opponent, emphasizing their victory. The young man tried to gather himself to at least cover the back of his head. Many other warriors simply watched the action in the courtyard. Suddenly, a man appeared among them and asked everyone to disperse. It was the commander of the Blue Tigers named Gong Cheon-du. He looked at what was happening and told him to explain everything. One of the men, who were harassing the young man, immediately began to make excuses and say that the boy started first. The young man was lying covered in bruises and, wiping the blood from his face, said that even the men called him a bloody dog. Hearing the young soldier's answer, the commander hit him in the face, despite the severe beatings. The young man was completely shocked by the way he was treated in this place. He was lying on the floor and could only watch. The commander pointed a finger at the young man and said that it was his fault, and that the black squad couldn't keep their heads straight. He said that in the past the commander-in-chief spent the entire treasury, and the current one is a child, and even with a woman as a patron. The beaten young man could not bear such words about his boss. He told the man that he was barking like an ordinary dog. The commander of the Blue Tigers lowered himself and looked into the eyes of the young man. He asked how they could obey this bloody dog. The patience of the young man has come to an end. He answered loudly so that the man would not dare to disgrace the commander-in-chief in his presence. Such actions of the boy naturally angered the commander of the Blue Tigers. He called the young man a scoundrel and decided to teach him one more time. The man swung his hand to hit the boy on the floor, but failed. Someone caught his hand in the air. It was the commander-in-chief Ingam-ho himself, who came to the aid of one of his wards in time, stopping the massacre. The beaten young man could not believe that the commander-in-chief himself had come to his aid. He just looked down at him. The commander of the Blue Tigers turned his head towards his abuser and saw in front of him a man he called a bloody dog. In response, Ho said that if he had any complaints or suggestions, he should say them directly to the commander-in-chief. Ho firmly grasped the Blue Tiger commander's wrist. The man looked at his hand and could not move. In a serious voice, Ho continued and said that beating one of the members of the Black Squad was an unjustifiable crime. After that, Ho made some effort to teach his ward. He broke a bone in his right hand. After that, the commander of the Blue Tigers realized that joking with these dogs was bad after looking at his hand. He was in shock and screamed unbearably in pain, mentally cursing the day this bloody dog was born. Ingam-ho raised his authority in the eyes of some soldiers. His face was serious even as the commander writhed in pain. The commander of the Blue Tigers fell powerlessly to the ground at the feet of the commander-in-chief and continued to writhe with excruciating pain in his arm. The other warriors who were watching all the action in the courtyard were shocked by this turn of events. Ingam-ho showed no emotion at all and silently left the courtyard, paying no attention to anyone. He went to the garden, where there was a wooden gazebo, entered it, and sat down in the lotus position. The man was again going to find out the consequences of that technique and began to gradually expose his hands to look at the veins. Looking at the veins, Ho concluded that this strange power no longer caused him as much pain as before. His oxygen and blood flow improved. She no longer boiled, even with a strong cardiac load. The man calmed down and plunged into his thoughts. He wondered if he could control the blood and whose voice he heard at that moment. At this moment, events were taking place in the main residence of Charanjang in the middle of the dense forest. News from the House of Iron and Blood reached the High Noble Lord and he discussed them with his advisor. After listening to his assistant, the master did not know whether to laugh at him or cry. He asked if Young Ho's arm was really broken. The advisor replied that everything is correct. Ingam Ho decided to take matters into his own hands and show his strength so that other troops would not dare to rebel against him. A satisfied smile appeared on Gong Unsung's face. He concluded that his eyes had not let him down with the choice after all. After speaking with his advisor, the man rose from his throne and headed in the direction of the light. He went out to his balcony, from which he could observe everything that was happening around the palace. Pen looked at the commander-in-chief he had appointed. Ho sat in the garden under the roof and quietly meditated to himself. Gong Unsung thought that this young man was like a quiet whirlpool from which trouble could emerge at any moment. The man's thoughts were interrupted by a beautiful girl who asked what he was thinking about. It was his daughter named Ou Ran. Gong Unsung seemed happy to see his daughter and happily greeted her, dismissing the rest of his thoughts. The girl looked straight into her father's eyes and asked him why he was so thoughtful today. The man replied that judging by her behavior, the girl definitely needed something. Yu Ran replied that hearing that would make people think she was spoiled. With a bright smile, the father looked in the direction of his daughter and asked her if it was not as he said it really was. The girl again looked at her father with sweet eyes and told him to stop it, and it is better to go and sit down. She sat her father on the throne and put her hands on his shoulders. Gong Unsung was very surprised, because this had never happened before. The girl began to massage her neck and cry to her father. She asked him if it was not pleasant. This time, the father's look was not so pleasant. He looked at his daughter and asked what she needed from him this time. Continuing to massage, the girl replied that she was doing it from the bottom of her heart. Gong Unsung was not going to believe his daughter's fairy tales and told her to tell him immediately what she wanted from him. Yu Ran stopped massaging and looked down at her father. She began to tell everything as it is. Before that, she quickly moved to the front and knelt before Daddy, asking him for a favor. Looking at her father with her cute eyes, Yu Ran said that she wanted to watch the Chanrebamu competition. At that moment, the man realized that his daughter did everything for a reason. His fatherly serious gaze was looking down. He said that he categorically refuses this to his daughter. Yu Ran continued to beg her father and said that she really wanted to go there. Gong Unsung replied that he could not allow that. Her father's answer greatly angered Yu Ran and she took offense. The man added that it was not the best idea at the moment. Since he could not go there, so could his daughter. These words made Yu Ran even more alarmed. She was very angry with her father because he did not hear her. Looking at her father with not-so-sweet eyes, the girl said that 15 years have passed since he promised her this. Yu Ran gave a clear and sharp reaction to her dad. She turned her back on him and headed in the direction of the exit. The girl went out through the wooden door and slammed it loudly. Gong Unsung tried to stop his daughter, but she did not listen to him. The father was disappointed not only by his daughter's behavior, but also by his own decision, but he could not do otherwise. In the banquet hall of the House of Iron and Blood, an event was held, which was marked by the arrival of the new commander-in-chief. There were at least a dozen people sitting at a wide table, eating and drinking, discussing various things at the same time. One of the warriors raised a glass and said that thanks to the master, the status of their black squad had now risen in the eyes of others. The young man who was beaten in the courtyard also added that now no one will be able to make fun of them. Another man added that they would do their best to do so and offered to drink to their master. Raising his glass of booze high, the man toasted his master. Everyone else loudly shouted hurrah in honor of the commander-in-chief. Ho alone in this room felt awkward, because he was constantly in the center of attention. He raised his glass with everyone and decided that it would not be superfluous to drink for his health. After reaching the bottom, Ho calmly and slowly exhaled. His thoughts were far from this atmospheric meeting. Suddenly, someone interrupted the men's meetings in the banquet hall, loudly entering the room and kicking the door. A beautiful woman entered the banquet hall. All the men in the room were shocked by such an unexpected appearance. Yu Ran burst into the hall, who first examined the people present, and then confidently asked which of them was now carrying the silver sword. Ingam Ho immediately did not like the behavior of the cheeky girl and he looked at her with some caution. Yu Ran caught Ho's gaze and looked back at the man sitting at the far end of the table. The commander-in-chief got up from his seat and asked the girl who she was and why she had come. Yu Ran was very surprised by her husband's reaction. She replied that he was the first to ask who she was. Ho's wards understood that he had to be stopped so that he wouldn't do something stupid and someone would point the finger at him. It was his concubine who whispered to Ho that she was the daughter of Chairman Gunung Song named Ou Ran. Hearing this, the man folded his hands together as a sign of respect and introduced himself as the commander-in-chief of the black squad named Ingam Ho. The girl quickly examined the man and said that she had a very important conversation with him, inviting her to come with her. Ho will be very surprised at such a rapid development of events. He did not know what the head's daughter might want from him. Yu-Ran felt as confident as possible wherever she was. She proudly turned and left the banquet hall. Ingam Ho followed the girl out and they headed to the garden of the Iron and Blood Palace, walking along it. For some time there was silence between the young people and Ho glanced askance at the girl who called him. He looked at her intently. Yu-Ran had very expressive features and her red hair glistened beautifully in the sun. Ho, as a man, decided to start the conversation first. He asked why the girl called him. Casting her sly glance in the man's direction, Yu-Ran replied that she wanted to look at the commander-in-chief. Ho was very confused by such words. He could not understand what the daughter of the head was talking about. Yu-Ran was now closer to Ho. She was clearly looking straight into his eyes, embarrassing her husband. Ho became even more entangled in the unfolding situation. He was not prepared for such an unexpected turn of events. Burning Ho's face with her gaze, Yu-Ran told the best man that her father had not told her that the commander-in-chief was so handsome. At that moment, the girl took Ho by the arm and asked him if he might have any beauty secret. However, the man categorically did not like the girl's actions. He tore his hand from her grasp. Ho said in a serious voice that if the girl had no business with him, then he would leave as he didn't want to keep the team waiting. Yu-Ran realized that Ho was not in the mood for such a conversation and decided to tell him directly. The girl stopped him. Ho abruptly turned his head in Yu-Ran's direction, not expecting anything else from her so as not to annoy him. The girl said that she would be frank and asked to accompany her to the competition in Luoyang. This tone of conversation was more to Ho's liking. He asked Yu-Ran why she was asking him for this favor. The girl looked at Ho from under her forehead and, smiling, said that let it be a rebellion against her father. He unheard the girl's answer and became very wary. However, he was not looking at her face at all. The man instantly stretched out his hand towards Yu-Ran and tried to reach her shoulder. The reason for such actions of Ho was not his own desires, but the knives that were used to attack either Ho himself or the head's daughter. Ho managed to grab the girl in time and save her from a direct stab in the back. The projectile weapon flew at a very high speed and, after landing, was still visible from the ground. So far, Yu-Ran could not understand what Ho was doing to her, as she had not seen the moment of the attack. Ingam Ho held Yu-Ran in his arms and asked her who she was. The girl was confused. Ho decided to place the head's daughter on the ground, carrying her to safety, and told them to go back inside. The shadow of the enemy could be seen in the air. After his unsuccessful attack, he decided to leave the scene of the battle. Ingam Ho immediately noticed the fleeing enemy and shouted after him to stop immediately. But, of course, the enemy was not going to do this and continued to run away, pushing off the ground. At that moment, Yu-Ran noticed the knives being directed at her. Now she understood that Ho did everything for a reason. The girl was angered by the fact that someone dared to attack her right in the middle of a military fortress. He could not leave unpunished. The enemy continued to run and already reached the bamboo forest, in which there were deciduous trees here and there. Ingam Ho continued to relentlessly pursue the enemy who had attacked the daughter of Chairman Gunungsen himself. He had almost caught up with the fugitive and was going to teach him properly and establish his identity. Ho took a short knife from his bosom, with which he was going to stop the enemy from a certain distance. In order not to waste too much energy, Ho attacked from a distance, throwing the knife towards the fleeing enemy. However, there seemed to be eyes on the man's back. He deftly dodged Ho's accurate throw without even straining. Ho himself was naturally unhappy with his throw. Now he needed to act differently to catch the enemy. The man fleeing from the commander-in-chief of the Black Squad decided to land and stop his escape. Ho continued to move along the bamboo branches and in time saw the enemy move to the ground. He immediately went to attack the enemy, rising into the air above the mysterious fugitive. Ingam Ho swung his sword with all his might, trying to immobilize the speedy opponent. However, at the last moment, the man dodged the attack, and the blade of Ho's sword went straight into the ground. Ho anticipated this development, so he anticipated his attack several steps in advance. He tried again to pierce the enemy with his sword, but the speed and dexterity of the man was amazing. Ho watched the enemy's movements and noticed his unusual style of wielding the sword. After successfully avoiding the attack, the enemy landed on the ground, holding out his sword in front of him. His blade was directed at Ho, and the man began to spin the weapon around, creating a massive shock wave. He aimed it straight at his opponent's head, but it didn't take long for Ho to simply turn his head to the side. Ho looked at his opponent again and guessed that it might be one of Gunnanson's wards. Suddenly, the fight between the two men was interrupted by a woman's voice, which ordered to be careful. Ho became wary at this moment. The unknown enemy was also slightly disturbed by the events that were unfolding too quickly, even for him. The men saw above them a female figure about to strike one of them with her sword. The woman slammed her weapon into the ground with all her might, creating a powerful shock wave. It was Yuran who came to Ho's aid. She said that she would fight this scoundrel herself. She pointed the blade of her sword at the mysterious stranger who dared to throw knives at her. At that moment, the man decided not to continue the fight. He thought it would be best for him to leave the battlefield. He again entered the role of a fugitive, as if he was afraid of the girl. Pushing away from the trees, the man began to retreat. Yuran was not going to let the enemy get away so easily. As soon as she saw the movements of escape, the girl rushed to catch up with him. She quickly rose into the air and followed her abuser, ordering him to stop. Ho watched Yuran and marveled at her speed. He didn't even know that the girl was trained in the Gunnanson martial art. Ingam Ho decided not to stay in one place for long and set off after the head's daughter. He tried to keep up with the girl, who was moving fast enough that Ho had already noticed. Suddenly Yuran stopped and stood still. Ho also had to brake instantly to avoid crashing into the girl. Ho stood behind the woman among the bamboo trees. Yuran said that there was no point in pursuing the enemy anymore. Looking at his trail, the girl added that the opponent had too light a jump, like a stream of air. Ho decided to start a conversation and clarify some points for himself. He asked Yuran why she started chasing the enemy. Lowering her head, the girl said that she had spent her whole life in Gunson and never wanted to live like that, because it was unfair. The attacker could be one of the locals, and Ho asked the girl to be careful. Looking into Ho's eyes, Yuran asked why he was so worried about her. She looked at him with her sweet eyes and thought that it all seemed quite pleasant and romantic to her. She kissed Ho on the cheek without asking him anything else. The man was surprised again, but now he did not push the girl away. In this way, she thanked Ngam Ho for saving her from a surprise aerial attack with knives. Hunanson's observation tower stood majestically among the thick trees, absorbing the light of the full moon. It was here that an unknown man was approaching who dared to attack the very daughter of Chairman Gunnanson. He finally felt safe and could rest. Leaning against the trunk of one of the trees, he took off his hat. Oddly enough, this mysterious attacker turned out to be the advisor of Chairman Gunnanson himself. Only now could he calmly show his face. The head assistant managed to avoid extra eyes and was now on his way to Jianrenjing to his noble master. Gong Unsong was waiting for the return of his ward and was sitting on his majestic throne as usual. Looking at the advisor who had just returned, the chairman asked him how everything went. Looking down at the floor, the man replied that he scared the girl with the knives he threw at her. Gong Unson was frightened by these words. He was worried about his daughter and didn't want her to get hurt. In a calm voice, the advisor answered the question, saying that Yuran's skill allowed her to avoid cuts. However, the head was greatly outraged by such actions of the ward. He only needed him to scare his daughter in order to sway her opinion about the martial arts lessons. Raising his gaze a little higher, the man said that the Black Squad commander did not allow him to even get close to Yuran. Hearing these words, the head was very surprised. He asked again if it was really the young boy with Yuran. The counselor thought for a while and exhaled and said that it was probably Yuran herself who was with the young man. Gong Unsung didn't know what to do in such a situation. He only cared about his own daughter's life, but she never listened to him. Night has fallen on the territory of the House of Iron Blood. The moon brightly illuminated even the smallest details on the building. Ngam Ho was going to practice his unknown strength on this night as well. As usual, he was sitting in his room in the lotus position. The man strongly strained the veins on his face, which continued to drip sweat unceasingly. Veins began to bulge all over Ho's body, including his hands, which he clenched tightly into fists in front of him. With every second, Ho strained his body more and more to learn at least something about the secret of the technique. After that, a flash of light flashed in his head. He still didn't understand what was going on in his head. At last Ho managed to open his eyes in his imagination. He suggested that he might be in someone else's memory. He was at the foot of the House of Angels, where the battle was fought. Dozens of dead bodies of men lay on the battlefield. Looking straight ahead, Ho couldn't believe it. For him it was like some kind of real hell. The thin old man swung his sword, sweeping away all enemies in his path. Yelling that he was launching a fire attack, the old man prepared to attack the next man right in front of him. With a heavy and accurate blow, the old man cut the opponent's body, despite the fact that he did not pose any threat to him. The warrior in old age finished his battle. He stood with a sword in his hand over dozens of dead fighters he had defeated. The old man's gaze was demonic. His gray hair and skin were almost completely covered in blood. He turned his head to Ho, who was standing behind him, and asked if the man really still refused to learn from him. Ingam Ho was in complete shock. Now he saw with his own eyes the best man whose voice was constantly calling him. Ho began to back away as he sensed negative energy from the old man. He stepped on someone's hand. Looking down, the man saw the body of a dead warrior lying in a pool of blood under his feet. The young man did not even have time to think how his body was already in danger. Blood began to stick to his legs incessantly. She quickly covered Ho's whole body, and he didn't even understand what was happening and couldn't do anything. The blood from the dead bodies continued to consume the man. She had almost reached Ho's face. The old man at this moment was simply watching the performance and laughing loudly, straining the situation. Ho looked away from the body for a second and looked at the old warrior with anger in his eyes, trying to tell him something. The woman found strength and shouted that she did not even know the old man and asked him to reveal his identity. The old man continued to mock the performance. He replied to the boy that he was really brave. Bringing his body closer to the young man, the old man, with a smile on his face, continued to say that he likes the boy more and more. Together with him, the old man seemed to drag the body of Ho himself, who was moving to meet him. The young man could do nothing. In the end, the old man managed to drag the young man's body into some dungeon, where it was terribly creepy for a conversation. Ho somehow managed to save himself without realizing it. Now he was just trying to catch his breath and get as much air as possible. After catching his breath a little, the young man lifted his head up. He saw in front of him the figure of a gray-haired grandfather looking at him. Ho began to turn his head in different directions, assessing the situation around him. He asked the old man what kind of place it was. The old grandfather's face no longer looked as creepy as before. He told the boy to follow him. At that moment, the physical body of the old man seemed to disappear. His ghost headed in the direction of the dark corridor. There was nothing left but to simply fulfill the old man's wishes. He descended the tall, slippery stairs into the basement of the dungeon. The ghost of the old man led him to some kind of cage. Ho looked ahead and noticed that the apparition was disappearing. The young man could not understand what was happening, because he thought that this was far from the place of his arrival. However, he was very wrong. Looking ahead carefully, Ho saw something in front of him that made him startled. The first detail that caught the young man's eye was his left hand, shackled. She was completely covered in blood. Next, the young man noticed some strange metal rods sticking out of the entire body that was suspended in front of him. It was the body of the same old grandfather who had just fought in front of the angel home and then brought him here. Ho looked closely at the old man's face. It could not give any signs of life, let alone sounds. Although the young man was afraid, he needed to learn at least something that would help him master the technique. He came close to the face of the old dead man and just stared. It really turned out to be alive. The eerie dark eyes of an old warrior stared into Ho's face, commanding him to follow his voice. The young man was very scared, but he remembered everything down to the smallest details. The old man's eyes began to glow with blue light. After that, Ho again saw a flash of bright white light in his head that ended his journey. Ho's thoughts returned again to the reality where his body was, to his room, to the house of iron and blood. The young man opened his eyes wide from the horror he saw and woke up. He was very scared. Calming down a little, Ho concluded that he needed to go to the dungeon where the man whose voice he kept hearing was imprisoned. In the morning, Ho went to the courtyard, which also served as the training ground of the Palace of Iron and Blood. Along with his right-hand man, Ho watched his charges hone their fighting skills. The woman glanced at the man and said in a cautious voice that he had a meeting with Ja Hong today. Ho was not ready for such a thing and questioned whether the time had really come. The woman replied that Ja Hong had asked her to meet him first. Ho took a short pause to consider these words before clearly answering that he knew what the woman was saying. Chonghua's restaurant was located almost in the center of the Palace of Iron and Blood and served as a meeting place for many people. It was more like a tavern, where there were a lot of people who were constantly talking loudly to each other and drinking. A red-haired man with a beard was sitting at one of the tables. He paid attention to the fact that someone approached him. It was Ho who introduced himself as the leader of the Black Squad and folded his hands together in respect. The man did not want to listen to these formalities and offered to avoid them. He added that he called Ho here to make friends. After that, Ja Hong took a bottle from his table and offered his interlocutor to start drinking with him. He poured himself and Ho a glass each and raised his own. Ja Hong suggested that Ho take a good rest and get drunk today. The men brought their glasses closer and clinked them together. Ja Hong gave a cheer in honor of their meeting with Ho. Ho himself drank a glass without thinking, because he did not want to offend his interlocutor. However, he told himself not to forget to take breaks. It was already night outside. Chonghua's restaurant remained the only structure in the palace that glowed in complete darkness. Ho had already gotten quite drunk with his interlocutor. He was quite unwell and was holding his head. Ja Hong immediately came to him and took him by the shoulders to lift him up. He inquired about Ho's well-being. However, Ho knew what he was doing. This was his plan, and as soon as the interlocutor lost his vigilance, the man began to act immediately. With his right hand, Ho grabbed a piece of jewelry on Ja Hong's belt and tore it off without the man noticing. In order not to spoil his image as a man who was not feeling well, Ho held his face and said that he had to leave. The man headed straight for the exit of the restaurant with a slightly limp and uncertain gait. After Ho finally left the restaurant, he could breathe a sigh of relief that everything went smoothly. Ho got what he needed. He was holding in his hand the stolen jewelry for which he had come to the restaurant. At that very moment, Ho set off in search of adventure. He thought to himself that thanks to Ja Hong's amulet, he would finally do his job. This amulet allowed Ho to enter Hunansen prison unhindered, and he went there immediately. Inside the walls of Gunansen prison, it was as usual creepy. Moonlight barely penetrated the building, illuminating it, but there were also lanterns in the building, under one of which a man sat and listened to every sound. He was the guard of this prison, and now he heard strange noises, concluding that someone was approaching. The guard didn't miss a beat, and after a while he saw the figure of a long-haired man in a straw hat in front of him. It was Ho, whose goal was to go to prison. He held out the stolen amulet, and said it was his pass. The security guard looked at Ho suspiciously, and said he hadn't seen him here before. He asked him where the man had come from. Ho did not mince words and, without showing his face, replied that he had come here on urgent business. With a wave of his hand, the guard replied that he had received no orders and that the man would have to get an official pass. Ho brought the amulet closer to the man so he could look at it. Ho asked if he really denied Wang Rengsing's authority. The guard did not want to undermine his position and certainly did not want problems. Therefore, seeing the amulet, he led the guest to the basement. The men approached the single cell with the prisoner, and the guards slowly opened it. The door creaked terribly at that moment. Ho then told the guard that he would go on alone, as he had been ordered to meet the prisoner secretly. The guard looked at the man who came to meet the dangerous prisoner, and said that it was just ridiculous. Ho approached the man and added that he was also ordered to strike the necks of those who would obstruct his path. The guard decided not to touch the guest anymore, but still the mysterious man did not inspire any confidence in him. Ho has successfully overcome another obstacle in his path. After passing security, the man could breathe easy. Then he walked down a dark, short corridor alone. Ho kept looking around and taking in everything he could see. He approached another iron door, which was unlocked, and slowly opened it with a creak. Entering the cell, Ho saw in front of him the same old warrior crucified and nailed to the wall. At the same moment, the old man said that he had been waiting for Ho for a long time. he asked him where he got the poems of Gong Meng Tun Ho Gong. After hearing this set of words, Ho concluded that this was the name of the huckle technique, which he had recently mastered. He slowly removed his headdress, revealing his face, and asked the old man who he was. The boy's question caused a stream of anger in the old man's eyes. He called Ho a brat and told him to answer his questions. Ho decided that there was no need to contradict the interlocutor, and replied that he had received the technique in the Bloody Palace. The old man was greatly surprised by the mention of the Bloody Palace. He knew the place for sure, but he wasn't too happy with the words about it. The old man began to rage and shout, asking if he really did not hear the words about the Bloody Palace. It was a shock and sound wave. Ho had to plug his ears and endure. He definitely did not expect such a reaction from the old man. Chained to the wall, in turn, he mentioned the name of a certain Gynemundo, and said that he would kill this boy. Having calmed down a little, the old man looked into the eyes of his guest and said that he had little time, and that the boy should open his soul to him. Those words made Ho gasp. He was not ready for this and was very worried about it, which was confirmed by the sweat on his face. The old man was not going to explain anything to the young man and told him that this was the most necessary measure now. Ho agreed and sat opposite. The old man silently chanted something with his eyes closed. He managed to persuade the young man to take this adventure. At one point, Ho felt a pain in his chest, but he did not open his eyes and continued to endure. But this procedure did not last long. She was interrupted by a guard who told the best man that visiting time had already passed. Ho slowly got up from his seat and put on his mysterious hat again, intending to leave this place. Leaving the cell, Ho turned to face the prisoner whom he had just visited, but was unable to find out anything. The old man had an ominous smile on his face, and said that the young man would return to him very soon. A prison guard escorted Ho to the exit. The leader of the black squad slowly left the creepy room. After a nervous trip to the prison, in Jiam Ho decided to go back to Zhonghua's restaurant so that Jia Hong wouldn't suspect anything. The man walked over to his desk and was still holding his head, showing how sick he really was. At the moment of moving to the table, Ho imperceptibly threw the amulet on the ground, only to find it later. Jia Hong turned to Ho and said that he had been gone for a long time and wanted to send someone for him already. Jia Hong inquired about Ho's well-being. Sitting down at the table, Ingam Ho replied that he was fine. Suddenly he looked at the floor, noticing something there. It was Jia Hong's amulet that the man had thrown on the floor earlier. Now he slowly raised it. He handed the amulet to his interlocutor, and politely asked if it was not his important relic. Jia Hong was very surprised to see his own amulet in front of him. He couldn't even imagine that it wasn't his. At this moment, Ho began to worry a lot, because he understood that by his own careless actions he could bring disaster on himself. However, everything passed. Jia Hong said that it was indeed his amulet, and it would be a big problem for him to lose it. The man did not trust Ngam Ho. He understood that such a coincidence was practically impossible, and Ho had not accidentally given him the amulet. After a difficult evening and night, Ho went to the castle of Iron and Blood, which as always was illuminated by the moonlight at night. Ho continued to study the technique while sitting on the ground in the lotus position. He remembered the words of the old man who said that the spirit grows stronger. The young man closed his eyes. He could not afford to miss the moment, even though the flow was tearing at him so hard that his veins almost burst. He asked himself if this was the technique of the Palace of Angels. The voice of the old man answered him and ordered him not to be distracted from the procedure. The old man added that the young man had enough strength to master it. A flash flashed before Ho's face, indicating that something was about to happen. The old man's voice did not stop and said that it was time to show the young man who the old man really was. He began his story from his youth. The old man was Gong Yuga's first and quite skilled student. At the age of 30, he mastered the technique of sounding spirits, which influenced the fact that he was chosen as the next angelic warrior. But there was one man who did not want to see the then young man in the role of the next angelic warrior. It was Gong Mundo, son of Gong Yuga. The old man continued his story and said that during the years of his reign, the power of the angel palace spread to Zhongwan. The palace leader was a strong and wise leader and tried to teach martial arts to as many people as possible. He tried to make people equal in everything and always thought not only about himself, but also about the future of the Palace of Angels. But on one not-so-beautiful day, all the plans of the leader were destroyed by an unexpected uprising against him. This movement was led by Gongya Mundo, who could not accept the fact that someone else was leading his throne. He ordered to attack without stopping. The leader of the Angel Palace was not going to just give up. He considered Gongya Mundo to be someone who wants to seize power illegally. The rebels led by Gongya Mundo were quite serious and, after hearing the order, began to attack the old man. The leader realized that he needed to be fed until the worst. Glancing eerily at his enemies, the man told them to come closer. Neither the words nor the look of the old leader scared the rebels, who were armed to the teeth and rushed to attack. The old man was fully prepared for the fact that several dozen armed warriors were going to attack him at once. With a swipe of his sword, the old man covered a large area and several people were attacked at once. They were all amazed at the speed of the attack, as well as the area of impact coverage that went to almost everyone who attacked. With one of his attacks, the leader managed to immediately deal with a dozen opponents, who were now dead. The rebels who remained alive were horrified by what had just happened before their eyes. They began to shake with fear. The angelic warrior wasn't going to stop until he destroyed all who challenged his authority and power. The old man quickly found himself in front of his opponents, and cut them to pieces with a masterful blow. The rebels standing behind began to flee quickly, because they realized that they would not be able to survive this battle. The leader of the palace noticed that his enemies were going to flee, and this did not suit him at all. At the same moment, the old man rose from his place and rushed towards the fleeing opponents. The rebels ran forward without even looking back, and the old man, in turn, had almost caught up with them and was about to attack from the air. Rising as high as possible, the angelic warrior chose the moment to strike at the fugitives. His face looked evil and demonic. With his skillful attack, the man was able to hit all the opponents who constantly ran away from him and did not even resist. This was the attack that ended the rebellion. The old man landed on his feet, his figure looking majestic, covering himself with raindrops. For some time the man simply enjoyed his victory, but realized that not everything was over and turned his head back. A couple of tens of meters away from him was the man who started this whole rebellion against him. He was shaking with fear. The old man looked at him with his demonic gaze and said that it was Gongya Mundo's turn to leave this world. The man looked at the powerful opponent and understood that he was finished. However, he did not lose hope for the arrival of help. Suddenly, the angelic warrior's oncoming attack was interrupted by some events, and he cast his gaze to the side to assess the situation. Strange sounds came from above, where the rock was located. Shadows of strangers began to land on her. A whole squad of warriors in red cloaks arrived to help Gongya Mundo, who were all stationed on the mountain. Their leader was also dressed in a red mask that hid his face, but his look was not serious. The leader of the Palace of Angels looked at his opponents in return and did not understand what could be expected from them. Gongya Mundo almost jumped out of his pants with joy. He shouted loudly that his reinforcements had finally arrived. Without waiting too long, the native squad of fighters in red cloaks rushed to attack their only enemy. They quickly approached their opponent from the air, who was standing motionless on the ground. At this moment, the old man realized that the warriors were too serious and began to prepare to take their blows. A real parade of little red men, armed to the teeth for the common goal of killing the enemy, began in the air. They steadily approached the old man, who was standing on the ground and holding his sword firmly in his right hand. Having chosen the right moment for himself, the leader of the angelic palace struck a preliminary blow to hinder the opponents. As usual, the old man's strike was extremely powerful, and was aimed at killing as many enemies as possible. However, this time the angelic warrior managed to hit only 2 opponents, cutting them to pieces. The third man managed to avoid the sword attack, much to the surprise of the old man. He was already approaching the gray-haired warrior. The enemy was about to cut off the old man's head with his sword, but the angelic warrior counterattacked his opponent in time, shattering his weapon. Having successfully disarmed his enemy, the old man had to attack immediately, until the enemy had time to retreat. He managed to hit his opponent with his sword, who was now on the ground and could no longer breathe. The leader of this detachment of soldiers watched the action from the side and saw how the enemy was killing his wards. After analyzing the last attack of his wards, the leader gave the following order to the soldiers standing behind him. The old man managed to notice only the disappearing shadows of his opponents, who launched an unexpected attack on him. The bodies of men in red cloaks seemed to dissolve into the air. The speed of their movement was colossal. The bodies of the opponents began to circle very quickly around the old man, and he did not have time to catch a glimpse of even one. Suddenly, the man managed to notice that one warrior had fallen out of this speed circle and was approaching him with a sword in his hand. The old man had to make a quick decision. He dodged the surprise attack but was unable to strike back. Literally in less than a second, the same enemy disappeared from the man's field of vision, dissolving in this ceaseless circle. Then another soldier decided to attack the enemy. He stopped behind the old man and was about to hit him. Without thinking for a long time, the enemy delivered a fatal blow, cutting the angelic warrior's thin body. The old man had a deep wound, from which blood began to spurt. However, he couldn't do anything about it. The warriors in red cloaks realized that it was still possible to hit the old man, and began to launch a flurry of attacks. The old man tried to block the attacks of the opponents, but he lacked the speed and strength, and the wounds on his body continued to appear. The angelic warrior's body was like a target that was constantly hit with a simple apple. One of the soldiers said that the old man was finished, but the man was not going to give up and die in this place. Gathering his strength into a fist, he raised his head. The old man struck with all his might with his sword, which was supposed to cover a large area and hit all opponents. However, the old man could not foresee all possible outcomes. The leader of the squad of fighters came up behind him and struck him with his sword. The old man certainly could not have expected that. It was a direct hit from which it was no longer possible to dodge. The wound was very severe and the old man spat out a lot of blood. His gaze no longer looked demonic and confident. The squad leader stood over his defeated enemy and reveled in the victory. The angelic warrior was finally defeated. The old man could no longer fight back. His body fell right at the feet of his opponents who were standing over him. The rest of the fighters standing aside, including Gongya Mundo himself, began to loudly rejoice at the victory of their allies. Thus, the old leader of the Angel Palace lost his ground and lost the final battle in front of many of his wards. The old man finished his autobiographical story and Ingam Ho's thoughts returned to his body in the Palace of Iron and Blood. Ho continued to sit in the lotus position on the floor, his body seemingly boiling as he spoke to the old man in his head. The meditation of the leader of the Black Squad was interrupted by a voice that informed him that Osu Ran was looking for him. The young man instantly opened his eyes and looked straight ahead. He could not understand what could be so urgent. He went to the Jian region residence to find out why his persona was needed in this place. He walked into Osu Ran's quarters and greeted her with his hands folded together. The woman rejoiced at Ho's quick appearance. The man was not going to drag it out for a long time and immediately got down to business, asking why the woman had called him. Raising her right hand to her head, Osu Ran said in a distressed voice that Yuran was missing. Ho was not surprised by what Osu Ran said. He looked at the floor and was lost in his own thoughts. Osu Ran looked at the young man's face and concluded that he didn't seem at all surprised by the news. Ho said that before that, Yuran secretly asked him to accompany her to the martial arts competition. The woman concluded that she was already in Luoyang. Since Yuran headed there without a proper escort, Osu Ran literally begged Ho to find the girl. Ingam Ho was very surprised. He looked at the woman who was almost on her knees and asked why him. She replied that she knew that it was Ho who took that book from the Blood Palace. The man was surprised by such an assumption of the interlocutor. The woman added that by completing such a difficult mission and returning home alive, Ho proved his excellent fighting skills. The man replied that the girl was exaggerating a little. Osu Ran then said that her father trusted Ho and asked him to find Yuran. Ho had no choice and agreed, saying that he would prepare everything and leave tomorrow. Ingam Ho decided that it was time for him to go, and it was hardly appropriate to continue the dialogue. Osu Ran thanked the boy for his help. However, Ho's head was filled with other unfinished business. He was going to break into the prison first, and then everything else. Ho decided to follow his plan and went to prison. He again went into the solitary cell to the old crucified warrior. The old man immediately noticed that a guest had come to him again, and it was of course the young Ingam Ho. Ho appeared in front of the old man like the wind. He had quite a bit of time, so the guy acted as quickly as possible. His face was too serious this time. Ho knew clearly why he had come to the prison this time. The old man began to smile and said in a satisfied voice that he thought his student could handle it. Trying to get back on his feet, the imprisoned warrior added that he would pass on all his knowledge and skills to Ho. The old man rose to his feet and stood to his full height. His figure looked demonic, as if he had risen from hell. With his black piercing gaze, the man looked at Ho and told him that he needed to come closer. Approaching, Ho asked why the old man was doing this for him. The old man said that only Ho could control the destinies. He ordered the young man to pull a thread from his clothes and tie a knot on the old man's body. Ho asked why all this. There was not enough time, so the old man did not start telling everything, but tried to keep up with Ho, who was winding metal sticks. Having finished the work, the old man said that the young man should take this metal out of him in one breath, turning his back to him. Ho clearly understood all the instructions the old man gave him. So far he did not understand what he was doing, but he trusted the angelic warrior. He turned the old man's body 180 degrees so that his back was facing Ho and prepared for the most important thing. After all that, it remained to make the final cord. Ho pulled with all his might on the thread that was supposed to pull the metal out of the old man. Ho did everything in one breath. Metal swords all over the old man's body began to reach under the force of the thread. The old man writhed excruciatingly in pain, but could do nothing as this was a necessary stage. Ho watched all this with horror. He caught himself thinking that maybe he had done something wrong, but when the old man grew to his full height and said that his soul was now free, Ho knew that everything had gone as it should. Ingam Ho's body began to be controlled by a powerful and wild flow of energy, which caused the young man a lot of pain. This flow was controlled by an old man, whose soul was finally freed thanks to the boy who came to him. The old man placed his hand on Ho's body, slightly squeezing the boy's skin in the region of the spinal cord. The angelic warrior tried his best to transfer his powers to the young man. Ho endured all the trials with all his strength. The old man's eyes began to glow with a bright blue glow from the technology. He let out loud screams. Ingam Ho also screamed unbearably from the pain this power absorption technique was causing him. At one point, the old man told Ho not to lose touch with his consciousness, otherwise his veins would not be able to withstand such a flow of blood. The young man clearly heard another instruction of the old man, and still tried to keep his body in consciousness so as not to die. The old man was already approaching the final stage of transferring his power. His eyes began to shine even brighter. Having finished his technique, the old man removed his hand from the young man's back. He finally finished transferring his mighty power. Ho managed not to lose consciousness and survived, but he noticed that the old man was not well at the moment. He quickly turned his head towards the angelic warrior and inquired about his well-being as he was worried about the man. The old man was completely debilitated. He turned to the boy and told the smiths that it was time for him to call him his teacher. Hearing the old man's insignificant, quiet voice, Ho rushed to his aid and asked if he was all right. Slowly raising his head up, the man replied that he had done everything he could. He thanked the young man for the fact that thanks to him he can live. At that moment, other guests besides Ingam Ho came to the prison. A man's hand opened the iron door that led to the cell. They were two men who had been let in unhindered by the guard, and they were moving towards the old prisoner. Ingam Ho heard strange noises from outside the cell and became alert as he continued to listen carefully. Then he turned to the old man, who was kneeling, and said that someone was coming this way and that they should flee immediately. As soon as Ho was about to leave the room, the old man stopped him, grabbing the young man's hand. The old teacher gave his last instruction. He advised Ho to become the wind and float freely around the world. The young man did not understand what the old man was talking about. His eyes were scared and he didn't know what to do. After his last words, the old warrior bowed his head and looked at the floor. His gaze was dead. At that moment, Ho understood what the teacher's last words meant. He led the old man on his last journey. The young man's face was sad and inconsolable. He did not expect that their story would end on such a meek and sad note. However, now there was no time to be sad, because someone was approaching the camera. Ho decided to leave the building immediately. The men visiting the prison were Chief Gunansong and Jia Hong, who slowly walked forward led by a guard. The chairman turned to Jia Hong and asked if he really believed that someone had broken into the prison using his pass. Jia Hong answered in the affirmative. He added that he knew about it because he had not sent anyone on his behalf. When the men approached the old prisoner's cell, the guard began to say in an alarmed voice that something was wrong. The men saw in front of them the figure of a gray-haired man who was kneeling and staring blankly at the floor. The three of them came closer to take a closer look at all the details in order to understand what happened here. The guard slowly raised his 2 fingers to the neck of the old man who was sitting on the ground. He tried to feel the pulse on his body. Holding his fingers near the artery for a couple of seconds, the guard turned to the men behind him and said that the old man was dead. The chairman's guesses were confirmed. He hoped that the old man had not died because he had given his evil powers to someone. At that moment, the guard turned to face the head and said that there would not be enough time for that, since the thieves had only spent an hour here. They looked again at the emotionless face of the old man. His unmoved gaze was frightening just by its existence. Ingam-ho managed to get out of the water dry. He left the prison in time and could now go home. On the way, the young man wondered if there had ever been someone in his life who did not repent for him more than for his own life. He believed that he should become a master as a legendary descendant of the Palace of Angels. Ho returned to the House of Iron and Blood. The young man was about to go on another journey and his patroness, whom he had recently called, came to him. Ho turned his head towards the woman and said confidently that he was going on a mission beyond Gunnison. The deputy did not expect such a turn of events, because the commander-in-chief returned home just a couple of hours ago. After some thought, Ho added that he was entrusting his duties of commanding the squad to his first patron. The woman was surprised, because Ho was the commander-in-chief for a very short time. Ho said he was grateful for the experience. Throwing a small backpack over his shoulder, the man asked the woman to take good care of all the team members. He was approaching the front door to leave the premises. The deputy tried to detain the man at least for a minute. Hearing the screams of the woman, Ho turned to face her and looked at her with a displeased and sinister look. At that moment, the deputy understood that Ho was seriously determined to leave the post. She thanked her husband for his trust. Ho liked this attitude of the patroness better. He smiled back, and now he could finally leave this place. Leaving the House of Iron and Blood, the young man constantly turned and looked at him. He was still sorry to leave this place. For a while, Ho stared at the majestic structure in front of him in silence. His hair grew in the wind. Looking at the building, Ho turned his head. He didn't want to stay here for a long time and start feeling sad. He decided that he should go. The young man scrolled in his head the words about his destiny, which was now inherent in the wind. Ho remembered the words of his late teacher, who said that he should not stop and only fly forward. The young man gathered his strength and headed forward. He promised himself to complete his master's bloody battle. A brother and sister met in the garden of the Heavenly Dragon. This is the same place where Ngm Ho used to meet Yuran. Jia Hong asked his sister if Ngm Ho really went to look for her himself. The woman replied that it was so. The man replied that Gam Ho is extremely strong and competent as a boss, but who knows if he can be trusted. Oh Su-ran was very surprised at this statement. She asked her brother if Ho was not the one who was able to win her father's favor. Jia Hong assumed that it could and asked how long ago Ho left. Oh Su-ran replied that it was very recently. Hearing his sister's answer, the man said with disbelief that he too would need to be away for a while. Meanwhile, Ngam Ho traveled through the forest. He walked through the thick leaves of the trees, through which the sun's rays barely penetrated. Suddenly, the man was alerted by extraneous sounds. He gathered himself a little and prepared for the worst. His prejudices turned out to be true. He was indeed in danger in the form of a knife behind his back. The young man took his sword out of its sheath in time, and managed to redirect the attack in a different direction from him with a skillful movement. Ho looked in the direction from where the knife was flying and asked loudly who dared to attack him. After these words of the young man, they decided to block his further path. Several figures jumped out of the dense forest. They were 3 soldiers in straw hats hiding their faces. In the hands of each of them was a sharp sword. They were not going to stand still for a long time and get to know each other, so they immediately went to attack the enemy. In a second, they were approaching Ho, who was standing motionless, and were about to kill him. The warrior who was first struck his sword directly at Ho's head, but the young man managed to escape the danger. Realizing that his opponents were serious, Ho also decided not to hold back. He stepped behind his opponent, and was about to deliver his sword strike to finish off one of the men. However, Ho's unexpected strike was blocked by another sword. A loud crash of metal weapons was heard on the battlefield, and just then the young man was blocked by another soldier who saved his partner. He was already going to deliver the next blow. Ho noticed the enemy approaching him again, but was still busy with another enemy. The young man managed to avoid the enemy's fatal blow, but the enemy's sword still reached his body. A small wound appeared on Ho's body, which indicated that the boy needed to be more careful in battle. Stepping back a little, Ho concluded that the attackers were not out to kill him, but simply wanted to test his skills. Ho's opponents were not going to stop and were preparing their next triple attack. They jumped into the air at the same time and towered over Ho's head, intending to deliver a triple blow to him. The young man looked up, watching the opponents. However, the boy could see not only the enemies from above. He saw a mysterious man on a branch of one of the trees, hiding from his eyes and watching the battle. It was Ja Hong who guessed that Ho was hiding his skills. He could see that the warrior's art was not superior to his, but the movements were perfectly fluid. The young man had to think about the three fighters who were approaching him. Ho managed to put a block in response to the triple strike. The boy sighed heavily, trying to hold back the onslaught of his opponents. It was obvious from his face that he was not easy. At some point, Ho could not withstand the triple force from his opponents and began to surrender positions, sliding his legs back. He understood that at the moment he was inferior in strength to the enemy, but he was going to make things right in the next couple of minutes. Falling back a little, Ho turned his back on the enemy and decided to leave the battlefield immediately. The young man pushed off the ground with all his might and headed in the direction of the tall grassy plants near him. His figure slowly hid in the bushes. The last thing his opponents saw was his brown cloak. The men in the hats didn't understand what was going on. They did not expect such tactics from a rather strong enemy. One of the masked warriors peered intently into the thicket. He immediately ordered the others to find the enemy. All three men immediately headed for the thick bushes, where they were to find the enemy who was hiding. Suddenly, one of the men heard very strange noises behind him. The plants behind him stirred. His prejudices turned out to be unfounded, as the danger turned out to be real and approaching at the speed of light. Ho quickly got up from the bushes and showed himself to the enemy. At the same time, he charged with his sword. His goal was not to kill the enemy, because he guessed everything, so he just threw stones at the man. Ja Hong was still watching the fight from a tree branch. He periodically smiled and became disappointed. In the end, the man concluded that Ho wasn't even trying to use something unique. Ja Hong had seen enough for himself. At the same moment, he gave the order to his false fighters to retreat. The soldiers heard the order. Without waiting long, the men began to leave the battlefield in a hurry, without completing it completely. Ho realized that he had done enough to cause the enemy to retreat, and immediately put his sword back into its scabbard. He smiled slyly and thought that it would be enough for Ja Hong to see what had already happened. Ngam Ho went further on a long road and came across a small town. It was already getting dark outside. Ho entered this city to spend some time here. He understood that he could stay there for a while. He entered one of the taverns that happened to be on his way. The establishment was quite crowded. There was almost no empty space. At the entrance, the young traveler was immediately met by a man. He asked the young man whether he came here alone or not. Ho replied that he was himself. The man said that there were no free seats at the moment, but offered the guest to sit with someone, if he certainly did not mind. Ho looked around and told the man that he had come here just to quench his thirst. After hearing the guest's answer, the man politely invited the young man to go forward, indicating the direction with his hand. Then he approached one of the tables and asked the lady who was sitting there if she would mind if the traveler sat down next to her. The woman quickly turned her head back to look at the same traveler from the distant lands. The girl was extremely beautiful. Looking in the direction of the man who entered the tavern, she replied that she did not mind the company. Ho silently walked in the direction of the table where the lady was sitting and calmly took his seat. At that moment, the girl took a glass of drink and held it out in the direction of the man who sat down next to her. The girl smiled. She kindly offered him a drink while he waited for his food. Ho did not refuse the offer of the beautiful girl and reached forward to take the drink. The girl decided to meet the boy and introduced herself as Mon Sol Ji. She was of the Mon family. The man looked in the girl's direction with displeasure, but decided to also introduce himself as Ngam Ho, an ordinary traveler. Sol-ji continued the dialogue by asking the man how he was brought to Luoyang in the first place. Ho replied that he was looking for one person here. The girl thought quickly and assumed that Ho first wanted to search all the hotels in the downtown area. As he sipped his drink, Ho mentally agreed with this statement, but didn't say anything out loud. He needed to know which hotel Yuran was staying at. Suddenly, Sol-ji got up from her seat and said that she had important things to do, so she would go first. Ho thanked the girl for her company. The young man felt a strange feeling inside. The atmosphere here seemed strange to him, and he could not let himself be deceived. Sol-ji went to Pekyang Guest House, which was located on the edge of a valley covered in cherry blossoms. Aromatic tea was drunk at the table. The girl slowly reached forward with 2 fingers to take the cup. She was sitting at the table with a stout man who resembled a woodsman with an axe behind his back. It was the head of the 18th Forest House, Guang Chan, who asked the girl what she meant by severing ties with the Blood Palace. Sol-ji replied that circumstances lead to this. In a sarcastic voice, she asked if the man really cared about the status of his forest home. Guang Chan was very angry. He did not like the words spoken by the girl, and he called her a little brat. The head of the 18th Forest House decided to teach the girl with a long tongue and took an axe in his hands. Without thinking long, he threw the metal weapon in the direction of the girl who was sitting right in front of him. Fortunately, his throw missed Sol-ji's head and only raised the wind around her blonde hair. The axe broke a wooden trunk on its way, which spoke of the great power invested in the throw. Sol-ji pretended as if nothing had happened and continued to calmly drink tea while sitting at the table. The head rose to his feet and said that the girl should not play with words like that, because the Moan family may be in the place of the trunk next time. Then the girl told about one flaw in the fighting technique of the warriors of the 18 forests, and the chief became interested in hearing about it. Sol-ji replied that when warriors enter the state of the 8th Wasamgin, the soul leaves the body, thus there is a risk of falling into a vegetative state. The head was extremely surprised by the girl's deductive logic. He couldn't believe that anyone but the forest warriors themselves knew about it. Sol-ji added that the Blood Palace has medicines to help prevent such a condition, but they are too treacherous for human blood. Guang Chan was shocked by the girl's statement. He did not even imagine that this could happen to human veins. The girl continued about the master, who is on the verge of a great achievement, but if he starts taking medicine, then they will all become puppets. After listening to the interlocutor until the end, Chan lowered his hands and said that they have no other way out because their souls are being destroyed. Sol-ji replied that the bloody palace cannot be allowed to drain all the juices from the warriors. The head thanked the girl for the warning. With a wicked smile on her face, Sol-ji told her husband that she didn't think it was worth throwing axes at her anymore. At this time, Ingam-ho continued to check all the hotels he could find. He reached one more. It was already completely dark outside. The man slowly opened the front door and took the first step to the threshold of the hotel where he was going to spend the night. At that moment, Ho turned to the man who was wiping the lamp and asked him to know something. The young man asked if there was a single girl traveling alone staying at this hotel. Glancing sideways at the guest who had just arrived, the man replied that only men over 50 were in the hotel. In response, Ho asked if they had any spare rooms at all. The man politely invited the guest to go on. Ingam Ho was thinking about Yuran. He never managed to find any trace of her in this small town. After settling in, Ho decided that it was getting late enough, so he should rest and continue his search tomorrow. He dropped all of his gear he was carrying on his back, including his weapon, onto the floor of the room with a loud crash. The young man could finally get some rest and practice his mysterious techniques on the floor. Ho sat flat on the floor and closed his eyes. He tried to concentrate as much as possible on the flow of blood in his veins. As usual, the boy was sitting in the lotus position. A flow of energy began to rise around him, growing his hair. Ho's body had taken over his master's fighting skills and now he could achieve Goimontan's completion if he exerted all his efforts. The young man plunged more and more into his subconscious, focusing on the fulfillment of his goal. The flow of energy became stronger and stronger. At this moment, Ho felt mild pain all over his body, but it was preventing him from concentrating. The young man managed to forget about all the distracting factors around him and direct all his attention to the flow of energy. The further he delved into the secrets of this technique, the stronger the pain felt throughout his body. But Ho ignored any obstacles and was ready to finish what he started by gathering a bundle of energy in his hand. At that moment, his practicum was interrupted by someone's voice calling for help. The young man thought about what he heard. However, when the voice loudly called for help again, Ho realized that someone needed his help on the roof. At that moment, there were two men on the roof, one of whom was holding a bag firmly on his shoulders. The screams of the victim came from him. The other man spoke, still despite the order he was ready to break down, if only to stop this noise. Just as the man swung his stick to hit the bag, he was stopped by an unknown voice behind him. Turning their heads by 180 degrees, the men who were hugging the person saw the figure of a long-haired man in front of them. One of the thugs said that the rats were starting to converge, to which the other countered that he needed to go get some sleep. Ingam-ho decided to snap back at the thugs that they should be quieter, since they disturbed his sleep. The young man began to gather energy around his body. His figure at this moment seemed to be one with the nature of the wind. The men with the bag were afraid of the uninvited guest on the roof. They unanimously decided to flee from here as quickly as possible. At the same moment, thugs jumped down from the roof, taking the victim with them in a bag. Ho remained on the roof. He confidently looked in the direction of his opponents, who were running away from him. He liked it, and it gave him confidence. The young man was not going to stay in one place for a long time and rushed to catch up with the fugitives, loudly ordering them to stop. The thieves were constantly jumping from roof to roof, trying to avoid meeting the man who was chasing them. The men were too slow and Ingam-ho was already catching up to them, moving much faster than his enemies. The young man's face was full of seriousness. But he told himself that he shouldn't try too hard now. Ho mentally promised himself to use only a light wind today, the wind of his power. The thieves were shocked by the speed of the young man's movements. In addition, he very quickly began to gather a stream of energy around him. Ho continued to do so very rapidly. He tried to direct all the energy and collect it in his right hand. It didn't take a second for the young man to decide that he had enough energy, and immediately attacked his opponents to free the man from the bag. He directed his stream of wind from his right hand forward, hoping that it would help knock down the enemy. However, Ingam-ho's attack this time was a miss and passed literally centimeters from the body of one of the thieves. The young man remembered that he had once had to learn how to control the wind, and now he was given such an opportunity in battle. After the unfortunate miss, Ho wasn't about to stop and began gathering the flow of energy around his right hand again. After that, the young man jumped into the air as high as possible and from there struck a blow, which was accompanied by a powerful flow of wind. The attack was lightning fast and in less than a second it should have landed on the body of one of the opponents. Ingam-ho managed to knock down the enemy, who at that time was running away from him and was carrying a sack on his shoulders. The man cried out in pain. Ho seems to have surprised himself with his skills. His last attack was lightning fast and accurate. The enemy lost consciousness for a while. He could not stand on the roof, so he flew helplessly down with the bag. With a great crash, the man fell straight to the ground, and with him the person who was in the sack. From such an unexpected and strong fall, the bag burst open and someone reached forward from it. It was an old gray-haired man. After such a difficult journey, his appearance was not very pleasant. Noticing the wounded man, Ho immediately got down on the ground and rushed to help the stranger. He sat down next to the man on his back and asked him how he was feeling. The old man replied that everything is fine. The other thief was very angry with the enemy who had just dared to interrupt their mission and released the victim from the bag. He entered the enemy's back and approached him with a spear in his hands. However, Ho foresaw everything. The thief continued to quickly approach Ho's back and at some point decided it was time to strike. Although his attack was fast, it was quite loud and predictable. Ho easily dodged the blow, tilting his head to the side. Shortly before that, another robber also managed to come to his senses and decided to join the battle immediately. He made a lightning strike with his sword, hoping that the enemy would be unprepared for another attack. But Ho didn't even look there. He was confident, and now he was about to try his new power. At the very last moment, the young man avoided a collision with the blade of the sword, which surprised the enemy. The masked thief was very angry. He turned to Ho and said that if he wanted to stay healthy, he had better run. These words caused only a smile from the young warrior. He playfully replied that it would be better for thieves to take care of their health. The enemy's words angered the thief even more, and he, without waiting, rushes into battle with loud promises to kill Ho. Another bandit decided to join this attack, twirling his spear and rising into the air. The man in the mask quickly approached the enemy, and at some point delivered an unexpected blow. Ho, in turn, was focused on something else entirely. He was preparing to test his new technique on opponents. At the moment of the enemy's strike, Ho gathered a powerful stream of energy in his right hand and directed it to counterbalance the blade of the sword. The enemy had already believed that his sword could reach Ho's face, but his hopes were dashed at the same second. Ho's energy flow proved to be much stronger than his punch, and the enemy flew back, screaming in pain. Ho was not going to relax even with a weak enemy, as he knew a little of the deception at Hanminton's expense. The other robber noticed that his opponent was thinking and standing still, so this was the perfect time to attack. As long as the enemy didn't pay attention to him, the man decided to strike quickly so that Ho couldn't block or dodge. But the young man saw and heard everything again. At that moment, he again began to collect the flow of energy in his right hand. In a second, this stream was already in collision with the body of the enemy, who was shocked by such a turn of events. The man could not do anything and just flew back, dropping even his weapon on the way. The robber repeated the same fate in the battle of his partner, and now they both lay helpless on the ground. They raised their heads a little and saw in front of them the powerful figure of the enemy, which was covered by a stream of wind. Ingam Ho's face looked demonic and confident. The young man was able to try his new capabilities in battle. After these attacks, the thieves have already realized that it is necessary to immediately remove the legs. They were afraid of the monster that stood before them. Perhaps Ho caught up with the robbers to teach them one more lesson, but he turned his attention to the man in the bag. He quickly approached him and asked what was happening to him. The gray-haired man replied that he liked fine martial arts. Ho did not understand at all what the old man was talking about. He told him to go to the hospital immediately. After these words, the young man decided to raise the bloody face of the old man up so that he could breathe more easily. Ho held the man's neck so he could sit up. The old man said in a low voice that it was too late. The young man decided to encourage the old man, telling him not to show his weakness and that the hospital was not far away. The old man did not want to listen to anything. He introduced himself as Imjan Il. He was the head of the Luoyang branch of Haomen. Ho decided to listen to the man, as he was very interested in one word Haomen. But the old man could no longer speak. He was coughing up blood from the excruciating pain in his internal organs, but he still found the strength to say the last words. He asked to deliver some note to his daughter named So. Ho listened carefully to the old man all this time. After these words, he noticed that the man fainted and tried to bring him to his senses. He loudly tried to reach the old man, but he could no longer hear him. His gaze stared blankly in front of him. Ho did not give up his hopes that the man in front of him would be able to come to his senses and still tried to reach out to him. As the old man's body began to cool down, Ho knew it was the end. Someone else's life swept past him again, leaving a trail. The young man closed the old man's eyes, which could no longer look at this world. His face turned pale in an instant, and the blood began to dry. Ho thought about why they did this to the old man. He must have been involved in something, since they decided to kidnap him. After spending the night, Ho went out into the central streets of Luoyang again. The city, as usual, lived an ordinary life under a gloomy sky. He was walking down one of the streets, and holding in his hands in front of him a note that the old man had given him before his death. The young man opened the piece of paper with the hope of reading something there, but realized that there was a code that he would not be able to decipher. He looked at the strange characters and thought about the man. His last will told the young man to get to Haomen. Ingam Ho decided that he would do so. Perhaps this trip will give him the opportunity to learn more about his late husband. A young man went on a journey to Haomen. He got to a place that looked like what he needed. Ho began to study the area around in detail. Looking around as necessary, he concluded that what he needed must be somewhere here. He carefully looked at the houses where the children were playing. He couldn't believe that these sagging houses were what he needed. Ho went to the main district in that city called Nakwalhodan, where he was to deliver the deceased's note. He slowly moved up the dirt steps, getting closer and closer to the main building in the area. He was immediately stopped by the guards at the entrance to the building. The man held out his sword and asked the guest who he was. Ho looked at the guard and replied that his person was here to meet Im Jo-il's daughter. The guard was very surprised by such a statement. He did not know how to react to this in the presence of the lady herself. She stood behind and heard everything. The woman looked at the man and asked why he was looking for her. Incredulously, Ingam Ho asked the stranger if her name was really I'm So. The woman answered affirmatively that it was so. After that, Ho took out a note from his inner pocket and held it out in front of him. He added that his father asked him to pass it on to her. Im So hastily snatched the note from the stranger's hand. She opened it and began to read. Reading the encrypted text in the letter, the girl began to cry. She realized that her father was no longer alive. After reading the note, I'm So shouted loudly in order to quickly salute the man who brought the letter. The guards fell to their knees in front of Ho, as well as Im So herself. This greatly surprised the young warrior. He looked at the woman kneeling before him and asked what was going on here. With tears in her eyes, I'm So thanked her husband for giving her the last message from her father. Ho was very uncomfortable, so he asked to get up from his knees immediately. He added that he simply could not refuse the dying man's last request. After these words, the woman stopped crying and looked into her husband's eyes. She asked what his name was, to which the young man replied Ingam Ho. Im So asked Ho if he saw how her father died. The man replied that he saw the last seconds of Mr. Im Jo-il's life. The woman again could not hold back tears from what she heard. She could not believe that her father was no longer alive. The daughter of a respectable and deceased gentleman invited a kind stranger to her house, which was well guarded. They sat down at the same table and decided to remember their late husband. Im So poured a glass for her guest. The woman said that her father talked about how he had been in trouble lately, and had to get involved with the Bloody Palace. Ho bowed his head in thought. He assumed that these could be people from the Crooked Palace, and his guesses were confirmed. Im So added that her father knew he could pay with his life, so he always carried a suicide note with him. Looking at the girl, Ho asked why her father would risk his life to get involved with someone like that. The woman replied that it was a task for the sake of peace in Murima, and one of the Mon asked him for it, for security. Ho was very surprised to hear Mon. The woman replied that it was indeed Mon Sol-ji from the Mon family. The young man remembered that this was the same woman he met in the tavern. He asked Im So what she would do next. She replied that she must continue in her father's way, but first she must thank the man who delivered her the message. Im So turned her head back and ordered her charges to prepare everything so that they could set off immediately. After some time, having collected everything necessary for the trip, the travelers set off on a long road that ran through a dense forest. They finally came out of the thicket and onto a path that led them out of the forest. Ingam Ho traveled as well. At this point he said that he would have to go back to the place he came from. Im So once again thanked her husband for allowing her to finish what her father had started. Ho wished the girl luck. At the same moment, I felt something strange around me and became very wary. He looked down at his windblown hair and felt the strange tension the wind had warned him of. He listened more closely to each gust of wind around him, hoping that he was just wrong, but Ho's worst guesses were confirmed. He felt a sharp sword in the air, flying straight at him. The young man managed to crouch in time, thus avoiding a direct hit of the blade in his body. In the air, he noticed a red sword hilt. Ho concluded that these were people from the Bloody Palace. In a second, a dozen warriors in red robes, hiding in the dense forest fog, appeared in front of him. Their leader immediately ordered Im Jo-il's daughter to be captured and the rest of the people to be killed. Ingam Ho looked at the masked faces of his would-be enemies. He recognized the face of one of them. Im So herself was not going to stand still and hide behind her husband, so she took out her sword. She got into a fighting stance and screamed loudly, "These scumbags killed her father." The woman told them to attack. Of course, the warriors themselves from the Crooked Palace were not against doing this, so they immediately rushed into battle against the girl. Ho also realized that this fight cannot do without him and decided to enter this battle as well. He was approaching his enemies. He was opposed at that moment by 5 warriors from the Bloody Palace. Approaching his opponents, Ho reached for his sword to unsheath it. His gaze was full of determination and anger. The eyes glowed with a blue flame. Ingam Ho faced his enemies in an unequal battle with his sword. The sounds of blows came from everywhere. Despite the enemy's superiority in numbers, Ho managed to win this encounter and cut the enemy's weapons to pieces. He exhaled, still looking behind him, and could proceed to the next opponents. At some point, the young man heard loud female screams to his right. It was necessary to take measures immediately. Looking to the right, Ho saw So lying there, over which stood the demonic figure of one of the warriors of the Bloody Palace. He wasn't going to kill the girl, but he could have maimed her, so he swung his sword with all his might. However, his plans were destroyed in an instant. Someone came to So's rescue in time and blocked the blow. It was Ho who brought his sword under the strike, thus saving the health of So herself. The man was enraged by the actions of his enemies, who swung their swords at the defenseless girl on the ground. He struck with all his might with his sword, the blade of which flashed brightly in the air, covering a large area. With a precise and swift strike, Ho finished off the enemy who was just about to do something to So. Seeing the lightning skill of their enemy, the other representatives of the Bloody Palace were worried about their own lives. The man looked at his opponents with a cold gaze, holding a sword in his hands. He inquired about So's well-being. The woman replied that she felt quite well. She asked in response where her people had gone. Ho replied that it didn't matter now. You need to focus on the thugs as they won't stop until they get their way. The woman took up the weapon. The young man decided to calm her down, and said that they needed a cipher, so she had better run away and look for Moen's family. So asked Ho how he is going to figure it out on his own. The man replied that the peaceful life of Murim now depends on the girl. Ho faced quite a few more enemies, all of whom were armed and determined to get the cipher seriously. Preparing for a difficult battle, the young man shouted loudly and ordered the woman to leave immediately, as she had little time. Ho was serious. He finally had a chance to test swordsmanship in real combat. His eyes began to glow with a blue glow. The man's gaze radiated seriousness and malice towards the enemy. He used the sword technique, and the blades instantly started appearing behind him just out of the water. With every second, the metal charms became more and more. Each of the swords glowed brightly, emitting blue energy. There was a strong wind around Ho himself that spoke of serious intentions. Behind him was an undead army. His face looked satisfied. He managed to complete the sword technique right on the battlefield. Although it took some time, it was worth it. The young man was not going to wait long and decided to attack first. He sent out all of his lightning blades that he summoned from the water with a sword technique. Opponents began to bustle and dodge. From his circle of fighters sounded the order to disperse. While the enemies were trying to deal with the sword technique, Ho jumped on his horse and ordered it to move forward. The leader of the thugs noticed in time that their target was running away. He immediately ordered to catch the fugitive. The soldiers of the Bloody Palace heard the order of their commander and immediately began to execute it, chasing the enemy. At one point, Ho jumped off his horse and landed right in front of his enemies, much to their confusion. He looked his opponents straight in the eye and said that if they wanted to go further, they would have to pay. The thug leader glared back at his opponent. He appreciated Ho's cheeky wordplay. Not even a second passed before the man gave the order to kill the enemy. His wards immediately rushed to kill with swords in hand. Ho himself was not going to just stand still and wait for his death either. He quickly rose from his seat and headed forward. He approached his opponents at the speed of light and swung his mighty sword at them. At some point, the young man was very surprised by his inner premonition. He felt his body and sword become one. Ho moved his weapon with the wind and realized that if he continued in that direction, the sword would fit even better in his hand. The combination of his body with his sword gave him an extreme speed advantage over his opponents, and he delivered deadly blows with ease. Ho launched one of his lightning attacks, killing 2 enemies who didn't even realize it. However, other representatives of the Bloody Palace were not going to give up and attack the man from above. Ho decided to show them who was boss on this battlefield and swung his sword in response. He delivered a preliminary blow, cutting the enemies into small pieces, and did not let them even come close to him. Ho's attack stood out for its extraordinary speed of movement. He was as if one whole with nature and did not give the enemy any chance. The leader of thugs watched all this with horror in his eyes. He could not believe that his charges had been defeated so easily. The culprit of this bloody event was just one man, who cut down an entire squad of soldiers with his own hands. Ho's face looked confident. He was pleased with himself, and could afford to smile a little. The leader was greatly angered by the young man's poisonous smile. He did not dare to mock them, so the commander decided to take measures. As soon as the man lightly clicked his fingers, their entire squad seemed to dissolve into the air and slowly disappear. Enemy figures in red cloaks began to circle around Ho's body, creating the illusion of flight. The young man was serious, so he thought that these tricks would never work on him in his life. However, he was very wrong, as the following events proved. Ingam Ho became very worried about his situation, opening his eyes wide. He stood motionless in the very epicenter of events, and could not move even the tip of his finger. Ho was trapped, and he understood it perfectly. He needed to think, or his body would end. The red shadows of the enemies continued to circle around him. Suddenly, the figure of their leader appeared from this circle. He steadily approached the motionless body of the enemy, and was going to cut it to pieces. But then the man changed his plans a little and decided to deliver a remote strike, creating a shock wave. Ingam Ho could clearly see every movement of the enemy, but he couldn't do anything because his body wasn't following orders. The opponent's blow hit the target straight and hit Ho's body. All the young man could do was prepare himself mentally. His body flew back a couple of tens of meters from the thug leader's powerful remote strike. Ho stopped his flight when his back hit the trunk, leaving a dent in the process. He was not feeling very well. He looked at his main opponent, and assumed that it was the same Ryujin ghost that many legends told about. Ingam Ho was near the trunk of a tree, and in front of him was a whole squad of opponents, with a leader at the head. The young man again tried to control his body, but it did not listen to him, and he could not move. The leader of the times came up to him and put a sharp sword to his throat. He told the young man not to try to pretend to be a hero. At this moment, Ho tried to reassure himself as much as possible that Ryujin's ghost was just a fairy tale. He couldn't move, but he caught himself thinking that he should concentrate on the power his master had given him. The young man closed his eyes tightly and tensed his whole body, trying to get it under control and start moving. The leader of the thugs was not going to wait for his enemy to try to fight back and decided to finish him off immediately. Ho made an extraordinary effort to force himself to avoid the blow. Blood even came from his mouth. The enemy's sword blades were moving extremely fast, and there was no time left to avoid this collision. However, Ingam Ho still managed to subdue his own body, and his cloak floated in the air. He managed to evade the enemy's deadly attack at the very last moment, jumping to the side. The young man was able to control his body again, and therefore hastily took the stronger sword in his right hand. The leader of thugs was very angry with the young warrior. He wasn't going to play with him, and swung his sword to end it all. However, Ho had his own plans on this account. It was too early for him to go to the other world, so he decided to block the blow. The young man's face took on a completely different look. Now he was completely confident in his abilities, and his body obeyed him. The swords of two mighty warriors collided in a blow. Their inviolability proved that the warriors are absolutely equal in their strength. The men held their blows firmly and looked each other straight in the eyes, but did not say a word. Ingam Ho was the first to decide to break out of the block and counterattack. He shouted loudly at this moment. After breaking his own block, the young man threw his enemy into the air so that he could no longer interfere with him. The leader of the thugs was shocked by the extreme willpower of his opponent, and stared at him with wide-open eyes. While still in the air, the man gave the order to his wards to immediately attack the young master. Opponents again tried to spin Ho with illusions, but the young man shouted that this trick would not work a second time. At the same moment, he carried out a lightning attack, which led to the death of several representatives of the Bloody Palace at once. However, there were too many enemies to defeat in one blow, and they were constantly approaching from the air. Ingam Ho decided to show his enemies his true strength. He let out a loud cry before his next attack. His quick movements were perfectly smooth and cut through all the flesh that got in the way of the warrior. His sword was completely smeared with the blood of enemies who would never be able to open their eyes again. The leader of the thugs was tired of watching the constant defeats of his charges and decided to take matters into his own hands. In a split second, the man was behind his enemy and was about to cut off his head with his sword. The blade of the sword pierced the body and opened a deep wound, from which blood began to flow incessantly. The leader of thugs was shocked by the development of the following events, and could not even foresee such a thing in his head. Literally a second before his attack, the blade of someone's sword was thrust into the man's body, which restrained his movements. Even Ngam-ho himself was surprised by this development. He turned his head back to see what was going on. Right in front of him, the leader of the elite fighters of the Bloody Palace, who continued to bleed, fell to his knees. Ironically, he was also attacked from behind. It was a mysterious person who arrived here on a horse. This winning blow was delivered by So, who decided to return to help her ally. Ho rose to his feet and looked at the woman sitting on the horse. He was very surprised when he saw So's face. The rest of the warriors of the Bloody Palace were slowly bleeding from the enemy's previous lightning attack. Ho looked around and realized that the battle was over. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The young man hid his sword in its scabbard. So dismounted from her horse and ran towards her ally. When the woman stood in front of Ho, the young man asked her if she had found the documents, to which the woman said yes. She reached into her inside pocket and took out a piece of paper that was wrapped in string. With tears in her eyes, So said that it was only because of Ho that she was able to fulfill her father's last will. The young man looked at the woman and told her to take care of herself. Ho's face was covered in streams of enemy blood. Seo folded her hands together, as a sign of respect, and said that she will never forget what her husband did for her. Ngam-ho also decided to thank the woman, and folded his hands together. He replied that he would also not forget So. At this point, the soldiers had to part ways. Ho successfully completed his mission and helped the girl fulfill her late father's will. Under the guidance of the full moon, So was to go to her next destination. After a while, she arrived at the Moon Gardens, which were located south of where they had said goodbye to Ho. The woman came here for an important mission, which was to save Mirim. It was discussed in a cozy gazebo. So had a rough road on her way to the Moon clan, but it was worth it. She had brought with her very important documents, and could now place them in the hands of her allies. Reed Moon was represented at this meeting by Sol-ji, who felt confident. She thanked So for the documents. After that, the woman took out a red bag from under the table and put it in front of her. There was definitely something in it. So was very surprised by her interlocutor's next actions and asked her what it was. Sol-ji replied that it was a reward that Seo's father deserved, because he gave his life for peace and tranquility in Mirema. So said that there is another person who deserves this award. She added that Ngam-ho helped her with this mission. Sol-ji was surprised to hear this man's name. She had met this young man before at the dinner table in the tavern. Seo went on to talk about Ho's exploits and added that he destroyed enemies in a matter of seconds with his fighting skills. Sol-ji still couldn't believe that they were referring to the same man. Ngam-ho himself went further downwind in search of Yuran. There were tall trees on his way. The young man was walking along a forest path. He didn't like how he felt about Corinda. The mere fact that he was here proved that the Bloody Palace was up to something not very good. The young man needed to find Yuran as soon as possible. Suddenly he felt some strange movements near him. Ho immediately took his weapon out of its holster and got into a fighting stance. He asked loudly who was here. Immediately after these words, the young man noticed a body hiding in the trees approaching him. The mysterious stranger landed with a thud right in front of Ho. He was dressed in light cloth. Landing, the stranger immediately praised his opponent. He had feminine features and a hideous smile. The stranger now understood why Corinda had been defeated so quickly in battle against such an opponent. Placing his sword in front of him, Ho looked at the stranger and concluded that he was a pawn of the Bloody Palace. The enemy again praised Ho for his cleverness, and added that it was for this reason that he himself deigned to march on Ngam-ho. The young man looked at his potential opponent with a cold look and asked him his name. While preparing for battle, the representative of the Blood Palace asked if the young man was too curious for someone who was about to die. A hideous smile appeared on the opponent's face again. He still decided to introduce himself as Pai Hai Wool. The enemy was serious about killing Ho. He showed it with his movements, creating powerful shock waves all around. Ngam-ho carefully watched his opponent's movements and burned him with his cold gaze. As the shock wave approached Ho, he launched himself into the air to avoid an unnecessary collision. At that moment, the young man decided that sitting on the defensive was not a good idea, and decided to launch his attack. soared into the air as high as he could, trying to catch the enemy by surprise from above. With lightning speed, the warrior moved in the direction of his enemy, holding his sword straight in front of him. As he approached the enemy, Ho swung his sword, but the man managed to block it easily. It seems that the enemy did not even try very hard and easily pushed the enemy a couple of meters away from him. Ingam Ho landed on the ground from the air and stood right in front of his opponent's face. He looked at him again with his cold gaze and realized that he needed to be more unpredictable. The representative of the Blood Palace was not going to wait for his opponent to launch his next attack and decided to act first. In a split second, he was right in front of his opponent's face and was able to look into his eyes. Without wasting a second, Ho decided to use his sword technique and gave it his best effort. Daggers flew at the enemy from all sides and should at least buy Ho some time to think. But the enemy turned out to be too skilled for this technique. He was able to easily block every dagger sent in his direction. Ho carefully observed his opponent's movements in battle and concluded that he was a master of the highest rank. The young man had to do the impossible to somehow strike the enemy and throw him away from him. Using his lightning-fast wind speed, Ho took his sword and launched a direct blow. The white-haired man managed to notice the blade of the sword, which was approaching him and could pierce his makitra. Therefore, he decided to retreat immediately to avoid a collision. Ho was amazed by the enemy's speed. The representative of the Bloody Palace had to take a measure so as not to die on the battlefield, and he was sliding on the ground. After landing, the enemy told Ho that avoiding his attack was not so easy and asked where he had come from. Ho realized that the enemy did not know that he had come from Gunnanson, so he replied that he was just hunting for all kinds of garbage. The blonde listened carefully to his opponent and concluded that he had come to kill their leader. As soon as the man said these words, he immediately rushed into battle, quickly leaving his previous location. With the speed of light, he rose into the air and was about to deliver the next blow. Ho did not have time to follow the enemy, but it was only in the hands of the representative of the Bloody Palace. He continued to cut the air with his movements. He suddenly threw a pair of daggers towards Ho, but the young man noticed them in time and managed to block the attack. After that, Ho realized that the enemy would not be affected by his special sword technique and decided to trap him. As soon as he deflected the enemy's attack, Ho immediately created a stream of lightning energy that covered his sword. The enemy at that moment continued to attack and approached the young man, shouting loudly that this time he would not be able to escape. Men constantly moved towards each other to prove their strength. They were about to collide in a blow. The representative of the Bloody Palace did not own a weapon, so in contrast to the enemy's sword, he displayed his strong fist. There was a double impact from different sides, which created a colossal shock wave around it, accompanied by wind. Both men were thrown back slightly by the collision, but the blonde noticed that his enemy was slightly more agile. Ho thought out his plan and was now a second ahead of his opponent, and could deliver a surprise blow. With a precise blow, the sword hit the enemy's body right in the shoulder, opening a wound from which blood spurted. The representative of the Bloody Palace was very angry with his opponent. He didn't know who the swordsman was, but he couldn't lose. At this moment, the man mustered all his strength for a final attack. The same could be said of Ho, who was ready for the clash. However, the final battle was not destined to happen. The battle between the two warriors was interrupted by a stranger who landed on the battlefield. It was a long-haired brunette with a black mustache on his face. He behaved quite discreetly, holding his hands behind his back. Ho looked at the man and wondered how he could so easily stop his match and let all the tension out of him. As the dust from the shock wave settled, the man turned his head to one of the fighters and said he had warned them to be more careful. He turned to the representative of the Bloody Palace who was lying on the ground. The man quickly apologized for his actions. Looking at the young man who was sitting on his knee in front of him, the respectable man said that he had no time for all kinds of fools. Ho looked at the man's dignified figure and guessed that it might even be one of the Bloods. At that moment, the old man also turned his head towards Ho and the men exchanged not-so-kind looks. After looking at the young man on the ground for some time, the black-haired man ordered to leave the place. After his words, he immediately rose into the air and left the battlefield, which never ended with anyone's victory. The blonde turned to face his opponent and mockingly said that the next time they met, Ho would die. Following the example of his boss, the man rose into the air after the spoken words and left his enemy. Ho realized that we were no longer in danger and hid the sword. He thought he had every chance to beat this jerk. He was troubled by the thought that the Bloody Palace was gathering such masters around itself. It definitely meant the influx of something bad. After a short battle with a difficult opponent, Ngam Ho headed to Yugajin's Star Garden. The city here was no different from any other. The streets were quite crowded and loud at this time of day. At last Ho reached his destination. He planned to quickly find Iran, then his mission would be over. After that he had other plans. He wanted to find out as soon as possible what plans the Bloody Palace was building. Suddenly, something strange caught the young man's attention. He became worried and turned his head to the side to take a closer look at what he saw. He saw in front of him his old friend named Jia Hong walking confidently along the street under the guidance of a guard. Ho watched his potential opponent, and did not understand why everything was happening so badly for him. Ngam Ho decided to put on a hood to avoid extra eyes and no one recognized him. Jia Hong would approach people with security and show a poster, to which people would shrug their shoulders or shake their heads. After seeing this picture, Ho deduces that Jia Hong has also not found Iran yet and continues his search. The young man considered Jia Hong an unnecessary obstacle in his path, so he decided to secretly follow him. Ho reached into his inner pocket and took out an invisible thread that would help him in his task. He tore off some of it as he thought it would be more than enough for the mission. The young man threw an invisible thread towards Jia Hong so that he could neither see it nor feel it on his body. The thread landed right next to the man's cloak. Literally a couple of centimeters and Ho could be in danger, but everything went well, so he was satisfied. Now he could track down Jia Hong wherever he was. With a calm soul and an eye on the obstacle, Ngam Ho left the street and went to where Yuran was definitely supposed to be. It was quite a noisy place. People were constantly shouting and clapping their hands, and they were supported by a drum. This is an arena for martial arts, where hundreds of people from different corners gathered to watch the phenomenon. A man in the arena greeted the audience at the famous martial arts festival. He asked the audience if they were ready for battle. People in the audience began to go crazy. They really expected it. Ngam Ho was among them. He thought about the fact that if Yuran had participated here, then she must have already lit up somewhere, but the man had no idea where she was. The presenter continued to speak and prepared to introduce the fighters to the audience. The first from the bottom was a representative from Mirim. The man spoke of him as Hekran P, known for his feats and unsurpassed techniques. After the announcement and thunderous applause from the audience, the same fighter appeared in the arena. He confidently entered the battlefield with a sword in his hand. The host had to introduce one more fighter. Hekran P's opponent was a man shrouded in mystery who wants to defeat and turn the world of martial arts upside down. His name is Piki Jia. The man from Fujian province slowly and confidently appeared in the arena to the thunderous applause of his fans. Hekri P stared coldly at his opponent. He was determined only to win. Becky Jia was no less serious. He stared back at his opponent, not intending to lose. After a brief battle of looks, the host raised his hand and shouted that the battle was about to begin. One of the audience members was a beautiful shy girl who was happy that the show had finally started. The grandfather next to her said that the young man from the Hekran clan was his grandson. The girl replied that the old man was definitely proud of him. The gray-haired grandfather laughed at the girl's words. He replied that in fact it is so, his grandson is a miracle. In the first seconds of the fight, the fighters were not going to rush. Hekran P told his opponent to attack first, to which he agreed. Without waiting for the reaction of his so-called enemy, Becky Jia rushed to start the battle, putting his sword in front of him. With a light movement, Hekran P pushed his legs away from the enemy's weapon, flying back a little. He scoffed at the enemy's feeble attack and said that it must be ended immediately. Hekran P was going to keep his word and finish off the enemy quickly, so he immediately rushed into battle. He rose as high as he could into the air and used the Manhwa attack, dealing several deadly blows at once. However, Piki Jia was ready for the fact that his opponent would not hold back from the very beginning of the fight. He watched intently as his enemy put maximum effort into each blow in order to end the fight as quickly as possible. Piki Jia expected the enemy to be with him, and kept on the defensive. He masterfully parried every blow of the enemy, blocking it. Ingam Ho watched the fight from the stands and was amazed. He was surprised by the absolute mastery of the sword, which was like a true martial art. Hek Rin-pi continued to stand his ground and relentlessly dealt blows to the enemy, but therefore managed to avoid them. At some point, the men stopped fighting for a second. They slid on the ground, each taking their own position. PQ Jia looked at his opponent and smirked, that he had overestimated his strength. Hek Rin-pi looked back at the enemy with anger in his eyes. He said the man knows a couple of dirty tricks. Rising into the air, the young man shouted that they would not help him and would not even stand in the same line with the technicians of his kind. The boy continued to move relentlessly towards the opponent and rose into the air to deliver a double dragon strike. Hek Rin-pi landed with all his might directly on the opponent's head, putting all his strength into the strike. But Baekyu Jia was a difficult opponent. He expected something similar from the enemy, so he firmly held the blow in the block. Hek Rin-pi clearly stood out for his haste and impatience. He wanted to end the fight here and now. However, each of his punches, Baekyu Jia managed to block. This flurry of blows continued for some time. Then, Baekyu Jia decided that he was tired of sitting on the defensive and looked at the enemy with a sinister look. At the same moment, the young man decided to counterattack his enemy and struck him with an unexpected blow that was supposed to hit his leg. Hek Rin-pi noticed that the enemy's weapon was quickly approaching his body and could cause him danger. Therefore, the young man decided to hastily retreat in order to avoid an unnecessary clash with the sword. Baekyu Jia was now in an offensive position. He decided to press his opponent, who was retreating. He unleashed a powerful flurry of blows, repeating his enemy's attack, but they were successfully blocked. Hek Rin-pi was very surprised at this turn of events. His opponent used the same technique as him. Baekyu Jia was not going to stop there and soared into the air as high as possible to strike. He swung his sword with all his might and moved towards the enemy to finish the battle with a final attack. However, the young man's eyes suddenly darkened. He felt that he could not control himself and his head. Baekyu Jia landed forcefully on the ground and clutched his head. He did not understand what caused such an unexpected pain. The girl sitting next to the old man also did not understand anything. She saw only that one of the fighters stopped abruptly. Baekyu Jia, despite his headache, got up on his feet. However, he could not be as effective as before. At this moment, Hek Rin-pi decided to take advantage of his opponent's momentary weakness and strike. Baekyu Jia managed to avoid a collision with the enemy's sword and immediately decided to counterattack. However, a headache again hindered the young man. His brain seemed to be telling him to stop. Baekyu Jia stopped again and grabbed his head, which was excruciatingly painful at that moment, with his hands. The girl on the stand realized that it couldn't be random pain, as the boy only felt bad when he had the upper hand. The grandfather sat next to the girl and carefully watched the action, periodically exhaling from dangerous moments. At some point, the girl looked at the old man who was sitting next to her and was creating something incomprehensible with his fingers. She immediately suspected the old man of having sex with the head of one of the soldiers, and grabbed the grandfather by the collar. Holding the old man tightly by his clothes, the girl loudly exclaimed that this mean old man was affecting the battle with his movements. The young girl was very angry with the old professor. She told him that in this way he was dishonoring his family. The old man shouted, asking the girl what she was doing. His eyes were frightened and, one might say, betrayed him. Other people rushed to the screams, to whom the girl explained that this old man was using some technique to interfere with the fighter. The old man continued to act innocent. He asked in a surprised voice how the girl even dared to say such things about him. Ingam Ho also heard the shouts on the other stand and turned his attention there. He listened intently to a familiar voice. He recognized Yuran and finally found her. All this time, she tried to hide under men's clothes, but her voice gave her away. After the martial arts events were over, Yuran went to the local court to testify against the old man. They shook her hand firmly, showing respect for the person who helped figure everything out. The bearded man thanked Yuran for betraying the impostor. The girl replied that anyone else would have done that. The man did not feel very comfortable and asked the mysterious stranger at least his name. Yuran couldn't say her real name, so she said that she can be called Young Seo Jin and nothing else. She left the building, where she was thanked, to the central street. The day turned out to be quite busy. At that moment, a man approached the stranger from behind and called the girl "Oh Yuran." The girl was very surprised and a little scared. Turning her head back, she saw Ngam Ho in front of her. He looked at Yuran calmly and showed no emotion. The man said they had to go back. Yuran asked the young man how he was able to recognize her since even her brother Jahong didn't recognize his own sister. Ngam Ho replied that he could not help but remember and recognize such a loud and rather hot-tempered personality. Yuran asked what the young man would do with her now. Ho said that the girl should return to Gunnanson and that her brother should be notified. The girl asked not to betray her, since the festival had just begun, to which Ho replied that it was dangerous here, because there were many people of the Bloody Palace. Yuran wasn't too surprised to hear these words. She asked Ho if she was right that the Bloody Palace was up to something. Ngam Ho was shocked by the girl's assumption. He did not understand at all how she could know the plans of the Bloody Palace. At this time, the thieves from the Bloody Palace were discussing their future plans in one of the locked rooms in their base. The commander of the 1st military unit of the Bloody Palace came to report, and said that he found out who the old man from Haomen had been contacting. He was reporting to the same blonde who confronted Ngam Ho. The man asked with whom the connection was established. With a serious look on his face, the commander replied that it was the Mon clan. He added that they managed to find out about all their plans. The blonde was interested in the words about the Mon family. He wondered if they could cover their tracks before things went awry. The commander of the Persian military unit understood his boss in half a word. He asked him when to start training. The man opposite was completely relaxed and not worried about anything. He slowly stretched his body lengthwise upwards. Glancing at one of his wards, the flamboyant man replied that they were performing tonight. The evening of the same day came. The full moon illuminated the nature around, emphasizing its incredible beauty. As planned, the squad of Blood Palace fighters had set off and were now moving through the thickets of the dense forest. They made their way to the Mon Solji Hotel, which was located east of the Bloody Palace. The robbers finally arrived at the place where they had planned from the beginning. They took turns landing on the roof of the building. Finally, the whole sinister squad was assembled and they were ready to go on their top-secret mission. In one of the rooms in this building, a human shadow was seen sitting motionless at a table. It was Solji herself who was developing a further plan of action. She came to the fact that the plan of the Bloody Palace is connected with the martial arts festival. The woman decided that an urgent meeting should be held in order to decide how to disrupt the enemy's plans. At that moment, an invasion was taking place on the square of this hotel. Pai Hai Wool decided to go first. After breaking through the ceiling in the hotel, he landed on the floor and looked around to assess the situation. As soon as the man managed to enter the building, a metal weapon was already flying at him, which was supposed to hit the uninvited guest. Pai Hai Wool managed to notice the dagger coming very quickly to his face in time. At the last moment, the man managed to avoid a collision with a sharp object by moving his head down. He looked ahead and saw an old warrior who asked him who he was and how he even dared to sneak in here. Solji heard some strange extraneous sounds and decided to check what was the matter by opening the front door. The gray-haired man gave a short answer to the girl, informing her of the attack. He urged her to call the swordsman immediately. Solji understood that the matter was quite serious, so she did not delay and took a whistle with which she called for help. Until reinforcements arrived, the old man decided to quickly deal with one of the uninvited guests, killing him on the spot. Pai Hai Wool felt quite relaxed in someone else's territory. He was interested in competing with an experienced warrior. The old man accepted the young man's challenge and was not jokingly angry. His gaze was blank and radiated only hatred. The man quickly took out sharp daggers from his bosom and started swinging them at his opponent across from him. Pai Hai Wool decided not to force things for now and retreat a little, repelling attacks along the way. He moved very quickly and smoothly, deftly avoiding collision with every metal dagger of the enemy. He looked into the old man's eyes and smiled mischievously. He said that the man would not do anything to him with this attack. At this moment, Solji had already gathered swordsmen around her and was ready to defend her territory. They were standing in the central square of the hotel. They were confronted by a dozen warriors in red cloaks from the Bloody Palace. The commander of the 1st military unit led this detachment. He ordered to take the Mon girl alive. At this moment, Solji realized that she was the main target of the enemy and decided to defend herself. She removed the leather belt from her waist that would serve as her weapon in this fight and got into a fighting stance. The soldiers of the Bloody Palace understood the commander's order and went into battle. They could cut everything except the girl herself. The fighters of the Crooked Palace faced off in simple combat with swordsmen from the Mon clan. Their number on the battlefield was approximately equal. One of the soldiers of the squad decided to take on the girl and rush to attack. Sol-ji was not quite ready for this. Seeing the enemy rapidly approaching her direction, Sol-ji sprung into action and delivered a preemptive strike with her leather belt. She attacked accurately and quickly and was able to emerge victorious from this duel. The girl hit the enemy with her, at first glance, non-lethal weapon. The commander of the first military unit of the Bloody Palace watched Sol-ji and was impressed by her fighting skills. After the previous actions of the girl, the commander of the first military unit decided to deal with Sol-ji himself. The girl was in full combat readiness and was going to meet the enemy with her unexpected attack. She swung her iron-tipped leather sword with all her might, trying to hit the enemy. However, the man deftly dodged each attack. Sol-ji was not going to retreat and continued to press the enemy, but the man did not look as if this fight was bringing him any difficulties. A hideous smile never left his face. At some point, the commander of the Bloody Palace squad managed to outwit the girl and her weapon turned out to be in a trap. Sol-ji did not expect such a turn of events, and was worried that she would not be able to face the enemy without her belt. The thief was satisfied with his work. He managed to trap the girl too quickly. He held tightly to his sword, around which Sol-jin's belt was wrapped. The enemy pulled her down and prevented her from escaping. At the same time, the old warrior of the Mon clan was fighting with Pai Hai Wool. The men gave their best. The young man decided not to sit on the defensive any longer and began to carry out his dangerous attacks, simultaneously blocking the enemy's blows. At one point, he looked the old man in the eyes and said that he was not as skilled as everyone said he was. The old and experienced warrior was deeply affected by these words. He was angry with the young warrior and was going to teach him a lesson. Without waiting too long, the swordsman representative Mon quickly got up from his seat and rushed towards the enemy. Pai Hai Wool expected this kind of reaction from his opponent. He was waiting for him, preparing for a preemptive attack. Swinging as hard as he could, the young man from the Bloody Palace delivered a powerful blow with his left fist. The old man was shocked. He did not understand how the young man managed to influence his emotional state so easily. However, it was already too late to think. The enemy's blow hit the target and hit the old man's stomach. The man could not do anything and simply flew back from the powerful attack of his opponent. The blow was extremely powerful. The old man's body flew back with great speed. Sol-ji saw how the old man was defeated in the battle with the enemy and flew non-stop as if into an abyss. She was brought back to reality by the voice of the Blood Palace squad commander, who said that there were other things to worry about now. Of course, he meant himself. The man gathered a stream of bright red energy around him and tensed up. He did all this in order to tear his opponent's only weapon, her leather belt, to pieces. Sol-ji did not expect such a turn of events. She looked at her torn belt and understood that it would be very difficult for her without it, and the enemy continued to advance. The man moved in her direction and constantly delivered powerful blows. For some time, the girl managed to fight back with the remnants of her belt, which still had a metal tip. At one point, the thief commander said that by this time he wanted to be a little more polite with the girl, but she got him. After these words, the man swung his sword with all his might from behind and was about to deliver a fatal blow to his rival. But Sol-ji again found a way out of a difficult situation. She held up the rest of her belt to block the blow. Under the force of the enemy's sword, her belt slid heavily on her skin. The girl's hands began to bleed, but despite all the difficult circumstances, Sol-ji continued to suffer excruciating pain in her hands. Applying his strength, the enemy shouted loudly that he could not be stopped by this dull and worthless whip. He let out a loud cry, showing his supremacy in this fight, and decided to end it all. After that, the man cut the leather belt that restrained his sword on its way to the target. At this moment, Sol-ji began to understand that nothing could save her anymore, and began to accept her death. The last thing she saw in front of her was the shiny blade of the enemy's sword, which was approaching very quickly. There was a loud sound. Surprisingly, Ingam-ho managed to save another ally with his sword. Sol-ji raised her eyes and saw Ingam-ho in front of her. Deep in her soul, she was very grateful to her husband. The commander of the Bloody Palace squad did not understand who was standing in front of him now, but he knew for sure that it was still an enemy. Ho confidently replied that he was only a guest at the Mon Hotel, adding that he did not expect to see so much trash here. After these words, Pai Hai Wool moved to another front. He heard the voice of an old acquaintance, and landed next to him. His gaze looked demonic and impudent. Behind him were dozens of corpses that were killed by the Bloody Palace. The old man who had opposed Pai Hai Wool from the beginning was also dead. He could not survive the powerful onslaught of the enemy. Many Mon swordsmen fell on the battlefield. All of them gave their lives for the safety of their families. Pai Hai Wool looked at Ho and said that it seems they met a little earlier than planned from the beginning. The man asked the enemy's name, but did not receive an answer. Then Pai Hai Wool gave an instant order to kill the young man. Hearing the words of their leader, the fighters immediately rushed into battle, although they did not understand whom they were attacking. One of the Blood Palace fighters decided to go first, and was approaching Ho with the hope of killing him right now. However, the young man had other plans on this account. He struck a preliminary blow ahead of the enemy's attack. The blow was not so much strong as it was fast. It seems that the enemy did not notice how he was instantly left without a head on his shoulders. Ho's gaze was full of determination and readiness to confront dozens of the same enemies. Not waiting long, the young man decided that the pawns should be dealt with in one attack. He began to throw his punches one after the other, which reached the enemy's bodies with lightning speed. The attack went exactly as Ho had expected. He managed to get rid of several obstacles in his way at once. Having finished the attack, the young man could rest a little. He thought that the daily training was still paying off. Pai Hai Wool watched the enemy's movements and was shocked. He didn't understand how it was possible to attack with such unreal speed. After that, the nerves of the commander of the first military unit of the Bloody Palace could not stand it, and he rose into the air. He decided to test his own strength against the enemy, who had just laid on the floor a dozen fighters of the Bloody Palace. Ingam Ho calmly watched the attacker's actions. He did not know what this poor man was counting on with a direct attack to the forehead. The thief continued to attack Ingam Ho and threw him a blow from above, which the young man successfully blocked. The enemy was shocked. His powerful attack had never been so easily repelled by anyone. The man was a little scared. Ingam Ho, in turn, counterattacked and performed his special sword technique. The enemy did not know how to act in this situation. There were too many weapons coming at him to fight back. In the end, he decided that he would try to avoid the attack through agility and body grouping. However, one of the shots still missed. On the body of the commander of the Bloody Palace, a wound opened on the shoulder. He looked in horror at his shoulder, as if the sword had completely cut off his hand at that moment. Ingam Ho was not going to stop. He decided to show the enemy real fighting skills. Swinging his sword, Ho launched a lightning attack, throwing out several punches that swirled in the air. This time, the enemy decided not to retreat and stand firmly on his feet. He was going to meet every blow. The man carefully watched each attack and deftly swung his sword, blocking Ho's blows. At one point, the robber even rejoiced that he repelled all the enemy's attacks. But he was wrong. No sooner had he thought about this than he noticed a mortal danger approaching him from behind. It was two more of Ho's punches, which he disguised and went into his opponent's back, stunning him. The man from the Bloody Palace scrunched his face painfully. His body was badly wounded, blood was pouring out of him. Pai Hai Wool was watching one of his wards fight. After seeing the finale, he said that Gua Pa Rik is weak here. At the same moment, Ingam Ho was attacked from behind in the form of a sharp arrow that moved at the speed of light. But the young man sensed the danger behind him in time, and quickly turned his head to avoid the attack. Ingam Ho managed to do everything on time, and parried the attack of the enemy, letting it back behind him. There was an explosion behind Ho, accompanied by a shock wave and thick dust smoke. He looked at Pai Hai Wool and said that it must be humiliating for him to lose so many warriors just to capture one girl. The white-haired man was not going to listen to his opponent's taunts, and said that it was none of his business at all. He was angry with Ho, because he really put pressure on him. Pai Hai Wool was about to use the Ryujin Blood Demon technique. With a loud cry, the man released an attack from each of his hands that looked like a very fast spiral. Ingam Ho was carefully watching the enemy's actions and was not going to do anything just yet. He stood motionless. At one point, Ho smiled as he looked ahead and appreciated the difficult reception of his opponent. There was no time to stand, so the young man took the sword more firmly in both hands and began to repel the attack of the enemy. Pai Hai Wool attacked with impressive force. After every repulsed attack by Ho, a huge smoke screen appeared. The blonde was furious at his enemy, who was able to parry almost his best attack. Ingam Ho pointed the blade of his sword at the enemy and said that he was no longer his equal, but Pai Hai Wool was adamantly disagreed with this. He gathered a stream of energy in his right hand and was ready to kill Ho. After approaching the enemy at the right distance, Pai Hai Wool pointed his hand in the direction of the enemy and released a stream of energy. Ingam Ho decided to go ahead and block the attack at an early stage. He did everything perfectly and the enemy attack was ineffective. Ho was already approaching the enemy in shelter. He was determined to finish off the enemy and was about to pierce him with the blade of his sword, but Pai Hai Wool noticed the moment of impact. He had to act very quickly to avoid the sword. Although the young man managed to retreat quickly, he was still wounded. A small scratch appeared on his face, from which blood flowed, and the man screamed loudly from this. Ho held his sword in front of him, and, mocking the enemy, asked if such a cute face would survive a scratch. Pai Hai Wool continued to get angry with the enemy and asked him who he was and how he was able to master such complex techniques in such a short time. He once again gathered all his strength in two hands and decided to try one more simple powerful attack on the enemy. But Ho was ready for absolutely anything. He studied the enemy's fighting style in detail and expertly evaded his attacks. Ho also did not forget to work in battle and with a sword. His blocks were perfectly accurate, and at the most needed moment. Avoiding the enemy's attack again, Ho approached directly to the enemy's face and looked coldly into his eyes. The loud sounds of metal weapons rang out on the battlefield, indicating that someone had finally won. It was Ho who made his attack with lightning speed and sliced through the enemy's chest. Pai Hai Wool was still alive. He turned to face his enemy and tried to tell him something. Raising his blood-stained sword, Ho told his opponent that he was unlikely to die just now. At this moment of the dialogue, the same commander whom Ho defeated before intervened in the almost finished battle. He quickly flew to the aid of his boss with loud cries that he must protect his master at all costs. Ho did not expect such a turn of events, but he was ready for absolutely everything, including surprises from the defeated. The young man quickly assessed the situation around him and delivered a very quick blow, from which the enemy did not manage to dodge completely. On the body of the commander of the Bloody Palace, 2 more deep wounds were opened right on the chest. The man whimpered unbearably in pain. His wards heard in class from their commander about the protection of the master, and immediately set out to attack the enemy from above. Ingam Ho knew that these warriors would not cause him any harm, but their number bothered him. The young man decided not to drag out his attack for a long time, and threw out a couple of accurate and lightning-fast blows in the direction of the enemies. The warriors of the Bloody Palace fell to the floor one by one, bloodied by Ho's sword. Ho's main goal was to finish the unfinished business with the strongest opponent. He was approaching Pai Hai Wool. Ingam Ho put all his strength into this strike, and his face looked too tense and demonic at that moment. But he hit the wrong opponent for whom this blow was intended. In front of him was an ordinary pawn in a mask. Ho was not very surprised by this turn of events, because he expected everything from the Crooked Palace. His enemy used his own warrior as a human shield. After that, Pai Hai Wool realized that he no longer had a place on the battlefield and decided to quickly run away from the enemy. He kept looking back, hoping that too strong an opponent would not pursue him. Hiding the sword in its scabbard, Ho thought about the fact that he needed to deal with all of this as soon as possible. Ingam Ho finished the fight. He approached Sol Ji, who was sitting over the old man's body, and asked if everything was okay. You could see from the girl's face that things were bad. She shed bitter tears and worried about the old man. After everything that happened, the soldiers went to shelter. It was already dark night in the yard. It was dark in the house, so Ho lit a candle that sat on the table and slowly smoldered over time. The wounded soldier was lying in bed. Ingam Ho was sitting over his body, and Sol Ji Mon was standing next to the bed. The young man put his right hand on the old man's chest and let out a strange vapor. He tried to do something to help. Ho was completely focused on the inner state of the wounded warrior and tried to feel his inner pain. After some time, the young man completed his procedure and raised his hand from his chest, from which steam continued to flow. Ho said that sooner or later the old man must come to his senses. Sol-ji thanked the young man and asked if he was from Gunninson. Ho turned his head towards the girl and was very surprised. He asked how the girl found out about it. Sol-ji said that the Mon clan is different from the rest in their intelligence and knowledge and asked how Ho found out about Ingihip. Ho said that he was asked by Madame Yuran to find out about the plans of the Blood Palace. Yuran's name should have lowered the girl's vigilance. Staring coldly, Sol-ji replied that the help of the military leader Gunninson would only be helpful to them. Having finished his role in this place, Ingam Ho once again went in search of Yuran and left Mon Manor. He constantly thought about the consequences of his words. The young man realized that he would have to tell Yuran about the plans of the Bloody Palace. He remembered Sol-jin's words about the plan to kidnap someone close to Murim's head so that Murim could not help Gunninson in the war. Ho promised himself that he would no longer be associated with military affairs, but this situation did not allow him to simply stay on the sidelines. He arrived at the place where Yuran had last been. The young man landed hard, as he had little time. He entered the hotel where Yuran was supposed to stay the night. Slowly opening the door, the young man headed forward, but Yuran was not here. Ho carefully examined every corner of the room, but found no clue. He was mad at Yuran, who couldn't be left alone for even a second, as she kept disappearing. Ho closed his eyes and calmed down a bit. He remembered that he managed to install an invisible thread on the girl to follow her. After standing with his eyes closed for a while, the young man felt Yuran's presence. She was not far from this place. Ingam Ho was on his way to where Yuran was. It was a street located on the outskirts of the city. The girl was standing on the street in her usual outfit, and behind her was a small, grim-faced boy. They were threatened by 3 robbers who told the girl to get out of here if she didn't want trouble on her head. Yuran responded by calling the men pathetic bastards for trying to rob a little boy. One of the robbers did not like the way the girl spoke to them and rushed at her with a knife in his hands. The man quickly approached his opponent and delivered a blow that should have hit the girl's head. But Yuran saw everything perfectly and the man's attack was too slow. The girl deftly avoided a knife blow. At the same moment, she decided to counterattack and use her martial arts, putting her hand forward. With her blow, Yuran hit the enemy directly in the chest and knocked him back a couple of meters. Blood flowed from the man's mouth. He landed right into the wall behind him, leaving a wide dent in it from his fall. Another robber did not like the following actions and approached the girl, asking her if she knew who they were. The man hit the nose with his sword, trying to hit the girl, but he failed to do so. Evading the enemy's attack, Yuran swung her hand at him and said that all she knows is that men are real scum. The girl hit the enemy in the right shoulder. The attack was accurate and fast, but did not carry much of a threat. Nevertheless, the man felt all the fighting power of the girl. He began to writhe with pain in his shoulder. After that, Yuran heard the 3rd bandit's voice behind her telling her not to move. The woman turned her head and saw that the boy was in danger. The robber warned that he would cut the boy's throat if the woman took even one step. Yuran looked at her opponents with contempt in her eyes. She told them they were just disgusting. The girl thought about cutting down this scumbag, but in this case the little one could suffer. The robber who held the boy hostage looked at the woman and told her that he was not going to joke for a long time. At this moment, a loud sound of a sword rang out at the place of the fight. Yuran thought that the end of the girl had come. However, everything passed. Ingam Ho came to the girl's aid again, cutting the throat of one of the robbers. He looked at Yuran with a very serious look and said that she was stuck somewhere again. The girl did not know what to answer to the young man, because she felt guilty. She said these robbers started first. While the 2 representatives of Gunninson were having their dialogue, one of the robbers decided to take advantage of this and harm the girl. Yuran managed to feel the presence of the enemy behind her, because it was not difficult because of his loud cry. Unlike Yuran, Ho wasn't going to play petty games with common robbers. With lightning speed, he approached the man and immediately pierced his body with his sword. Ho was moving too fast for the robber to understand anything. All he could see was the blade that was thrust into his chest. The man was in complete shock. He had never seen such speed in anyone before, and now he could only bear the pain. Ingam Ho pushed the enemy back a couple of meters. The man fell powerlessly to the ground, hitting his whole body. The young man turned to face Yuran and advised her not to be afraid to use the sword in battle. The girl did not quite agree with Ho. She thought it was too cruel with ordinary robbers. She looked at the dead bodies of the robbers that Ho had dealt with and thought that she wanted the boy to be spared. After what he saw, the little one became stressed. He began to cry loudly, and bitter tears did not stop flowing from his eyes. Yuran approached the boy to calm him down. She said she could take him to Gunnanson and he would be safe there. Ngam Ho decided to interrupt the girl's sweet conversation with the boy. He said he had something to announce. Yuran quickly turned her head towards the young man and looked straight into his eyes with a surprised look. After the defeat on the battlefield of Mon, the representatives of the Blood Palace returned to their home in Luoyang. After informing his elder about the results of the battle, Pai Hai Will immediately received a loud slap on his cheek from him. In front of him stood a stocky man with long white curls. He was dressed in a yellow robe. It was the third elder of the Blood Palace named Temu Ak. He told the ward that he had only given him one task, but he had managed to fail it. Pai Hai Will immediately began to make excuses that a mysterious stranger had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. However, the elder was not going to listen to any excuses from his ward. He slapped him hard again. Taemwak looked down on the man and belittled him for the unfulfilled mission. He called him a worthless bastard. At this moment, Pai Hai Will realized that excuses would not help and decided to make a promise that he would kill the stranger. The elder did not want to listen to anything else and closed his ward's mouth. He looked at him and thought what to do with him. At that moment, a beautiful woman approached the elder and hugged him. She asked to give her husband a chance to take revenge. Looking at Pai Hai Will, the girl added that if he couldn't do it, he would die anyway. Taemwak thought about the girl's words. He decided to listen to her, and told the warrior that this time he would go with Yulgun Chok. Pai Hai Will could not go against his elder's will. He bowed low and thanked for such an honor. The young man looked sideways at the girl named Seo Hyang. He thought to himself that she was very good at managing the elder. At that moment, a meeting was taking place in the Mon estate. The building was brightly lit by lanterns at night. It was a very important meeting concerning Murim's security. It was led by Solji, who sat in the center. Suddenly, someone opened the door and rushed towards the conference table. It was Jahong, who was unhappy about something as usual, and his sister Ou Ran was walking behind him. Solji greeted her guests and said that she was waiting for them. She introduced herself and was polite with the guests. Jahong also introduced himself and said that he came here to find out all the details of the Crooked Palace's plan regarding the martial arts competition. Bowing her head down and closing her eyes, Solji replied to her husband that she confirmed this conspiracy. Jahong was hoping to hear a negative answer, but things turned out very differently. He was angry with the demons from the Bloody Palace. Solji saw that her husband needed to rest and think things through. She invited him to sit at the table. With a disgruntled gait, Jahong walked across the room and sat down at the negotiation table. Yuran also crouched next to him. Solji began a speech that they had to put an end to the plans for the Bloody Palace until they made it a reality. One of the men at the table said they were watching them closely. It was the head of the Chegal family named Chegal Hyan. Also present at the table was an official from the Peng family, Peng Haiyun, who said that she did not understand why the Bloody Palace needed all this. Jahong listened carefully, and realized that those present had no idea that his Grand Marshal had ordered the theft of a secret book about the activities of the Bloody Palace. The man from the Wangbo family, Zhang, replied that he didn't understand anything either and suggested that maybe there was nothing to worry about. An official from the Ping family said that even if they could kidnap dozens of people, they would not be able to hide them. A representative of the Namgun family named Yu Sung intervened in the conversation. He said, "There is no need to underestimate the power of the Bloody Palace yet." Yung Wambo was displeased with the polylogue around him and asked what the point of the Bloody Palace plan was at all. Suddenly, a very important conversation was interrupted by the following events. Someone threw a man in a mask right at the front door. It was Ngam Ho who defeated his next enemy who could no longer move. At this moment, the representatives of all the families sitting at the table became very worried about their situation and grabbed their weapons. Solji noticed this and decided to calm down those present in the hall. She said there was nothing to be afraid of, as an ally had come here. She looked at the man who had been defeated by Ho and said that it was no wonder that the bloody palace sent spies here. Hiding his sword in its scabbard, Ingam Ho said in an uncertain voice that he had killed all but one. Yu Ran looked towards the young man and asked him where these spies could start following them. Ingam Ho replied that they were following the Peng family official. Looking at the woman, Peng Haiyung was shocked by the young man's statement. She could not believe that she was being followed. Ingam Ho bowed his head down and directed his gaze to the floor in thought. He said that it was all unimportant. After that, the young man approached the man whom he had brought with him to the meeting and took him by the throat. He raised his right hand and delivered a couple of point blows to the opponent's stomach, which were quite painful. Ho looked into the man's face with a creepy look and ordered him to tell everything quickly. But the enemy was not going to talk. He could not move his mouth on his face, which seemed to be petrified. Looking at the thief's face, Ho immediately concluded that the man must have swallowed poison. After that, the young man took the opponent by the throat with all his might and squeezed him as needed. The man spat out a red pill. Ho said that he would let the man die so easily and ordered him to talk about the Blood Palace vault. The man asked to kill him, holding 2 fingers up. Ho said he knew the spy wouldn't be easy to talk to. He taught him a lesson again and delivered lightning-fast and accurate blows to the chest. The enemies' faces began to take on a very strange form. He continued to shout that he would not say a word. Ho also washed into the strange shape that the man's face took. This alarmed him greatly. Then, the young man realized that everyone in the hall was in danger. He turned to face the table and told everyone to lie down immediately. Immediately after Ho's words, the man who was supposed to tell everything blew himself up, leaving behind only a shockwave. Yu Ran didn't have time to follow Ingam Ho's order and stood looking at the shockwave, covering herself with her right hand. Ingam Ho rushed to avoid meeting the wave and also help others in this situation. He quickly ran to Yu Ran and grabbed her in his arms. He tried to cover it as much as possible from the debris. Small debris flew from all directions and could harm anyone in that hall. Ingam Ho decided to act immediately to protect at least himself and Yu Ran, and drew his sword from behind his back. He made his weapon into a moving shield, which he managed to block all the debris flying at them from Yu Ran. Finally, everything passed and Ho could rest. He said that he did not even think that the enemy would blow himself up. Suddenly, Yu Ran felt a little worried about her situation. She realized that she was hugging Ho's shoulder and quickly pulled away from him. All the representatives of the families gathered at the place of breakdown. They stood over the ashes of the enemy and carefully examined the details. Jia Hong looked in the direction of the smoke with disdain and called the late man an abomination. The representative of the Namgun clan, Yu Song, spoke in a clear voice so that no one would create a controversial situation here. The representative of the Danmok family, Hai Hua, agreed with the man and said that the young lady from the Mon clan had something to tell. When everyone moved away from the unexpected explosion, Solji said that it would be best to cancel the competition. The representative of the Chegao clan, Haiyan, did not really understand the girl's suggestions and said that the masters would definitely not allow it. Solji understood this perfectly, but still decided to propose. She had a backup plan. The girl literally took a couple of seconds to correctly present the information. Jia Hong was driving her. Solji offered to stage a mutiny before the enemy did, in order to panic the competition and break the entire game. Everyone present was simply shocked by such a proposal from Solji. The men looked at the girl with surprise. Chai Gao Hyun said while looking at Solji that it would definitely be very effective, but it carries some risks. Namgun Yu Sung also decided to express his bias towards the plan, and said that they could be kicked out. Solji replied that in such a case it would be necessary to use an extreme method and get rid of the bloody palace with the help of the guardian of possessed souls. Yu Song did not understand what the girl meant and asked who this keeper of possessed souls was. A representative of the Donglan family, Saiyan, explained it by saying that it is a bell that rings when evil spirits are around. Chai Gao Haiyan was unhappy with either turn of events, but agreed that the latter would be the best option. Xian looked at the faces of his allies and warned them that the competition would take place tomorrow. Everyone present perfectly understood all the risks they were exposing themselves to. But they had to make a decision to prevent casualties. The meeting ended on this mixed note. Everyone present left Moan's estate and went home. At the same time, Jia Hong, Yu Ran and Ngam Ho left the meeting. The three of them walked along the street of the night city. At one point, Ja Hong turned to face Yuran and told her to come back tomorrow as soon as possible. The girl did not like it. Ja Hong then cast his gaze at Ngam Ho and in a low, calm voice ordered him to take Yuran to the Grand Marshal's castle. Yuran was very angry with her brother. She didn't understand why he was treating her like a little child. The man approached the girl and decided to calm her down. He said he was just worried about his sister's safety. Turning her head to the side, Yuran told the best man that she can't worry about her tomorrow, because she has her own business. Ja Hong did not understand at all what matters his sister was talking about and asked her about it. Yuran replied that she wanted to show the Grand Marshal's castle to one boy who would be with his family. Ja Hong breathed a sigh of relief that his sister would be safe. He agreed to this task. Yuran looked at Ngam Ho, who was standing in the side, and asked if he would go with her to the castle. Ho bowed his head down and closed his eyes. He didn't really want to go to the castle with Yuran. The girl continued to look at the young man with her beautiful green eyes, as if asking him to go with her. The next day, as planned, the competition took place at the arena in Luoyang. It was crowded here today, just like last time. The public went wild for the event that was about to happen. People were loudly cheering for either Jung Sarin or Namgun Wai. The men were constantly talking, making predictions. One of the people said that he was sure that Chong Sarin would win. Another disagreed. In this noisy crowd was Che Galhien. He carefully looked around and assessed the situation around him. Also, Wangbo John came to the competition, who was doing the same thing as his colleague from the union. Among the crowd was an official from the Pen family, who was shaking her head in different directions. She didn't really like it here. She was wearing a green dress with a shiny golden bell on the waist. The battle show was about to begin. People in the stands were anticipating something unexpected and supported their favorite. The battle began and a young man with a brown robe and a tail on his head charged into the battle using the great flying sword technique. His opponent, who was dressed in a blue robe and had a bandage on his forehead, was more restrained than his face. He stood still and waited for the enemy to attack. At the moment of impact, a young man with a bandage on his head skillfully blocked it. He was absolutely confident in his abilities, and after avoiding the attack, he was going to counterattack the enemy. The young man returned his blow, which was quite strong, but the opponent managed to block the attack. Ja Hong could also be seen among the crowd. He silently watched the fight, surrounded by screaming fans. On his dark gray robes you could also make out the golden bell that was central to their mission. Suddenly, Ja Hong heard one of the bells ringing, but he couldn't make out where it was coming from because there were too many people around. There was a loud crash in the arena, which forced the raft, which was located on the water, to tilt to the side. The fans were completely shocked by such events. They did not understand what happened in front of their eyes. Ja Hong quickly turned his head in the direction of the explosion. From his position, he did not immediately notice the moment of impact. Then there was another loud explosion, which completely destroyed the raft floating on the water and serving as the arena for the battle. Everyone present in the stands decided that they needed to get their feet out of here and ran to the central gate. Hien of the Chejel clan also did not understand what was happening. People ran forward past him and shouted about the bomb. Looking closely at the explosion site, Ja Hong could guess that it was the handiwork of the Mon family. After detonating the arena, another explosion rang out already in front of the central gate, where all the people rushed. A criminal who took off his camouflage clothing found himself in a crowd of people. Those present were very frightened at this moment. There was not a single enemy in the crowd. Every 20th turned out to be a robber, and they jumped up from the crowd. People watched as strange men jumped up to the central gate, and assumed that they could be representatives of the Bloody Palace. One of the men shouted loudly from the crowd, denouncing the Bloody Palace. He added that they simply cannot get away with it. After these words, another figure of a man dressed in a white tent began to appear in the field of vision of the crowd. He landed skillfully and easily on one leg, stepping on a broken pole. His figure looked majestic. A long-haired man looked down at the crowd of people and told them that if they screamed, they would get a bomb. Ja Hong was shocked by this speech. He realized that before him was definitely not the antics of the Mon clan. Nagun Yusung was next to Danok Jiaiwa. They did not think that the enemy was capable of taking a whole crowd hostage. The man on the mountain introduced himself as Ji Yeo Ban of the Blood Palace, the successor of the blood spirit. He offered cooperation to the hostages. Those present here were in shock. They did not know how to respond to the offer to help the bloody palace in exchange for their lives. At this moment, Jia Hong signaled to his wards from the Grand Marshal Castle and ordered them to immediately go to the castle to Yuran. The guards were camouflaged in the crowd and spotted their boss. They clearly understood him and were going to carry out the order. Jia Hong added that the guards needed to hurry so that the Luoyang part of the Grand Marshal's castle would know about the danger. The wards listened to their boss at the point and immediately set off, dissolving into the air. The man on the mountain continued his speech and told the people that if they did not surrender now, he would kill them one by one. People did not know how to react to such threats from the enemy. They did not want to surrender, but life was also dear to them. After that, the man lost his mind. He shouted loudly, calling for the Chaigao family, and in particular for Chaigao Haiyan himself. Realizing that Haiyan wasn't going to show her face, the man sent one of the thugs into the crowd. A creepy masked man grabbed a bystander and began to pull out his sword from behind his back. This poor man was very frightened and asked Mr. Haiyan to come here of his own free will. Ji Ban, who was in charge of this Blood Palace squad, was still standing on the mountain and started the countdown. Chaigao Haiyan still decided to step out of the crowd to save the life of an innocent man and told the enemy to stop. Haiyan showed his face and stood so that the enemy commander could see him. He told the enemy to let the innocent people go. Following the representative of the Chaigao clan, other leaders of their families from all over Murim appeared in front of the central gate. Ji Yeobang was pleased to see everyone in front of him at once. He told them they should have thought earlier. At this time, Yuran was leading the boy to the Grand Marshal's castle. Ngam Ho still went on the road with her. First, the boy brought the people who saved him to take his family, as the girl had promised him. The boy quickly ran to the front door of his house and started calling his mother loudly. The boy's name was Jayan. Mom turned to her son and asked where he was all the time. The woman was sick, so she coughed. Jaeyoon told Mom that they have an opportunity to move from here to a better place. A woman looked at strangers in her house. Yuran didn't look around the house too much. She also noticed that the boy's mother looked completely unhealthy. At that moment, the girl felt not very pleasant, because she forgot about something that she had taken with her. She brought the food to her mother and said that she had brought her a pagoda. The woman asked the lady who she was and why she was giving them such expensive food. Yuran gave a very good smile and replied that she caught Jae-en when he was trying to rob her. The woman was surprised by such news from a stranger. The little boy also tensed up because he didn't want to get kicked by his mother. Ngam Ho watched this poor family from the sidelines. He was not very concerned about people's everyday problems. But suddenly, the young man felt someone's presence in this house and became very wary, looking to the side. Ho immediately reached for his weapon with his right hand, and a potential enemy was already behind him. No sooner had the man arrived at the house than the sword was already in front of his face. Ho asked the stranger who he was. The man replied that Jia Hung had sent him to inform him that the Blood Palace had taken the competition spectators hostage. Hearing such unpleasant news, Yuran was very frightened. She worried about the fate of her brother as a hostage. Having captured the fighting arena, the representatives of the Bloody Palace could now control absolutely everything in this place. Jin Yeoban constantly pushed his charges and ordered them to move faster, taking all the good out of the arena. The hands of the hostages were very tightly tied with a rope, and some strange needles were stuck into their palms. The representatives of the clans were the main hostages and were escorted through some conveyor belt, forcing them to drink a strange liquid. The leader of the Wangbo family, Zhang, let out a loud cry and asked the Bloody Palace what they were giving them for the poison. Jin Yeoban replied that the hostages would drink him like water, unless of course they wanted to put everyone in danger. A conveyor belt of several dozen loaded carts was moving towards the shelter of the Bloody Palace. They were walking in line through one of the streets of Luoyang. Jia Hong successfully disguised himself among the supporters of the Bloody Palace. He walked ahead, accompanying one of the carts. The man did not understand where they were being taken, but he still had time, as long as the supporters of the Bloody Palace could not reveal his identity. For representatives of their families were also moving towards the shelter of the Blood Clan in one of the carts. Wanbo Zhang decided to ask his friends if any of them knew what they all had to drink. Chaigao Haiyan, after thinking for a while, answered the question, suggesting that it might be mountain poison. The representative of the Dongban family, Xian, was not feeling well after this poison. He said that now he is completely powerless. Damak Jiaiwa, the only woman present, said that with these potions, the enemy takes away all their energy and renders them powerless. Chai Galhyan suggested the audience to calm down and meditate a little, in order to restore their energy at least a little. For a while, Hyan sat quietly in the lotus position and tried to concentrate on his energy flow, but he couldn't do anything. Other representatives also did not achieve any result with their meditation. A long column had already arrived at the headquarters of the Blood Clan's apartment in Wuyang itself. Carts drove into the shelter one by one. Jia Heng was still under cover behind enemy lines and had remained undetected until this moment. Carriages pulled by horses slowly entered the shelter of the Bloody Palace one by one. After hearing about the capture of the clansmen, Ingam Ho went to help them with Yuran. Watching the enemy from behind the wall, Yuran said that she was sure that the enemy also had a headquarters in the center of Luoyang. Ho looked at the girl from the side and said that in the most visible city sometimes you can't even notice an elephant. After that, Yuran turned her head towards the interlocutor and asked how he found out where her brother was. Ho said he started following him from the last meeting with the technology. Yuran was shocked and asked if he was following her as well. Ingam Ho could not come to the enemy headquarters unprepared. He took with him a squad of several dozen swordsmen. Giving the order, the man told Yuran that now was not the time to talk about it, but that the hostages should be released immediately. Seeing their boss's hand signals, the warriors immediately sprung into action and moved up the high wall. The caravan with all the goods just pulled into its shelter. Supporters of the Bloody Palace began to slowly unload the carriages. Jin Yeo Bang constantly supervised his charges and ordered them to unload these wagons faster. Jia Hyun was also involved in this. He was constantly thinking about how to convey the information that he was here to his friends. Just as Jia Hyun asked this question in his mind, a powerful explosion occurred somewhere near the central wall. The high and mighty wall was smashed to pieces. Stones and wooden utensils of various sizes began to fly to the ground. The fighters of the Bloody Palace were shocked by this development of events, and immediately realized that they were under attack. Jia Heng fell to the ground from the shock wave and looked in the direction of the wall. He did not understand what was happening here. Through the destroyed wall, the enemy immediately began to advance. It was Ingam Ho who had flown into enemy territory. Jia Hyun watched this performance with his mouth wide open and couldn't believe what Ingam Ho was seeing in front of him. Using the effect of surprise and his lightning speed, Ho immediately cut the first opponent in two. Following their leader, who broke through the wall, dozens of swordsmen rushed into battle, flying over Ho's head. Ingam Ho immediately tracked down Jia Hyun on his thread. He approached the man and told him to get up to help in the fight. Yuran ran quickly to her brother and asked him if he was injured. Jia Hyun asked how the girl ended up here. Yuran promised to explain later, but for now they needed to hold on until Madame Moon brought the concubines here. While Yuran was having a dialogue with her brother, one of the Blood Palace warriors decided to surprise her. However, the girl managed to see the approach of the enemy behind her back, and she had some time to prepare. Yuran quickly took out her sword and cut off the head of the opponent who was approaching her from behind. At this moment, Jia Heng decided to join the battle. He slowly got up saying that he needed to stretch a bit. The adverbs of the clan sat in their carriage and did not understand what was happening outside. They only heard some sounds of battle. After a few seconds, the door to their carriage opened and a man with long hair stood in front of them. It was Ingwa Ho who said in a calm voice that he had come to save these people and called them after him. The young man immediately gathered to show his good intentions and freed the hands of one of the clan representatives. He thanked the young man for saving him and had to free the rest of the leaders from the ropes. After some time, all the leaders released themselves and got out of the confined space. They took their weapons and prepared for battle. Jin Yeo Bang did not expect such a turn of events. What surprised him the most was that their headquarters had now been revealed. His face showed all his anger. The man loudly promised not to take any prisoners, but to kill them all. His wards did not want to anger the master even more, so they immediately rushed into battle to destroy the enemy. Their first target was the leaders of the various families who had just gotten out of the carriage. The enemy knew that they must be still weak. Che Galhyan took the first blow of the enemy. He put a block with his sword and tried his best to hold it back. However, the strength has not yet fully returned to the man, so his block turned out to be too weak and the enemy broke it. At that moment, Jahyun told Yuran that the leaders needed to be protected because they had been given some kind of poison before. The girl immediately understood what her brother wanted from her. She was not going to stand still for long and immediately moved from him. Yuran showed amazing speed on the battlefield and was already closing in on the enemies that posed a danger to the leaders of the other families. With the speed of light, she was right in front of her opponents and immediately blew their heads off their shoulders. Jahyun was in complete shock at his sister's skills. He didn't understand how she was able to learn it so quickly. Yuran noticed that her brother was just standing there watching. She mockingly asked him if he would fight at all. While Jahyun stood and assessed his sister's fighting skills, the enemy had already managed to come at him from above. However, the man controlled everything and felt the approach of the enemy. He gathered his strength and entered the battle. With his first strike, Jahyun immediately finished off one of the enemies that was about to kill him. Another Blood Palace follower continued to attack the enemy despite having killed his comrade. He noticed this and decided to avenge his friend by putting all his strength into the next blow. But Jahyun had his own views on this situation. He was not going to lose to some idiots, and simply exhaled. After this, the best man dealt a fatal blow to his opponent, who cut his body in half. From somewhere, Jahyun was being hit by someone. The man noticed the danger at the very last moment, but could not do anything. All that remained for him was to put his hand in front of him to soften the powerful blow from the unknown. With his powerful attack, the unknown man pushed his enemy back a couple of meters. Jahyun just stared in shock for a while at the man who appeared on the battlefield and assessed his strength. Ingam-ho also became interested in this man and turned his head back to look at the mysterious stranger. Then, Ho remembered his first meeting with Pai Hai-wul, which ended with the unexpected appearance of one of the masters. It was a long-haired black man with a mustache on his face. He looked like a real warrior and master of his craft. Ingam-ho recognized this very man now in one of the Blood Clan headquarters and warned his ally about it. But Jahyun did not want to listen to any words about his opponent. He was confident in his abilities and was preparing for battle. Standing in front of them was Yo Gun-chak, who was the leader of the Black Mask Squad. He laughed at the young men and asked them why they were frightened. Jahyun continued to look at the man in front of him and couldn't believe that the true master of the Blood Palace was standing before him. On the territory of the headquarters of the Bloody Palace in Luoyang, a real hell was going on. Someone was fighting on every square meter. Yuran was already tired of the constant battle and talked about the fact that the enemies in their path simply did not end. Ingam-ho continued to cut his opponents to pieces. The Blood Clan turned out to have many more people than they expected. After that, young man, decide that now is the time to apply your new skills in combat with a numerical opponent. Ho tried his best as he filled the sword with energy and used the 100 doppelganger technique, which spoke for itself. He created hundreds of the same shadows of his sword that spread across the battlefield at lightning speed. Almost every blow of Ho found its target and hit dozens of enemies on the battlefield, killing them. Jin Yeobang was crazy about what the young man was producing. He shouted loudly that this evil of the world must be pacified. After his words, the man decided to get down to business and delivered a powerful blow towards Ingam-ho. The young man noticed in time that the enemy directed his attack in his direction and managed to jump into the air to avoid a collision. Ho thought about his new technique. He understood that it is suitable for mass destruction on a large number of enemies. Jin Yeobang could no longer tolerate the young warrior's antics and decided to get close to him to teach him. In a split second, the man was already in front of Ho and was determined to cut him to pieces. He fired a couple of lightning strikes with his sword, hoping that they would hit their target. But Ingam-ho was not a man to be surprised by his speed, and he easily dodged every blow. Jin Yeobang continued to rage and shouted that if he was destined to go to hell, he would take the young man with him. He put his best effort into the next attack. The man covered the blade of his sword with fiery energy. Jin Yeobang continued to emit a stream of flame energy, and then charged at his opponent with sword in hand. Ingam-ho carefully watched his enemy's actions, so he managed to avoid a collision with fire. Ho dodged the last blow of his opponent, and almost ended up on the ground, which would have meant defeat. The enemy continued to inflame the situation and shout loudly about the death of the young man. He was swinging his fiery sword wildly. Ho closely watched the enemy's equipment. He hadn't seen this before, but he figured out how to block it. Men collided in a blow, the effect of which was impossible to notice on the battlefield. Stones began to fly from under his feet. With a stream of lightning energy from his sword, Ho successfully blocked his enemy and contained his flames. Then, with a light movement of his sword, he forced the enemy to retreat back, so as not to expose himself to danger. Jin Yeo Bang calmed his emotions a bit and tried to make out the silhouette of the enemy in this smoke screen. Ho's face was as calm as possible throughout the fight. He noticed that the cloth on his body was burning with fire. The fire did not evoke any emotions or fear in the young man. He extinguished it, grabbing the place of the fire with his right hand. After that, Ingam Ho decided to take off his brown cloak and told the enemy that it was his turn to attack. Ho was a man of his word, so he immediately launched his attack. He left his cloak behind and moved towards the enemy. The young man delivered a couple of powerful blows with his sword, which the enemy tried to block with his counterattack. Ho was as focused as possible on the enemy's movements, and chose the right moment to deliver the fatal blow. Jin Yeo Ban's face showed that he was straining much more than his enemy, holding back the blows. While the men were busy with their fight, danger was quickly moving towards one of them. Ho noticed a strange light spot on his right side and realized that he was being attacked from the side, but he didn't have time to dodge. All that remained for him was to group himself correctly in order to soften a very strong blow from an unknown enemy. The blow turned out to be quite powerful, which was not expected even by Ho himself, who flew back a couple of meters. The young man tried with all his might to stay on his feet, sliding on the ground. He kept his eyes on his opponent, but now he had to think about another enemy who had dealt him an unexpected blow from the side. It turned out to be a man Ho had already faced in battle. He said that they had finally met again. Ho looked at his opponent's face and was shocked. He couldn't believe what he was seeing right in front of him. Ho remembered the face of this very man he had seen when he first met him. His skin was young and beautiful. The face that the young man saw in front of him this time was very different from the one he remembered last time. Ho stared at the man across from him with wide eyes. He was very surprised by such a contrast. Pai Hai Wu was fully prepared for another battle with the enemy, and said that he practices magic in one element. Bursting from his place in the direction of the enemy, the man shouted that he was no longer the same as before. Jin Yeo Bang also did not stand still and decided to help his ally in battle. The two men rose into the air above the young man's head and were about to deliver their two deadly attacks. Ingam Ho was not quite prepared for such a turn of events. But he had no choice, so he prepared to take the blow. On the other front of the battle, Jia Heng fought the rest of the Crooked Palace's supporters, holding back their attacks. A barrage of blows was directed at the man. He had several opponents, which made it difficult for him to fight. Jia Heng thought that if he used the Thunder Sword technique, the enemies would immediately know that he was from Grand Marshal Castle. There was no time to think. The blows came one after another, and Jia Hyun barely dodged them at the very last moment. Stepping back a little, the man decided that he had no other choice, as there were too many enemies. Jia Heng got into a fighting stance and prepared to use the Thunder Sword technique. His eyes began to glow with an orange flame. Yuran watched her brother's actions and loudly shouted at him not to use this technique. Her words had to be supported by actions, and the girl understood that, so she went to help her brother. She took on a couple of enemies who were relentlessly attacking Jia Heng and successfully defeated them. Yo Gun Chok, who was the leader of the Black Mask Squad, did not expect that the enemies would last so long and called them reptiles. After the attack, Yuran decided to tell her brother that if the enemy found out they were from the Grand Marshal Castle, they would immediately call for reinforcements. Jia Hyun looked at his sister with a displeased look. He knew she was absolutely right, but there was nothing he could do about it at that moment. After a short roll call, the representatives of the castle of the Grand Marshal decided to attack the warlord of the Black Mask Squad together. Ingam Ho was trapped by two opponents, but he was going to break out of it and continued to defend himself. The young man managed to successfully block every blow of the enemy, in addition to counterattacking. Pai Hai Wu remembered that last time he promised the young man to kill him, and now he was going to fulfill his promise. Of course, Jin Yeo Bang didn't promise anything, but he was no less determined to kill the enemy who exposed their headquarters. Ingam Ho was still unable to dodge one blow, and a wound opened on his leg, from which blood spurted. The young man understood that he would lose this battle. The sword was not enough in battle, so Ho decided to start using magic. The young man decided that he needed to step back to prepare to use the complex techniques. After a second, shock could be seen on the faces of the two opponents. They did not understand what was happening before their eyes. The men saw before them dozens of clones of their enemy, which constantly disappeared and then reappeared on the horizon. Jin Yeo Bang became even more angry with the boy. He called him a demon for his special techniques. Ingam Ho was as focused on his technique as possible. He said that the master taught him not only how to use a sword. Pai Hai Wu was also unhappy with the young man's tricks. He told him how he dared to use these dirty tricks in the first place, but Ho ignored the words of his enemies. He said that he does not consider his next attack to be tricks. After these words, dozens of clones of the young man began to throw devastating blows in the direction of the opponents. The attack was too fast and quantitative, so the men did not know where they should go from these blows. They had no choice but to parry every shot they saw. Pai Hai Wu tried to avoid them. Jin Yeo Ban was doing the same as his ally. There were too many blows and it was physically impossible to dodge them. One of them passed mere millimeters from Pai Hai Wu's face and still grazed his cheek, spilling blood. After this, the man could no longer sit on the defensive and decided to show his enemy real fighting techniques. Pushing off the ground with all his might, the man rose into the air and prepared to launch an attack that would kill the worthless sorcerer. After lingering at the top for a fraction of a second, Pai Hai Wu threw out two powerful blows, which he directed in the direction of the enemy. Pai Hai Wu's attack found its target, but it turned out to be an ordinary illusion, not the real Ingam Ho. The man continued to rage and shouted loudly that he would tear everyone to pieces, swinging his hands from behind his head. He threw a dozen more punches, hoping that at least one would hit the real enemy. But the man's hopes turned out to be in vain, and ordinary magical clones were once again in the way of his blows. The real Ingam Ho avoided all enemy attacks by hiding behind the bodies of his clones. Therefore, the young man decided to attack with his own hands. In flight, he asked the enemy if he really sacrificed his youth for this technique. In a fraction of a second, Ho found himself in front of the enemy. Pai Hai will never stop being amazed at the young man's lightning speed. His face at that moment suffered from surprise. The man realized that he had no way out. Ingam Ho was determined to finish off the enemy with his attack. His gaze radiated strength and confidence. The young man delivered a powerful blow directly to the opponent's chest, making several holes in the body. Pai Hai Wu was defeated. There was nothing more he could do. His body continued to bleed unceasingly. Ingam Ho landed next to the body of his vanquished foe, which now bore 4 wide gashes. The young man looked askance at Pai Hai Wu and told him that he would rather calm down and just live his life, but it was already too late. The man was living the last seconds of his life and wanted to find out who his enemy was, but Ingam Ho was not going to say anything to his defeated opponent. He decided that the man should not suffer. The young man made a blow with his sword directly on the enemy's neck and took his head off. Another blood was spilled on the battlefield. Ho turned his head towards Jin Yeo Ban to check the situation from the other side. The man still continued to fight the Ho clones that slowly began to disappear from the horizon. Jin Yeo Bang realized that something was wrong and turned his head to the side to see the real opponent. Ingam Ho walked towards him with the severed head of his ally, and said that it would all be over for Yeo Bang now. The man was shocked by the young man's trophy. He didn't know how to behave in this situation, because he was scared out of his wits. He turned his head towards his charges and loudly ordered them to stop this demonic boy. The warriors of the Bloody Palace did not really want to do this. They were afraid to repeat the fate of Pai Hai Wu and did not want to die. Ingam Ho looked proudly in the direction of his enemies. His look said that whoever stood in his way would be destroyed. Jahung watched Ho's fight out of the corner of his eye. He was amazed by those techniques, and did not understand where the young man mastered them. Yu Ran continued to fight the enemy. She shouted loudly to her brother not to catch the god. The girl continued to resist in an unequal battle, the leader of the Black Mask Squad, which was constantly advancing. Jahyun heard his sister's cries and decided that she needed help, so he immediately went to her. In a fraction of a second, the man was in front of the leader, but he noticed the danger and was ready to strike. Jahung was also ready for any development, so he skillfully dodged and ended up behind the enemy. He struck with all his might with his sword and hit the enemy's blind spot, catching him off guard. However, the leader of the Black Mask unit ignored the pain in his back and was going to strike back at the offender. Yo Gun Chok's sword blade cut into Jahang's face and a wound opened above his eyebrow. At this moment, Yu Ran decided to distract the enemy and shouted loudly to make him pay attention to her. The girl took her sword firmly with both hands and was ready to strike the enemy when he turned to face her. Yo Gun Chok was not prepared for another surprise attack. He did not have time to block the blow. Yu Ran put all her strength into the next attack. She made a loud sound that spoke of her intentions. The girl rose into the air and swung her sword with all her might at the enemy below her. Yu Ran was hit on the left shoulder by the leader of the Red Mask squad, who was trying to resist the opponents to the last. The man fell powerlessly to the ground with a loud thud. Yu Ran defeated a fairly worthy opponent with her punch. Jaehyun looked at his sister with a smile and told her that she was just fire in the fight. Finally, the girl could rest. She looked back at her brother and told him not to lose his vigilance again. On another front, Ngam-ho still hasn't finished his business with one robber who asked the young man who he was. Smiling, Ho replied that he did not need to know, but if the man answered one question, he would not kill him. Jin Yeobang was not happy with the situation he found himself in. He could no longer dictate his terms on the battlefield. At that moment, people with reinforcements arrived to help Ho, who landed behind the young man's back. It was Sol Ji-mon who came to the rescue with her experienced consorts, but it was too late. She looked at Ngam-ho and rushed to help him. She asked if everything was fine with the young man. Ho confidently replied that he was fine. The young man could finally catch his breath after a difficult battle. The warriors who came to help their allies completely surrounded the last enemy. It was Jin Yeobang. The man found himself in a very difficult situation and did not know how he could get out of such conditions. He looked around him and saw there the dead bodies of his wards, who were standing to the last. Turning his head to the right, the leader of the Black Mask squad, who also fell in battle, came into the man's field of vision. Pai Hai Wool was also unable to survive and his body lay motionless on the ground, covered in a river of blood. Jin Yeobang once again made sure that he had no way out. He asked the young man what he wanted to know. Ho said that one of the elders was worried about a woman with great influence. The man asked in surprise. He asked Ho if he meant the same woman in the Third Blood clan. Looking coldly at his opponent, Ngam-ho asked what the name of the elder in this district was. Jin Yeobang was startled by the young man's gaze. He called the elder's name, Taemwak, in a low voice. After hearing all the necessary information, Ho turned away from the man and promised to leave him alive. Turning his head to the interlocutor for a moment, the young man added that he did not vouch for the rest of the allies. Jin Yeobang turned his face back and saw a dozen enemies in front of him who pointed their swords at him. The man realized that he had told the young man all the information in vain, since his life was still in danger. He began to rage again, cursing the young and treacherous warrior who had learned all the information from him, practically for free. Ngam-ho did not care about the future fate of his opponent. At this time, the warriors standing on the side attacked Jin Yeobang. Yu Ran quickly ran up to the young man and asked if he was all right. Ho looked at the girl and replied that everything was fine. After that, the young man's attention was drawn by Jin Yeobang's demonic laugh, which reached his ears a couple of meters away. The man faced dozens of masters, but took the time to say that he knew why Ho had asked about Taemwak. Jin Yeobang put the puzzle together. He said that now there was no doubt that the young man had come here from the Heavenly Castle. The warriors attacking the man stopped fighting. They were in complete shock at the words they had just heard from the enemy. Yu Ran also quieted down and calmed down. She didn't want to believe that Ngam-ho had been deceiving them all until now. Jahong now realized that it was he who was in the Amber Dungeon, and it was there that Ho gained great knowledge of the arts and crafts. Sol-ji also became alert at this moment, and was lost in her thoughts for a moment. They were all about the Sky Castle. At this moment, Ngam-ho behaved quite discreetly. He thought that the enemy had to be finished off with his own hands. But it happened as it happened. Jin Yeobang continued his speech and said that the Murim warriors needed the young man's head more than he did. The man knew that in any case his life hung in the balance, so he allowed himself to mock. After this demonic laughter, Ingam Ho was not going to take it anymore. He rushed towards the enemy with the words that he himself asked. The young man tore off the ground with lightning speed and headed towards the man, who was located a couple of meters away from him. Another skirmish awaited them, which was now bound to end in someone's death. It was inevitable. The warriors clashed swords in a blow. Ingam Ho was very furious with the opponent who spoke too much. During the battle, Jin Yeo Bang skillfully interrupted each of the young man's blows. At one point he said that Ho was the Amugi of the Sky Castle. Ho's face was as calm and focused as possible. He replied that he should not kill a Blood Clan dog. Jin Yeo Bang continued his wordplay with his enemy. He added that now the whole world is against the young man, but Ho had a different opinion on this account. He said he would deal with it himself, but now he had to kill the enemy. The warrior from the Sky Castle threw a sword strike, which the opponent blocked, but was forced to retreat. Jin Yeo Bang landed on the ground, his feet sliding across it, and shouted that he would drag the young man down to hell with him. The man understood that he had nothing left to lose, so he was going to use a deadly technique in battle. Ingam Ho watched his opponent carefully, and saw that he was about to cast a mutual destruction spell. Jin Yeo Bang was well aware that he would not be able to survive after this technique, but the decision had already been made. Ho did not like the development of events, for which not only his opponent would die, so the young man had to do something about it. He began to gather around himself a powerful stream of wind energy that covered his body like a dome. The battlefield at this moment was like some inevitable natural disaster where two different elements were competing. Jahyun along with Yuran watched the action closely. They were shocked by the strength of both fighters. Other representatives of their families were no less surprised. They had never seen anything like this before in their lives. Jin Yeo Ban finally finished preparing for his death attack and told his opponent to prepare to die. Ingam Ho understood very well that if the enemy used this technique, all the people within the radius of the spell would die. Jin Yeo Ban was unstoppable. He swung his sword with all his might and delivered an attack of devastating power. The young man saw everything and was preparing for an inevitable collision. It was necessary to come up with at least some plan quickly. The enemy looked at Ho and did not understand what he was doing at all. Jin Yeo Ban's face was completely confused. Ho continued to stand in one place with his eyes closed. The shock wave was steadily coming towards him. At the moment of the fatal collision, Ho dared to act. He quickly got up from his seat and rushed into a counterattack. The Heavenly Castle warrior rose as high as possible, but still couldn't escape the spell's radius. Ingam Ho perfectly understood what he was going for. The young man moved to counter the powerful shock wave from his opponent. Jin Yeo Bang continued to add power and speed to his attack, contemplating the actions of his enemy who had gone straight ahead. The young man was not happy in the next couple of seconds. The powerful shock wave caused him excruciating pain and opened wounds on his body. After a while, Ho's whole body was wounded, but despite this, he still managed to get his opponent. The warrior courageously endured all the unbearable pain in his body and was about to strike the enemy with a fatal sword blow. Jin Yeo Ban did not expect such courage and strength from his opponent. He stared in horror at the young man's figure right in front of him. Ho immediately delivered a fatal blow with his sword, striking the white-robed man's left shoulder. The young man's face showed the unbearable pain he had experienced, but he could not think of another way out. Jin Yeo Bang was defeated. After such a defeat, he could no longer resist and screamed loudly in pain. Ho finished his rather difficult one and landed on the ground. He could rest a little again. The enemy fell powerlessly to the ground right in front of the young man's face, dropping even his weapon from his hands. Ingam Ho exerted maximum effort and patience in order to keep alive not only himself, but also the rest of his allies. After the battle, Yuran immediately ran up to the warrior from the Sky Castle. They were most worried about Ho's condition. Sol Jin was also concerned about the health and life of the warrior. She also decided to help him with something. Ingam Ho was not looking good at this moment. The young man dropped to his left knee and threw the sword to the ground. He had no strength left. The headquarters of the Blood Clan was captured. Finally, it became quiet here and the soldiers were cleaning up the traces of the battle. The old man examined Dong Banxian's hand and said that he could sense the presence of another poison in his blood, unknown to the old man. Sia-en was very surprised by the old doctor's conclusion. He asked if there really was anything else besides mountain poison. The old man continued to feel the man's hand and added that in any case this poison has a delayed effect. Chagao Haiyan joined the dialogue, asking if it was possible to predict the approximate time when the poison would start to take effect. The old doctor looked at the venerable gentleman, and answered him that he could not decipher the chemical composition of this poison. Sia-en was not very pleased with this conclusion. He said that it is very bad, but nothing can be done. Haiyan sank into his thoughts and slowly exhaled. He asked why the enemies ate them with this poison in the first place. Sol-ji approached from behind and assumed that the enemy wanted to kill them, and then seize control of the clans in Mirima. Representatives of other clans turned and looked at the girl. They understood what she was talking about, and they were afraid of it. Yu-ran rushed to help Ngam-ho after the fight and bandaged all the wounds on his body. The girl paid attention to what was happening behind them. She was not very surprised by these events. Representatives of other clans and soldiers burned the face of the young warrior with their cold, displeased looks. Yu-ran immediately understood what was going on and whispered to Ho that she needed to get out of this situation now. The girl turned her head towards Ja-hyung and asked her brother to help Ngam-ho in this situation. The man looked displeased at the young man on the ground. He did not really want to comply with his sister's request. Ngam-ho decided to act on his own and headed to the clan representatives to tell them something. Approaching the people, the young man asked in a low voice to bow down and leave the place. Sol-ji asked the warrior where he had gone. Ho replied that he was now free as the wind and went where he pleased. Heian of the Chagao clan folded his hands together in respect to the young man and thanked him for the difficult rescue. Ngam-ho looked at the man and coldly said that he didn't need any thanks, then said goodbye. As soon as Ho was about to leave this shelter, he was stopped by Wang Bo-young, who looked at him with displeased eyes. The tall man asked the young man why he decided that they would let him go so easily, since he was from the castle in the sky. Ngam-ho looked from under his forehead at his interlocutor. The young man tried to restrain his words, as he understood the seriousness of the situation. After these words, Chagao Haiyan decided to intervene in the conversation, who said that the young man was their savior, and that they should keep their principles. Young Wangbo turned his head towards the other clansmen. They completely agreed with Haiyan's words. The man had no choice but to let go of the young man who had come from the heavenly castle. The representatives of the clans, although they agreed to adhere to their principles, looked at the young man's back with contempt. Ngam-ho was leaving the captured headquarters of the Blood Palace with 2 representatives of the Grand Marshal's castle. They went to Luoyang again. Its central streets were crowded during this period, regardless of the weather. The soldiers decided to go to one of the inns, the doors of which were always open for any guests. They set the table for themselves. Meat dishes looked very appetizing. Of course, we couldn't do without a drink at the table. While pouring a glass of Ho, Ja-hyun asked him if he was really the same Ngam-ho. The young man confirmed it. The man answered honestly that Ho didn't look much like the guy who once impersonated Ja-hyun. Ho shot a cold look in the man's direction as he took a drink. He realized that he knew about going to prison. Yu-ran decided to intervene as she didn't understand anything. She asked Ho if he was really pretending to be her brother. The young man looked the girl in the eyes and said that if he told her everything, she would want to kill him. Yu-ran was very surprised by the young man's answer. She asked why he thought this would happen. Ngam-ho decided not to force this conversation anymore and, holding up the bottle, offered the interlocutors a drink. He poured each a glass and the soldiers lifted them up. They hit them in the center of the table. Ho was about to make a toast with a smile on his face. The young man added that these were his parting words. Yu-ran did not understand anything at all and was very worried. She did not want the young man to leave them right now. Ho continued and said that the next time they met they would already be enemies and advised the warriors to fight with all their might then. Ja-hyung said that the young man was right, as the people from the Sky Castle were sworn enemies of the Grand Marshal's wards. At this moment, Yu-ran was very angry with both men and slammed her fist on the wooden table with all her might. The girl needed to calm down a little and balance her emotions. She took another drink for that. Gathering her courage, Yu-ran said loudly that she wasn't going to fight with Ho because she liked him. Ngam-ho was in complete shock and stared at the girl with his mouth wide open. He didn't know what to say in response. Ja-hyun was as shocked at this statement as Ho himself. He was worried about the drunken state of his younger sister. Ho decided that he needed to take matters into his own hands and explain something to Yuran. He stood up abruptly from his seat. The young man said that he and the girl belonged to completely different worlds, and it is best to cut off these feelings at the very beginning. After these words, the warrior of the heavenly castle turned his back to the interlocutor, and was about to leave the room. He took one last look at Yuran, turned his head back, and bid farewell to the warriors to take care of themselves. After that, the young man was no longer going to stay at this inn. He walked confidently towards the exit. Yuran couldn't hold back her emotions at this moment. She cried and did not understand why Ho was leaving them. Jahyun decided to calm his sister down a bit. He approached the girl and gently stroked her head to calm her down. Ingam Ho left Luoyang. He followed the flow of the wind on his way, guided by the full moon. The young man did not go far and stopped in the forest near the city. He continued to drown his sorrows with booze. Ho wanted to forget everything that had happened to him these days, so he brought the bottle to his mouth again and drank from it. The young man exhaled slowly after that, and said that he could not afford to take care of anyone, but his feelings were stronger than his thoughts. Ho lowered his gaze to the ground and thought. He replayed in his mind the moment when he saved Yuran from the explosion in the building, and she didn't understand it. The girl continued to playfully chat with him all the time and asked why he cared about her. Ho remembered how Yuran kissed him on the cheek and then looked up with her beautiful eyes and thanked him for saving him. Ho could not control his emotions. He tried to tell himself that in any case, he couldn't stay in one place for long. The young man said, addressing himself, that he had no other choice, since he was a wandering wind in life. After these words, Ho reached for his sword and began to slowly take it out of its sheath. The heavenly castle warrior put his weapon in front of him, and loudly asked someone how much longer he had to wait. Ho realized a long time ago that someone was following him from the bushes. As soon as he said this, a dozen warriors appeared on the horizon. With a smile on his face, the young man looked in the direction of the opponents, and playfully asked if Mirim's dogs really found him themselves. The leader of the squad of warriors in black cloaks stepped forward. He told the enemy that he was the cursed family of the heavenly castle. Zhang Wanbo looked at Ho with a menacing look, and added that he also has a very long tongue. Ho looked at the man and said he didn't think his gratitude would be this much. Zhang replied that he had to do it. After a brief dialogue, Wanbo Zhang let out a loud cry and ordered his wards to capture the enemy immediately. The warriors from the Wanbo clan heard their leader's order and immediately charged at the lone young man. Ho began to receive blows from all sides. The warrior from the Sky Castle dodged several attacks. This was followed by several more blows from the enemy. Ho kept his cool and avoided the attacks. The barrage of blows from the Wanbo warriors did not stop. Ingam Ho stood with dignity in battle, resisting several opponents at the same time. Zhang Wanbo noticed that the attacks of his charges were not producing results, and gave the order to attack the enemy. Ho knew what this order meant, and immediately decided to act in advance. He delivered a couple of precise blows in return. One of them hit the enemy just in the right shoulder. The warrior was shocked at this speed and could not do anything. Another attack by Ho cut off the hand of another opponent, who threw the weapon out of his hands in surprise. Wanbo Zhang decided that he must enter the battle himself, and rose from his seat to kill the enemy. He was approaching Ho with a sword in his hand, which was to cut the throat of the young representative of the heavenly castle. Ho saw everything perfectly. He thought that now he should avoid a direct confrontation with the Mirim clans. Wanbo Yung wasn't going to stop at anything. His only goal in the battle was the death of the representative of the heavenly castle. But Ho had other views on the situation. He wasn't going to kill Chong, but he didn't want to die either. Chan was very angry at the skillful movements of the enemy. He could not tolerate his constant mistakes and called the young man cattle. The man continued to rage and swung his sword from behind to finish off his opponent, but Ho successfully avoided this blow as well. He made a quick movement, and in a moment he was a couple of meters behind. The young man knew what he had to do in this situation. He landed and prepared for the next one. Ingam Ho decided to use his magic. His body began to slowly dissolve in the air in front of the enemy. Wanbo Yung became even more angry with the young man. He shouted loudly, "How dare he use magic at all?" The man stood firmer on his feet, leaning on the ground, and was going to teach the young protovist with magic. He evaded the enemy's unexpected illusion and struck back with a blow of colossal power. The man's attack created a large shock wave accompanied by smoke. John didn't understand anything at that moment. He whirled his head around, but he didn't see Ho there. Two men behind a tree were spying on Chong. One of them was Witchy Seohan, who said that it would be better if that bastard from the Sky Castle killed Jong. With Seohan was a young lord from the Witcha clan, Suk Gang. He added that then the Murim clans would need their help. After these words, not far from the representatives of the Kvaicha clan, a quiet sound was heard that was similar to a sword. Seeing the blade of the sword between their heads, the men were simply shocked. They definitely did not expect such a turn of events. They were ambushed by Ngam Ho, who had just disappeared from the battlefield, which the men were watching. Young man blade of his sword at potential opponents. His figure looked powerful and demonic. He looked menacingly at the men and asked what they were talking about and who he needed to kill. The representatives of the Quich clan definitely did not expect to see Ngam Ho himself in front of them. They lost the gift of speech. Ho deduced that the men wanted to exploit the weakness of the Wangbo clan and warned that he would not leave them alive next time. After that, the young warrior from the Sky Castle left the men's ambush site, leaping high into the air. Sukgun was displeased because they thought so well and thought that Wang Buyun would surely meet his death. Seohan replied that they would still have a chance to weaken the other clans, but now they needed to get out of here immediately. After these words, the men left their ambush so that no one would find them here again and punish them. It was almost night outside. The sun slowly set below the horizon and no longer illuminated the surface of the earth. Ngam Ho was leaving the forest where he found trouble. The young man moved quickly, jumping from tree to tree. He thought about the events that had happened to him today. There was no doubt that the Murim clans had already begun hunting him. Ho continued his movement and tried to think of something. He came to the conclusion that he needed to lie down somewhere. As the place of his next stop, the young man chose a small town called the Fallen Moon, which was located not far from the forest. Ngam Ho arrived in the town with the hope of finding peace here. He moved through the narrow streets covered by fog. Local residents stood on the outskirts of the street and silently watched the stranger who was moving past them. The contingent here was SOSO. Men smoked, exhaling smoke, and looked at the stranger displeasedly. Ho walked slowly past the men, so as not to attract attention, and did not even turn his head back. The young man knew that in this town, at first glance, ordinary vagrants are real masters of martial arts. Ho found the very place where the Murim clans would not be able to force their way. He moved towards the house on the stairs. The young man approached one of the guards and told him that he needed to speak with Mizim Soso. The guard immediately recognized the great warrior Ngam Ho, who had visited here before, and was in complete shock. This time Ho received a warmer welcome than last time. The guard politely showed him where to go. As soon as the young man entered the building, Soso immediately noticed him and rejoiced at the unexpected appearance of the great warrior. The woman got up from her seat and greeted the guest. She added that the conversation was about the great warrior. Interlocutor Soso felt quite relaxed in this building. He was constantly picking nuts in his right hand. The man sat confidently on the chair and did not even move from his place. He continued to play with nuts and silently looked in the direction of the guest. He then asked Soso if this young man was really a disciple from the heavenly castle. The woman replied that it was him. She turned to face Ngam Ho and told him to meet a man named Ye Youngwan. Ho recognized the name of the legendary assassin, but was not too surprised because all the most famous masters live in this city. Jongwan continued to sort through the nuts in his hands and look at the young man. His look was quite playful. Ho put his hands together as a sign of respect and said that it was a great honor for him to meet the warrior. After the young man introduced himself, Ye Jongwan asked him if he had come here to lie down. Ho looked at the man and said that's just the way it is. But he still had one thing to do with Mizim Soso. The woman heard her name in the men's conversation and turned her head back. She said she was listening carefully from now on. Ho said that there is someone in the Crooked clan who is behind Elder Taemwak. He needed some information about this woman. Jongwan looked at the young man from under his forehead and asked in a mysterious voice if he wanted to bleed her. Ho looked at the man and answered in a quiet, calm voice that he was in debt to this woman. Youngwan was still acting playful. He said that debt and nobility will bring the young man to the grave sooner than necessary. Ho disagreed with the warrior's opinion. He said that even if so, He wanted to live and die human. I Jongwon replied that he liked this approach. He asked the boy to give him some advice. The young man stood silently in front of the old warrior. He was waiting for the legendary assassin to say something, but the warrior continued to be silent. Then, the old man took his nuts more firmly and charged them with all his might in the direction of the young man. The nut flew right into Ingamho's face. He did not expect this from the interlocutor, and was a little shocked. Despite the lightning speed of the throw, the young man still managed to dodge it, crouching down a little. Ho paid attention to the force of the throw and realized that if the assassin hit the target, it would most likely split his skull open. Ingamho angrily asked the old man why he attacked him for no reason, but Ye Jongwon paid no attention to the young man's displeasure. He quietly said that they were going to continue the performance. After these words, without even rising from the chair, the old man made another throw, but this time with more nuts. Ingamho realized that this time he wouldn't be able to avoid the attack so easily, so he hurriedly took out his sword. The young man was no less fast than his opponent, so he kept up with every nut that flew in his direction. With the rest, Ho managed to crush every nut that was thrown in his direction and remain unharmed. Msoso also did not expect such a turn of events from the old warrior. She covered her face so that the pieces of nuts would not damage it. After such an unexpected ranged attack, the legendary assassin decided it was time to get close to the enemy. Moving towards the young man, the old man threw several more throws along the way. This time it was real knives. Ho had no choice but to fend off the old man's attacks. From the movements, he understood that the enemy was healing the most vulnerable parts of the body. One of the knives still remained out of Ho's sight. It sneakily flew under his side, catching a little on the skin, but the warrior from the Sky Castle had something else to worry about. The old assassin continued to approach him. Ho expected a direct attack from the enemy, but he went behind him, which the young man did not expect. I Jongwon took out his knife in midair and aimed it at the enemy, who was a bit confused. Ho quickly turned his face towards the enemy and realized that he had almost no time left to parry the blow, but still he managed to do it. Sword Ho met the fatal blow on its way to the throat in time. Ingamho was worried about his situation. Although he succeeded in placing the block, he did not feel very well. At this moment, the legendary assassin said that if he didn't stop now, the young man would already be a corpse. Ho looked straight into the old man's face and did not understand how he did it. The young man still felt the danger in front of him. I Jongwon decided to calm the young man down and lowered his weapon. He asked what he thought on this account. Without waiting for an answer, the old man looked into Ho's eyes and said that this is the true power of an assassin. Ingamho still continued to look at the old man with displeasure. He could not catch the course of his thoughts. The assassin said that if the young man wanted to find true power, he needed to search for the 10 temples of hell. At this moment, Msoso decided to intervene in the conversation. She was very surprised at the advice of a man who had not been to that place himself. Ho asked why the old man recommended these temples to him. He replied that when a phantom assassin is born, there is a chance for the rebirth of a great bridge assassin. The old man looked at the young man's face from the side and added that it was also a good prospect for him. Ho silently looked into the legendary assassin's eyes. He agreed that he would not mind a place to practice martial arts. After thinking for a while, the young man confidently looked at the old man and thanked him, adding that he was ready to try. The legendary assassin was pleased with the young man's answer and laughed a little. He said he would show him the place tomorrow. At this time, important events were taking place in the main headquarters of the Blood Clan, which could affect Mirima's fate. In the meeting hall were all the elders and the head of the clan, who was sitting high on his throne. The senior lieutenant of the Black Mask Squad, Jong Insun, announced that Jin Yeo Bang as well as Yel Gun Chok had been destroyed. The great leader of the Blood Clan, Gu Yang Chok, replied that they had greatly overestimated their plan. The first elder named Mak Gohong entered the dialogue and said that a disciple of the Heavenly Castle intervened in the battle. The third elder Taemwak added that there is also good news. It was possible to poison the young leaders of the Mirima clans with the poison of mixing souls. Mak Gohong did not understand what exactly he was talking about, and asked his visage what poison he was talking about. Taemwak said that this poison has a delayed effect and after a month leads to a heart attack. The chairman said it was time to start their next plan. It consisted in awakening Taemarin. Second Elder Cha Che Gang was worried about this decision. He said that if it was done, the entire army would have to be put on alert. Whispers began to spread throughout the meeting hall. Almost everyone present disagreed with their chairman's decision because it was too early. Gu Yang Chok could not tolerate the antics of his charges. He looked at them with his piercing dark gaze. The chairman became very angry at the whispers and conclusions of the elders regarding his decision. He used a dark technique that instantly paralyzed everyone present and made them fall to the ground. The elders and lieutenants were shocked. The second elder realized that the head had used the chi of the heavenly demon. After that, Gong Yang Chok said that he is the boss here, and if he said to do, then everything should happen according to his order. Second Elder Cha Che Gang, who was the first to oppose the chairman's plan, was now forced to agree with him. Feeling the humility of his wards in the hall, the head of the bloody clan calmed down a little and stopped the technique. Everyone present was a little scared and could not get up from the ground, so they bowed to their supreme leader. After a brief dialogue and skirmish with the legendary assassin, Ingam Ho set off for the 10 temples of hell. He sat in a horse-drawn carriage and thought about the fact that he had already been traveling for 10 days and 10 nights without rest. As soon as the young man managed to catch himself on such a thought, his driver stopped the horse and the animal stopped. Ingam Ho was very surprised at this turn of events, because he thought that he still had a long way to go. The door to his carriage was opened by an old man in a straw hat, who was going to tell him something. The old man looked into the young man's face, showing his eyes from under his hat, and said that we must continue on foot. Ho had no choice but to listen to the wise man and follow him on foot through the rocks. Looking around, Ho thought that this place was called the 10 Temples of Hell, but it already resembled hell from afar. The men walked straight among the high and steep rocks. Ingam Ho followed the guide and did not ask anything. Suddenly, the young man's attention was drawn to something amazing and majestic. He looked up and was speechless. Ingam Ho saw a large metal gate in front of him, which was located among the rocks and definitely served as an entrance. As soon as the two men approached this huge metal gate, the old man shouted loudly that a new contender had appeared. After these loud shouts from the conductor, the large metal gate began to open with a loud creak. The old man turned to face Ho and wished the young man luck. Ho thanked the old man for showing him the way. After that, the grandfather in the block went home, and the warrior from the Sky Castle remained in front of the gate, which continued to open. As soon as the entrance was completely free, the young warrior headed forward. He was quite serious. Ingam Ho just walked straight for a while. He came across a cozy house standing on the river among tall trees. The man continued his movement forward, as he needed to find at least someone to teach him something new. A young girl was sitting by the water, who became very wary when she saw a mysterious stranger in her territory. Ho stopped as soon as he saw a girl on his way. He looked at her, and still could not understand who she was. The girl rose to her feet and took a fighting stance. She asked the stranger who he was and why he came here. Ho was not going to rush to answer the girl's question. He calmly asked in response who she was. For the young lady, that moment seemed very suspicious, as the desire to answer her questions was not very burning. She decided that the man was a certain danger for her, and at the same moment attacked him with her shuriken. Ho managed to notice the moment of the attack and dodged the throw in time. The young man could not figure out why he had done such a thing. The shurikens quickly flew past the target they were supposed to hit and stuck in the trunk of the tree behind Ho. After the potential opponent dodged the first attack, the girl decided to throw a couple of shuriken at him again. She was quite confident despite her opponent's skills and watched the enemy with a smile on her face. Ingam Ho deftly dodged the shurikens again, taking a couple of steps to the side. The sharp weapon flew past the target again. However, for Ho, everything was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. The shuriken began to reverse in the other direction. The young man quickly turned his head back and assessed the situation. He managed to remove his head from the sharp shuriken. In the air, Ho managed to notice a silver thread that was tied to one of the shuriken. It was quite cunning on the part of the opponent. The girl continued to throw her main weapon for battle in the face of the enemy standing opposite. Ho understood the enemy's fighting style and decided that simply dodging would not work, so he began to draw his sword. The young man was as focused as possible on the shurikens that flew in his direction and managed to repel each of them with his sword. But the girl again had a trump card up her sleeve. The same silver thread that seemed to trap Ho's sword was wound around the shuriken. The young man looked at the enemy's weapons in front of him and was a little shocked. He needed to avoid the collision immediately. In one deft move, Ho simultaneously swung his sword and dodged his opponent's sharp shuriken. He managed to cut the silver thread that allowed him to control the weapon from a distance and threw the sharp shuriken to the ground. The girl was unhappy with this development of events. She hoped that the opponent would be weak, but it turned out otherwise. But the young lady was not going to finish the match. She again threw shurikens in the direction of the enemy. This time there were more of them. They all moved in the direction of Ingam Ho, who stood immovably opposite and watched his opponent's every move. He cast his lightning gaze in front of him and decided to use a technique called 10 Phantom Swords. Ingam Ho used his magic and created an illusion of swords that were covered in lightning energy. Without waiting long, the young man sent them forward to counter with sharp shuriken that flew in his direction. Ho's counterattack was successful. His energy swords accurately hit the enemy's weapons and knocked them off course. The young lady was shocked by this. She did not expect skill from the enemy, and after his counterattack, she became very angry. She decided to switch to short-range combat and rushed towards the enemy with loud promises about his imminent death. But Ho had other plans on this score. As soon as the girl struck her with a knife, the young man deftly dodged, stepping aside. The young lady wasn't too surprised and didn't rely on this attack alone. She had a backup plan on how to hit the enemy. The girl rose into the air and in a second threw out a dozen knives, which were aimed at the enemy standing opposite. Ingam Ho didn't put much effort into parrying the simple attack, and just moved his sword skillfully. After parrying his opponent's last attack, Ho gave her a cold look and said that she got him. At the same moment, the young man quickly got up from his place, strongly pushing his foot off the ground. Ho rose into the air above his opponent's head and moved relentlessly towards her with his sword in his right hand. The girl decided that it would be stupid to just stand there and wait for death, so she again threw a dozen knives in the direction of the enemy. Ingam Ho was fully prepared for such a counterattack from the enemy. The girl was too predictable for an experienced warrior. Without any emotion on his face, the young man deftly moved his sword, deflecting every knife that flew in his direction. The girl was shocked by such technique and speed of her opponent. She was frightened by what she saw in front of her. During the opponent's attack, Ho was able to successfully redirect the knives in her direction, and now they were a danger to the girl. The young lady did not know what to do in such a situation. She almost admitted her defeat and simply covered herself with her hand from the rain of knives. However, her life was saved by a man in a blue robe who came to her aid in time and covered the victim with his body. He was quite an old man with gray hair and a beard. He looked at the uninvited guest and called him a thief. After that, the old man deftly deflected a flurry of stabs that were meant to kill the young girl. After that, Ingam Ho approached the old man. He decided that it would be possible to build a constructive dialogue with this man. The old man looked at the young man and introduced himself as Dun Mak Ri, the summoner of hell. He asked why the boy attacked his student. Ho could now put the puzzle together in his head. The girl was so strong, that's why she is a student of the conjurer of hell himself. Suddenly, the old man realized that the young man could be a welcome guest. He asked if it was by chance that Jia Yungwan sent him here. At this moment, even the girl who miraculously survived was surprised. She asked in surprise if they were expecting a guest. Dong Makri turned his head towards the female student and said that yes, this young man is an aspirant for the 10 Hell Temple trials. After hearing her teacher's words, the girl turned to Ho and asked why he didn't tell her that he was a contender. The young man looked back at the girl with a displeased look and said that he tried but was overtaken by her shurikens. The girl exhaled displeased after this answer and puffed out her cheeks. She knew that the young man was right, but she was not going to say it. While the girl stood by displeasedly, the old teacher welcomed the young aspirant to hell. Ingam Ho clasped his hands together as a sign of respect to the teacher and said that he trusted himself to the man's care. Dun Mak Ri decided to take the applicant to a more suitable place for conversation. He said the first part of the test is about physical skills. The old man added that here the young man can be helped not by tricks and strength, but by endurance, the speed of reaction and the body's resistance to poison. The young lady was also sitting at the table with the men. She said that the applicant will not be able to pass the first gate. The old man looked at the student and asked why she was still offended by the boy. The student just exhaled in displeasure. The teacher continued the conversation with the aspirant, and said that Oh Hell had failed to pass the test of the first gate. Holding a cup in his right hand, Ho looked at the old man and replied that he had come here ready for the most difficult trials. The teacher said that from the 5 gates it will be necessary to show his martial arts, and after passing all the tests, the young man will become a phantom assassin. Ho asked how far Yu Yongwan had gotten in the trials. The teacher answered, to the 9 gates, and asked if the young man was really ready. Ingam Ho looked at the old man with a serious look and promised to do his best to make it to the end. The old man said that tomorrow the applicant will enter the first gate. The young lady continued to mock Ho and said that he would die there. Yu Ran and Jia Hyun finally completed their long journey. They finally returned to their home, the Grand Marshal's castle. They immediately went to the main building in the castle, the Hall of 1,000 Dragons, to meet their father. At this time, the head of Gunnanson was sitting in his chambers. His peace was disturbed by one of the subordinates who entered the room. He bowed his head to the master, and informed him that Oh Jia-hung and Oh Yu Ran had finally returned home. The chief rose from his throne to meet the children. He was waiting for the soldiers to enter his room. At last they entered the room and went straight to the head's throne. He immediately began to worry about Yu Ran. He quickly approached her and looked into her face, asking if she was not injured. The girl put her hands together as a sign of respect. She calmly and quietly asked her father so that she could say hello to him first. The girl did not open her eyes. The father was completely shocked by his daughter's reaction. He had never seen Yu Ran so calm and confident before this. The girl greeted her father, and then turned and headed for the exit. The men looked after her. The chairman asked Jia Hung what kind of pores it was from. She began to act like that, to which Jia Hung only exhaled slowly. The man immediately got down to business, and said that he needed to talk about the master who had taught Ngam Ho, and was sitting in the amber prison. However, the father was not up to it. He thought about his daughter, and what to do with her now. Everything he did was for Murim's safety. Jia Hyun decided to reassure his father, and said that sooner or later Yu Ran would figure it out, but he would have to wait a bit. The head sat on his throne and began to get angry at Ngam Ho, who had prevented them from completely erasing the Sky Castle from the face of the earth. Jia Hyun said that the Blood Clan should be thought of now since they are more dangerous, and are already preparing to attack, and they don't even have anyone to ask for help. The chairman replied that he understands the danger it poses, and they really need to stop the danger in its initial stages. After that, the head loudly called to him an aide, who was standing at the end of the room, and informed the man about everything. Chairman Gunnensong thought for a while, then looked seriously at the bystander, and ordered him to immediately call Cha Sung. A loud explosion took place on the territory of the 10 Temples of Hell. His tracks could be seen among the high rocks. Dong Makri couldn't help but hear this. He immediately understood that something had happened that should not have happened, and something had to be done. The teacher and the student immediately rushed towards the explosions. Ngam Ho didn't know what exactly he needed to do at this moment. For some time the young man stood still and looked in the direction of the explosion. He tried to understand what happened there. The 10 Temples of Hell were attacked. The enemies blew up the central gate, and immediately went inside the territory. Dong Makri arrived with his student on the hill and looked down, trying to understand what had happened. He saw hundreds of enemies below, trying to invade his territory. The old man ordered to pull the ballista. The order of the Conjurer of Hell was immediately carried out by his subordinates. A huge ballista was brought to the hill. The warriors of the Hell Temple rolled their weapons to the edge of the cliff and prepared to launch a surprise attack on the enemy. In a fraction of a second, the ballista fired hundreds of arrows, which quickly moved towards the attackers near the central gate. The warriors in red cloaks did not expect such a counterattack in this place. They couldn't do anything with arrows that were too fast. The arrows just hit the target one by one. Dozens of enemies were struck through and could no longer continue the siege. Dun Mak returned to the attackers and asked them how they dared to attack the 10 Temples of Hell in the first place. Warriors in red cloaks were not going to answer the old man's questions and rushed into battle with loud shouts. The teacher realized that it would not be possible to come to an agreement with these people, so he ordered his wards to defend the gate. The swordsmen of the Hell Temple heard the order from their master and began to stand up for defense. They were determined to protect their home. Enemies continued the siege of the central gate. Later, there was another explosion near the Iron Gate, which was accompanied by smoke. After that, the Conjurer of Hell realized that the people who attacked his territory wanted to destroy the temples. At that moment, Ingam Ho landed behind the teacher. The old man slowly turned towards him. The applicant quickly arrived at the scene of the explosions. He looked at the teacher and asked him what was going on. Dong Makri looked back at the young man and said that he wanted to ask the same thing of him. The old man added that it was the first time in history that someone was attacking the temples of hell with such troops, and he wanted to know from Ho who they were. The young man looked down and guessed that it could be Blood Clan troops or people from the Grand Marshal's castle, or another Murima clan. After these words, the girl standing on the side exploded with anger. She asked why the young man turned all Murim against him. The old man bowed his head down and said that he should have predicted this from the beginning because he knew that the challenger was a disciple of the Sky Castle. Explosions on the battlefield continued to occur. The last one of them turned out to be more powerful than the rest, and the teacher became wary. He quickly turned his head to his disciples and loudly ordered them to go to the Iron Blood Cave. The young lady did not agree with the teacher's decision. She said that she would fight alongside her teacher. The old man refused, to which the girl retorted that she was learning martial arts to fight danger and protect their home. Another explosion rang out on the battlefield, leaving behind thick smoke and hundreds of thousands of small pieces of debris. The central gate of the Hell Temple could not withstand the powerful onslaught of the enemy and fell before the enemy forces. Hundreds of soldiers in red cloaks stood in front of the gate and waited for the smoke to clear. They were in full combat readiness. As soon as something could be seen ahead, one of the army leaders immediately ordered his squad to move forward. A large horde of hundreds of fighters rushed into battle on the Temple of Hell. They were all well armed and fully prepared for battle. After hearing the order from the enemy leader, Dong Makri ordered his soldiers to attack the enemy in return. The swordsmen of the 10 temples of hell set out to carry out their master's order and cut the enemy to pieces. They were all no less serious than their opponent, and in addition, they were also protecting their own home. The red-cloaked fighters relentlessly continued their forward movement, preparing for the inevitable clash with the swordsmen. Ingam Ho watched all this colossal action from the mountain. He could not believe that an entire army was sent after him alone. Someone else brought his army to the 10 temples of hell. It was less numerous, but fully ready for battle. This army was led by a man in a blue robe who sat on a throne. A female figure stood above him. It was Oh Chang-song, the 3rd prince of Grand Marshal Castle. He looked at the battle that had already begun, and said that someone had overtaken them. The woman was Hyerim, who was the commander of the Sun Peak Squad in the Grand Marshal's army. She said they were Blood Clan infantry. Oh Chang-song was pleased with this turn of events. He said that they are in a very advantageous situation, and you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Hyerim was quick to dispel her commander-in-chief's arguments, and suggested that the Blood Clan could reach Ingam Ho first. The man replied that the result would still be killing everyone. The woman agreed and promised to observe whose side would have the upper hand. The battle was in full swing. Soldiers from both sides of the conflict fought to the death. Everyone defended the honor of their clan and house. Dun Makri also took part in this difficult battle. He attacked uninvited enemies with his knives. In the end, the teacher allowed his student to participate in this battle, who continued to cut down enemies on the battlefield. Ingam Ho wasn't going to stand by either. He felt responsible for this attack on himself, so he was going to put everything in place. The young man delivered 2 powerful blows with his sword, which he spun in the air and put maximum force into them. With this attack, Ho managed to hit several enemies at once, opening many wounds on their bodies. But the opponents did not end there. 2 of the soldiers decided to go behind the enemy and surprise him. Ingam Ho quickly sensed the danger behind him and turned his body back to correct the situation. He struck at lightning speed, but the enemy managed to avoid the collision by jumping up. Ingam Ho didn't expect that there would be anyone among the ordinary marchers who could stand up to his speed and swordsmanship. Warriors in red cloaks feared for their lives in battle with such an enemy. They were all literally shaking with fear. Suddenly, the figure of a giant man appeared behind them and grabbed one of the fighters by the head. He crushed the man's skull in his right hand without much effort. He called the soldiers fools. It was Murian, the cavalry master of the Bloody Palace. The man ordered his subordinates to use cunning in battle. Warriors in red cloaks heard an order from their master. They began to trick and use magic in battle. Their figures began to slowly dissolve in the air, thereby confusing the enemy even more and increasing their numbers. Dun Macri was enraged by such antics of the enemy. He shouted in a displeased and angry voice that they dare not do that. After that, the old man quickly got up from his seat and rushed towards the opponents to teach the worthless magicians. In flight, he took out a couple of arrows from his pocket and fired them into the bodies of the soldiers in black cloaks, which were still visible. But every arrow of Dun Macri passed through the body of the enemies. They were as if transparent, because they created an illusion in battle. The old man's student was completely shocked by this. She could not believe that such a thing was even possible in life. At this moment, Ingam Ho decided to join the fight as he knew magic and told them to go their separate ways. The representatives of the Hell Temple did not expect such words from their recently arrived guest. They were amazed at his courage. Ingam Ho knew perfectly well what he was doing and the allies felt it, so they decided not to block his path. The youth moved forward relentlessly and swung his sword at the opponent to use the Thousand Phantom technique. He threw hundreds of illusory swords into the air, which were directed at the bodies of the illusory bodies of the opponent's opposite. However, each of Ho's punches missed their target and went past the bodies of the enemies, which were not real. The young man was unpleasantly impressed by this development of events. His opponents continued to use their technique. He looked at them and could not understand how his thousands of phantoms could not be enough to kill them. The young man came to the conclusion that it was necessary to use something stronger, and began to cover his sword with lightning energy. Ingam Ho put his best effort into this attack. He raised a powerful stream of energy around him. The challenger shouted loudly on the battlefield and was about to use a technique called Phantom Explosion against a large number of enemies. At this moment, the opponents decided that the perfect moment had come for a counterattack and decided to capture the young man. Ingam Ho prepared his technique and rose from his seat in the direction of the opponents, who were already advancing on him. The enemies did not expect such lightning speed from their opponent, who in a fraction of a second was above their heads. The warrior of the Heavenly Palace delivered a blow of devastating force, which sent a powerful shock wave into which all the fighters fell. The warriors of the Blood Palace were shocked by such an attack. At the moment of impact, they could not do anything because Ho was too fast. Ingam Ho finished executing his deadly technique. He put dozens of enemies on the ground who stopped breathing. The young man turned his attention to the only man who remained standing and held a large spear in his hand. It was Murian who assessed the skills of his potential opponent in this fight with dignity. He looked into the young man's face and said with a smile on his face that 10 years ago he fought just like him. Ingam Ho could tell from just one look that this man was quite strong. He needed to strain hard to fight him. Murian put his sword forward and told the young man in front of him to surrender. A hideous smile did not leave his face. Ingam Ho certainly wasn't going to give up. At the same moment, he got up from his seat and rushed to attack. The young man was serious about this battle, because he understood that this opponent was different from the rest. Murian continued to smile, looking into the face of the enemy. He lashed out with his spear in response to Ho's attack, but his spear turned out not to be real. He used cunning in battle to gain an advantage over the enemy. At that moment, Ho realized that his enemy was using an illusion. The young man definitely did not expect magic from him. After that, Murian delivered a powerful blow that was about to cut Ingam Ho's body in half. Ho managed to avoid a fatal blow from the enemy and decided to immediately retreat a little back. The young man landed on the ground a couple of meters from the enemy and kept his eyes on him. Ho's clothes were cut from the previous encounter. Murian looked at his opponent. A smile finally left his face, and he said it was his turn. After these words, the squad leader of the Blood Clan immediately got up from his seat and rushed in the direction of the enemy opposite. He used his special weapon in the fight and threw a pair of sharp knives with ropes attached to Ho. Ingam Ho was a bit shocked by such an enemy attack. He had never seen such a weapon before in his own battles. However, the young man was at a loss and decided to immediately counterattack the enemy. He used his special sword technique. Ho sent a dozen of his swords in the enemy's direction to block Murian's swift attack. The Heavenly Castle disciple managed to meet the enemy's attack and repel all but one of his knives. The latter flew to the young man, but he managed to notice him in time and parried him with a blow of his sword. Murian continued his movement in the direction of the enemy. He understood that everything depended on him, since all the infantry were dead. Ingam Ho also understood very well that the result of this battle rests on his shoulders, since no one can defeat the enemy except him. The warriors came as close as possible to each other, and were about to strike each blow with a sharp sword. The men clashed in a blow that sent a powerful shock wave across the battlefield. Murian was confident in his abilities and a smile appeared on his face again. He held the punch tight. Ho understood that the enemy was superior to him in strength, and had the advantage in close combat. It was necessary to think over a plan. In turn, Murian was not going to surrender his positions and shouted loudly, intending to strike the next blow. He launched a powerful attack that Ho managed to block, but after that the young man flew back a couple of meters. The supporter of the Bloody Palace followed a certain tactic, and as soon as the enemy retreated back, he threw out a pair of knives again. Ingam Ho was not prepared for such an onslaught from the enemy. He had to swing his sword quickly to fight back. The young man managed to block the enemy's knives, but one of them managed to penetrate his back. Ho managed to block this blow in time. He placed his sword under the enemy's knife and held back the attack. Murian was not going to stop there and continued to force events on the battlefield. He pressed the enemy with all his might. The man made a difficult attack with his sword, spinning its blade in the air and aiming it at the enemy. Ho tried with all his might to hold back the whirling attack of the enemy. However, her pressure was too strong to simply hold back. In the end, the young man could not withstand the enemy's attack and put away his sword. The twisting blow passed millimeters from his skin, catching his face. But Ho was not one to simply back down. Having avoided a collision, the young man prepared to launch his quick counterattack. Murian did not expect such a turn of events on the battlefield, and was surprised by the lightning speed of his opponent. Ho finally gathered his strength, and delivered dozens of accurate and quick sword strikes that the enemy had to block. Murian was now amazed not only by the enemy's speed, but also by his strength, as he felt it on himself. Ingam Ho went on the offensive. His face was confident, and determined to finish off the enemy. The young man performed his lightning attack again, delivering a couple of precise blows with his sword in the direction of the enemy. The supporter of the Bloody Palace tried for some time to hold back the powerful onslaught from his enemy. After that, the man decided not to sit on the defensive any longer, and strike a powerful blow with his spear in response. Ho decided not to force things and retreat to avoid an unnecessary clash with sharp weapons. Seeing that the enemy was retreating, Murian decided to throw a pair of his knives at him to prevent the young man from resting. Once again, Ho had no choice but to use his special sword technique to counter the enemy. Above the battlefield, many sharp weapons appeared in the air again, constantly clashing with each other. This time, Ho summoned many more swords to counterattack at the same time. The enemy definitely did not expect this. Murian realized that danger was fast approaching and immediately used his spear to save himself. One of the enemy's swords missed the man, and he was approaching his body to pierce him through. But Murian caught himself in time, and quickly swung his spear to block the unexpected blow from the enemy. The Blood Palace supporter managed to avoid Ho's attack. For a moment there was dead silence on the battlefield. Murian looked towards his enemy, and asked him if this was really a technique from the Sky Castle. Ho decided to support the dialogue and replied that yes, but he had not learned everything yet. At the same time, the young man removed his clothes from his body. After hearing the answer of his opponent, Murian said that in this case he would not let the young man leave alive. The man was seriously determined to emerge victorious from this battle and finish off the enemy once and for all. He created a powerful shock wave around him. Ho stood opposite and prepared for the inevitable attack from the enemy. Murian began to swirl the shock wave around his sword again. He directed it towards the young man and told him to die. It was the same twisted attack the man had used before, but on a much larger scale. Ingam Ho stood still, preparing for the block. He perfectly understood that something special was needed for this. The young man watched the movements of the enemy and, after assessing the situation on the battlefield, realized that he needed to increase his strength. The disciple from the Sky Castle began to create a powerful energy field around him that swept away everything in its path. The warriors carried out powerful attacks on a colossal scale. They were about to collide with each other. Ho's energy field was constantly increasing. The Heavenly Castle disciple decided to add a sword technique to this attack. He threw out hundreds of energy swords from his field that were to match the enemy's attack. The battlefield began to turn into a battle of martial arts giants. Powerful techniques couldn't just be blocked. They collided in an impact with each other, and created a huge explosion, accompanied by a thick miracle and wind. Dong Mak Ri was standing a couple of tens of meters from the place of the explosion with his student. The shock wave covered them. Absolutely all the soldiers on the battlefield were in complete shock at what had happened. They did not know what this was and saw the further results. Murian constantly strengthened his attack. The man tried his best to kill the representative of the Heavenly Castle. However, Ingam Ho had other views on this situation. He also put a lot of effort into protecting himself and the 10 Hell Temples. The giant shock wave finally began to dissipate, and the supporter of the Bloody Palace was able to approach his enemy for shelter. Warriors faced each other in close combat. Smoke still covered the scene of their battle, and only their shadows could be seen. Ingam Ho noticed his enemy's approach in time and struck a fatal blow with his sword, piercing the enemy's body. Murian also managed to strike with his spear, which he managed to hit the neck of the Heavenly Castle warrior. The supporter of the Bloody Palace looked at the hole in his body and was in complete shock. He understood the seriousness of the situation. Ingam Ho firmly held the sword in his hand, the blade of which was in the opponent's body. The young man looked at the enemy and realized that he was still alive, so he had to be killed immediately. The Heavenly Castle disciple made an effort to drive the blade of the sword through the enemy's body. The enemy's body began to bleed, and Murian was defeated. His eyes began to slowly close, and the last thing he said was a castle in the sky. After that, the man fell powerlessly to the ground with a loud crash. Above him stood Ingam Ho, holding a sword in his hand. The young man cast his gaze down to assess the current state of his dangerous opponent. The enemy was defeated, but Ho himself did not feel very well after such an exhausting and difficult fight. He began to cough loudly, and blood poured from his mouth. It cost him a victory over one of the leaders of the Blood Clan squad. The young man sat down on his right knee in order not to lose his balance. He constantly held his left hand to his chest. At this point, the battle continued. Dun Mak Ri continued to stab his enemies relentlessly. His student also survived all this time in battle. She was able to defeat several dozen opponents in this battle. After her last attack, the girl turned her head back and saw the young man there, who was completely exhausted. He was in danger, so the teacher ordered the girl to help the boy, and he would do it himself. The Blood Clan supporters noticed that their main target was wounded and decided to immediately capture him at that moment. The young lady was not going to let the enemy get to Ingam Ho. She rushed to catch up with them and ordered them to stop. However, the warriors of the Blood Palace were not going to do that, and relentlessly moved towards Ho to finish him off. The young man was already preparing for the inevitable clash with the two warriors when he was saved by an unknown force that defeated the men. Ho didn't understand what had just happened at that moment, and raised his eyes up to assess the situation around him. He looked at the top, where two figures of a man and a woman appeared. They were dressed in Murima cloaks. It was of course O Chang Song, the third prince of Grand Marshal Castle, who said it was their turn and ordered everyone killed. The warriors immediately rushed into battle, following the order of their leader. Hundreds of shadows of fighters emerged from behind the man. The fighters of the Grand Marshal's castle were determined to kill everyone who was currently on the battlefield. The supporters of the Bloody Palace, as well as the swordsmen of the Hell Temple, saw behind them a horde of troops coming towards them. Dong Mak Ri heard strange noises behind him and became wary, so he decided to see everything for himself. Turning his head back, the teacher saw in front of him another 100 fighters who were attacking everyone in a row. The young lady quickly came to Ho's aid and they watched the fight. The girl asked who they were. Ingam Ho was not feeling well. He did not answer anything to the girl, but he understood that these were definitely the Grand Marshal's people. The soldiers of the Grand Marshal's castle noticed Ingam Ho's weakened body in a moment, and were going to finish off the traitor in an instant. The young man thought that once he had shared a bowl of rice with these people, and now it had ended so disgustingly. The adversaries at the same moment rose into the air to attack the youth from the Heavenly Castle who was a traitor. The young lady decided that it was her duty to protect the challenger, and let out a loud cry as she prepared to face off against her enemies. She began her counterattack, relentlessly hurling dozens of shuriken from her supply in the direction of her opponents. Sharp stars began to enter the body of the Grand Marshal's people, and they could not even do anything about it. Ocham Song was still standing proudly at the top. He shouted loudly, ordering his troops to stop at nothing. The commander raised the morale of his soldiers, who after the words of the leader again rushed to attack everyone. The girl watched her opponents and realized that they would not be able to win because there were too many of them. Suddenly, Ingam Ho rose to his feet as if nothing had happened. The young lady glanced in his direction and was very surprised. The young man stood to his full height and took his sword more firmly in his right hand. He ordered the girl to give way to him. Dozens of soldiers from the Grand Marshal's castle moved towards the young man to finish him off once and for all. But Ho, as always, had a trump card with him. He began to emit a lightning stream of energy and was about to use the 100 Phantom technique. The young man threw out hundreds of swords from his lightning aura, which were directed towards the approaching enemies. The subordinates of the Grand Marshal were not going to stop at anything and were already approaching the young man, swinging their swords. It was at this moment that Ingam Ho decided to launch his attack, which the opponents would definitely not be able to do anything about. Ho directed all of his swords towards the enemies, who flew forward at lightning speed, slicing through the air. The Heavenly Castle disciple's attack was successful. His swords began to relentlessly hit their targets and cut their enemies to pieces. The soldiers of the castle of the Grand Marshal, who had not yet had time to be hit, decided to stop their movement. They saw in front of them how their comrades came under a flurry of blows and were shocked by such cold-bloodedness. Ingam Ho was not going to stop there. He rose from his place and rushed towards the surviving opponents. The Heavenly Castle warrior rose into the air to launch another deadly attack. Ho began to unceasingly deliver lightning strikes with his sword that were to finish off the rest of the opponents. The battlefield at that moment turned into a field of blood rain. The blood of the Grand Marshal's warriors began to fly in different directions. Ingam Ho finished his lightning attack and left the dead bodies of his opponents behind him. The warrior landed on the ground and looked in front of him. His strength was almost exhausted, and he could hardly catch his breath. He was still faced with quite a few warriors from the Grand Marshal's castle. They stood still and watched the action. The men did not dare to attack the enemy after that. At that moment, someone's shadow began to appear among them. It was Oh Cham Sung, who was impressed by Ho's sword skill. He ordered his soldiers to attack the enemy, and he would not be able to withstand it. Ingam Ho rose to his feet again to his full height. He needed to prepare for the next onslaught of the enemy, but not everything was so simple. The young man's well-being was still not good, and he felt his vision begin to blur. But the soldiers of the Grand Marshal's castle did not care how the enemy felt and rushed to attack. Ingam Ho had to stand firmly on his feet and face the onslaught of warriors that were steadily coming towards him. At that moment, Dong Mak Ri came to Ho's aid, who appeared in a flash right in front of the challenger's face. The teacher covered the young man with his body and was about to take the blows of dozens of his enemies. The old man decided to use a special technique. He tensed and began to radiate a stream of energy around him. Ingam Ho looked at the old teacher in front of him and was just in shock. He could not believe what was happening before his eyes. The old teacher gave his best in this fight. He shouted loudly as he prepared to counterattack. Dong Mak Ri released a dozen powerful streams of energy from his body, which he directed towards the enemies. The soldiers of the Grand Marshal's castle did not expect the old attack to cause mass destruction. There was nothing they could do about it. The bodies of the warriors were pierced through by a stream of powerful energy wave that precisely reached its target. The Conjurer of Hell showed all his power in battle and was able to defeat a whole horde of enemies that was advancing on him. Finishing his attack, the old man turned to face the young warrior behind him and addressed him. He ordered the Heavenly Castle disciple to take En Hong with him and run to the Iron Blood Cave. The entrance had to be blown up. Ho looked at the old teacher in front of him and worried about his future fate in this unequal battle. The teacher said to follow the order. He added that if the young man does not listen to him, he will not survive in these conditions. The onslaught of the Grand Marshal's castle warriors continued. They were not afraid of facing danger and were ready to sacrifice their lives. At this moment, the teacher decided that it would not be very wise to face such a large number of enemies again, and took out a pouch from his sleeve. The old man took a deep breath and threw the bag on the ground. A smoke screen began to appear around him. Opponents looked at the actions of their enemy, covering themselves with their hands, and realized that it was a smoke bomb. Dong Makri noticed that Ho was still on the battlefield, and at that moment ordered him to leave immediately. The old man looked directly into Ho's eyes and asked him to become a phantom assassin and then avenge the teacher. The disciple of the heavenly castle understood that the old man was going to sacrifice himself for the sake of the lives of his disciples. Ho decided to fulfill the old man's last will and started to leave the battlefield to save himself and the girl. At this moment, En Hong was still fighting the opponents. The soldiers made their attack on the girl. Ngam Ho moved with extreme speed to save the young lady from danger in time. The challenger managed to take the girl off the battlefield before she entered into another fight. En Hong did not like what the young man did. She screamed loudly and asked Ho why he was doing this. The warrior of the heavenly castle continued to carry the girl and replied that it was the order of the master to go to the cave of iron blood. At that moment, the girl understood what her teacher wanted to do. She saw the figure of the master with tears in her eyes. At this moment, the soldiers of the castle of the Grand Marshal realized that the opponents wanted to escape and decided to catch up with them. But Dun Makri decided to interrupt their pursuit, who in a fraction of a second found himself in front of the opponents. One of the warriors decided to finish off the enemy who stood in their way to the representative of the heavenly castle. He launched a powerful blow with his sword, but the old man successfully blocked it with his knife. Yuko glanced behind him, where Ngam Ho was leaving the battlefield with the girl on his shoulder. En Hong did not want to leave her master alone. She loudly tried to shout at the teacher. Ngam Ho also did not want to leave the battlefield, but he understood the seriousness of the situation and moved forward relentlessly. At the same time, the Grand Marshal's clan was in danger. An army of thousands gathered in front of the gates of their castle. The Grand Marshal's army marched to the walls of his castle to defend his home. They guessed who had arrived at their walls. The head of Gunnison usually stood at the departure of the troops. Behind him were his children. The enemies who dared to besiege the Marshal's castle were supporters of the Blood Clan, who had not yet attacked. Also, their ally in this battle was supposed to be the Brotherhood of the Green Forest, which decided to support the Blood Clan. Head Hunanson looked down from the top to the ground and saw that the Blood Clan had called the Green Forest Brotherhood for help. Jahung said that once the Mon clan knew the antidote to the slow-acting poison, the Nurima clan would come to their aid. Yuran looked displeased at her father, and then at her brother. The girls said that they could not wait how long. Chairman Gunnensong considered the situation and said that Yuran is right and must face the enemy in battle now. At that moment, a loud drum beat sounded on the field of potential battle, which was heard throughout the surrounding area. The warriors of the Bloody Palace immediately understood that the gong was saying that it was still time to begin the siege of the castle. The Blood Clan army rushed into battle together with the warriors of the Green Forest Brotherhood against a common enemy. The head of the castle, Grand Marshal, gave the order to defend the castle without sparing his body to prevent the Blood Clan from taking over the land. He raised his hand and ordered to join the battle. The soldiers immediately rushed into battle, following the order of the leader. Yuran wasn't going to stand by either and joined in with the main army to defend her home. The girl hung in the air above the enemy and swung her sword at them in preparation for her first attack. Chief Gunnenson's daughter delivered a powerful blow with her sword, the blade of which was sharp and glittering in the sun. While still in the air, Yuran hit two opponents with her attack, which left them without a head. After that, the girl landed loudly among the enemies. She was surrounded by both the warriors of the Bloody Palace and the Brotherhoods of the Green Forest. She perfectly understood that she was risking her life at this moment, but she was too serious. Yuran took the stronger sword in her right hand and swung it around her with all her might, cutting the enemy to pieces. Jaehyun watched his sisters fight so that she wouldn't get into trouble on the battlefield. However, after seeing how devotedly the girl fights, Jaehyun realized that she definitely won't need help. The man needed to think about his situation. Enemies were constantly approaching him from different directions. Jahung turned his attention to the opponents in time and shouted at the top of his lungs, preparing for his counterattack. The man made a circular strike with his sword, which was supposed to protect him from the onslaught of enemies from all sides. Jahung managed to kill several opponents. One of them lost his head and flew back, dropping his weapon. The man was not going to stop there, as there were still many opponents to overcome. Yu Ran also understood this very well. The girl rushed into the next darkness with loud screams and fire in her eyes. Ingam Ho was finally able to retreat to the right distance with Un Hong. They landed on the ground at high speed. The girl began to sob loudly, crying for her master who sacrificed his life for them. At that moment, Ho loudly ordered the girl to pack up, otherwise they wouldn't survive, and told her to show them where the cave of iron blood was. After these words from the warrior, En Hong gathered her strength and said that the cave was behind that rock. She pointed to a cave high up on the mountain. The path to her was not easy. At this moment, Ho sensed danger. The young man became very wary and tried to understand his senses. They did not let him down. A sword was moving towards them, flying with lightning speed to kill one of the warriors. Ingam Ho shouted loudly, ordering Un Ho to lie down on the ground. The young man primarily cared about the girl's life. En Hong immediately threw herself on the ground after the young man's screams. Ho, in turn, jumped into the air to avoid the throw. The warriors managed to dodge an unexpected and quick sword throw, which returned back to the host. The wielder of this sword caught it after the weapon wound a circle around potential enemies. Ingam Ho and the girl were at the foot of the mountain and looked at the mountain where their attackers were located. At that moment, two people who were at the top got up from their place and jumped down. Landing right in front of Ho and En Hong were Grand Marshal Castle 3rd Prince Oh Chang Sung and Squad Commander Hai Aram. The man looked at his opponents coldly and asked with a sneer if this was really the end for them. Ho glared at his enemy in return and called him a bastard. The young man's face did not look the best. After that, Ho turned to face his partner and asked her how to open the entrance to the cave for them. En Hong looked back at the young man and informed him, however, that there was a lever near the entrance. The disciple of the heavenly castle looked in the direction of the cave, which was located on a hill, and measured the approximate distance. Ho assessed the situation and then realized that they only had one option to get to this cave. The challenger turned his head again in the direction of the girl and told her to run to the cave while he would distract the enemy. Turning to face the enemy, Ho added that as soon as he ran up to the entrance, En Hong should immediately detonate him. The girl looked at the young man with a worried look and asked how he would compete with the opponents when he was wounded. Hier didn't like being silent on the battlefield. She took her whip in her hands and asked her enemies why they did not answer. After that, the woman decided to teach the opponents and show who is the boss on this battlefield with her whip. In a split second, the iron tip of the whip was right in front of En Hong's face. The girl did not expect such lightning speed from the enemy, but still she managed to avoid the attack. Hai Aram looked up at her opponent as if to say that the attack was not over yet. After that, the woman raised her hand up, which made the whip move again. En Hong was in danger again. Seeing that his partner was in a disadvantageous situation, Ngam Ho decided to help her immediately. The young man quickly rushed towards the enemy's whip and cut the enemy's weapon in half with a sharp blow of his sword. Hieram was very angry with the enemy. She looked at him and asked how he dared to spoil her whip. At this moment, Oh Chang Song confidently turned to the woman and told her to leave the opponent to him. The man stood in front of Ngam Ho and told him that if the young man would kneel before him, he would spare him. Ho replied that he no longer served the Grand Marshal, and would not kneel, even with a third prince before him. Oh Chang Song raised his head high and loudly called the young man a traitor who had stolen the secret documents from his father. A demonic smile appeared on Ho's face. He knew exactly what his enemy meant by those words. The disciple of the heavenly castle got into a battle stance and prepared for battle. He said that he would not deny the fact with the documents. The last words greatly angered Oh Changsong, who rushed at the enemy saying that he had completely lost his fear. A man in a blue cloak moved towards the enemy and delivered a powerful blow to the nose with his sword from some distance. Ngam Ho did not expect a ranged attack from the enemy. The enemy's blow was already at arm's length from him. At the last moment, the heavenly castle disciple blocked the enemy's powerful attack with his sword. Ho tried his best to hold off the enemy's attack as long as possible. The young man exerted his full strength, but Ho was badly wounded and exhausted, so he could not stand for long. The enemy's attack turned out to be too powerful. The heavenly castle warrior was at a disadvantage. The shock wave from the enemy's attack forced him to retreat. In turn, Oh Chang Song was not going to stop for a second and was already moving towards the enemy, swinging his sword. In a fraction of a second, the man was right in front of Ho and told him that even the martial arts of the Sky Castle were not impressive. After that, the third prince of the Grand Martial Castle decided to finish off the opponent who was right in front of him. He struck a powerful blow with his sword, but he did not expect that the disciple of the Heavenly Castle would deftly dodge it. Ho managed to avoid mortal danger and landed a few meters away from the previous collision site. Oh Chang-song was displeased with this turn of events, so he hurriedly got up from his seat to attack again. He leapt into the air as high as he could and swung his sword, gathering a stream of energy around him. The third prince was seriously determined to finish off the enemy with the next attack, called the Sword of Thunder and Hurricane. Ho was still on the ground at this moment, watching the enemy prepare their powerful attack. At some point, the disciple of the Heavenly Castle realized that something had to be done and decided to counterattack. Oh Chang-song was as confident as possible in his attack and accompanied it with loud shouts. A loud explosion rang out on the field, which carried with it a large amount of smoke and a wind shock wave. Haerim watched the fight from the side, and at the moment of the collision, she covered her face with a cloak from the wind wave. After such a powerful collision, Ingam-ho fell powerlessly to his knees. The young man's well-being worsened even more. He started coughing loudly and spitting blood. Ho's body could no longer withstand such loads. Oh Chang-song approached the enemy and paid him respect for being able to parry his best sword strike. The man continued to look down on his opponent. He added that the traitor did not deserve a quick death. After saying these words, Chang-song swung his sword from behind and delivered a fatal blow to the opponent's chest. There was nothing Ingam-ho could do at this moment. All he had to do was suffer and bleed incessantly. However, the young man still had a plan. He told himself that he had only one chance left, and that he had to wait. After Oh Chang-sung cut through the enemy's chest, he looked into his eyes and told Ho to stay here and bleed out. At this moment, En-hong reached the top of the Iron Blood Cave and loudly called Ingam-ho to her. The disciple of the Heavenly Castle clearly heard the signal from his partner. He gathered all his strength into his fist and began to radiate lightning energy. The young man used his special sword technique again despite the excruciating pain throughout his body. Oh Chang-song was forced to retreat under a flurry of blows from the enemy, from whom he did not expect such. The man flew back a couple of tens of meters and deflected blows along the way. He was in complete shock at Ho's capabilities. The third prince looked at the young man on the ground and did not understand where he got his strength from. At this moment, Ingam-ho decided to catch the enemy by surprise and quickly jumped out of the smoke screen. Haerim noticed that the enemy suddenly rose into the air and promised to show him a master class. The woman swung her whip with all her might, the end of which was instantly in the air in front of the young man's face. Ingam-ho saw everything clearly and repelled the opponent's rather simple attack with a light blow of his sword. The other warriors of the Grand Marshal's castle noticed that their main enemy was about to flee and wanted to follow him. After an uphill battle, Ho was finally able to reach the Iron Blood, where En-hong was waiting for him. As soon as the girl noticed how the young man landed, she immediately reached her hand to the lever and pressed it. The stone gate to the cave began to open and the girl shouted loudly to run, showing the direction with her hand. After a signal from his partner, Ho immediately headed towards the entrance of the cave, holding his sword tightly. En-hong took care of the young man and shouted at him that he should complete his path and become a phantom assassin. After that, the girl took out dynamite from her inner pocket, set it on fire and immediately threw it on the ground. There was too little time, so En-hong did everything as quickly as possible. Now she needed to leave this place. The warriors of the Grand Marshal's castle had just landed in the same place where En-hong had just been. They knew where their enemy had gone and followed him. At some point, one of the soldiers heard a strange sound nearby. He turned his head to the side and looked down, where he saw lit dynamite. It certainly didn't mean anything good. Literally a second later, a loud explosion rang out near the entrance to the Iron Blood Cave, killing several people. The dynamite caused destruction and the rock kept collapsing, blocking the entrance to the cave with stones. Oh Jang-sung and Haerim also came to the scene of the explosion after a while. They were standing in front of the littered entrance. Oh Chang-sung was very angry that the enemy had managed to escape, and he ordered to quickly find another entrance to the cave. One of the soldiers of the squad turned to the third prince and answered that there was no other entrance. This was the only one. Aram suggested that they stay here and wait for the enemy at the entrance of the cave, since they would not go anywhere on the way back anyway. Oh Chang-sung couldn't believe that the traitor was practically in his hands and he somehow missed it. Ingam-ho finally managed to get inside the Iron Blood Cave, the entrance to which was now blocked. The young man regained consciousness and could not stand up for some time. He lay motionless among the chest of stones. Ho gathered all his strength into a fist. He understood that he needed to get up and move forward. At this moment, the disciple of the heavenly castle promised himself to become a phantom assassin. Despite all the obstacles, Ho decided to gather his strength and lie on the cold floor for a while. New opportunities were opening up in front of him. On this dark night, there was a heavy downpour outside. The raindrops continuously fell on the ground, making soft sounds. Gradually, the downpour turned into a thunderstorm and the lightning showed its reflection against the background of the mountain ranges. The two guards guarded the same place where Ingam-ho entered the Iron Blood Cave to escape death. One of the guards raised his hat and looked ahead. He said that it had already been 7 months. The man didn't like the fact that they were guarding the cave and thought Third Prince Oh Chang-sung was crazy. They were standing under a powerful downpour, which was accompanied by lightning, and this oppressed the guards even more. The man assumed that they would have to stand here for a couple of years at this rate, as he believed that Ingam-ho would not get out of there. He looked at the collapsed entrance, and said that most likely the warrior of the heavenly castle was simply crushed there. Another guard told his partner to calm down as the Grand Marshal's soldiers were following orders to the death. The man agreed with this, but added that the orders should at least be realistic, and Ingam-ho must be dead already. The guards remembered the very day when they faced the mighty force of the warrior from the Sky Castle. The explosion, which reverberated throughout the valley, blew up the entrance to the cave and blocked the exit as well, killing several people. The partner was looking straight ahead and was deep in thought. He later replied that Ho was probably dead after all. While the men were having their dialogue, something was happening behind their backs. Lightning energy covered the rocks behind. Suddenly, in front of the guards, lightning struck loudly, which made the men nervous. They observed rather strange weather conditions and assumed that the lightning seemed to react to something in this rock. The guards were partly right. The lightning did not strike this rock by accident, and was constantly intensifying. At some point, the sky once again threw out a powerful bolt of lightning that aimed at the rock. The men immediately saw the lightning and suspected something was wrong, so they decided to run away immediately. The lightning struck literally a couple of meters from where the guards were standing, knocking them off their feet. Men felt the full force of nature. The shock wave kept throwing them back along with the stones. After such a spontaneous explosion, the rock continued to emit discharges. Something strange was happening. One of the guards took a breather after what happened and decided to raise his head to look ahead. What he saw right in front of his eyes shocked the man. He could not understand what was happening. Just before the eyes of the guards, the entrance to the cave opened and they saw someone's shadow there. The person who was there began to slowly emerge from the chest of stones, which continued to spark. It was Ingam-ho who finally came out of the Iron Blood Cave and became, as it were, one with nature. The guards were very scared and shocked when they saw the mighty figure of Ingam-ho in front of them. One of the men immediately picked up a signal whistle to signal to the Grand Marshal's castle that the enemy had appeared. Ho's face hasn't changed much in 7 months, except for his hair, which has grown more. He coldly looked at the man who was about to give the signal, and decided to calm him down with his lightning. Ho's entire body was covered with lightning energy. The guards continued to lie on the ground and tremble with fear. The disciple from the heavenly castle bowed his head down and plunged into his memories, recalling past events. The same moment flashed through his mind when he had just entered the cave and could not get up. Then the young man promised himself that he would definitely become a phantom assassin, no matter what it cost him. After that, the warrior again lost consciousness and could not get up. He remained lying like that for some time. A few minutes passed before Ho began to regain consciousness and move his body. He lifted his eyes up to assess where he was after jumping into the cave. The young man saw hundreds of spears above him, which were directed in his direction. They were all hanging from the ceiling. Ingam-ho did not understand what was happening to him at all and looked up with a shocked look. At some point, the spears hanging above the warrior were torn from the ceiling and began to fall to the ground. Ho was even more shocked. He was here the only target for these spears. The young man's eyes were frightened. The warrior of the heavenly castle fell into an unknown cave and finally returned to the outside world. He began his movement in the direction of the guards who were in front of him. The rain was getting heavier by the minute. The men silently looked at the powerful figure of the warrior approaching them, and had already begun to bury themselves. As Ingam-ho got as close as possible, the guards braced themselves for the worst, and closed their eyes so as not to look. However, their worst arguments were dispelled. Ingam-ho slowly walked past them without even doing anything. One of the guards with a checker continued to look at the back of the enemy, and asked himself if he really spared them. As soon as the man thought about this, he noticed Ingam-ho start to fill his fist with lightning. The warrior was not going to leave witnesses at the place of his awakening, so he was forced to do so. He directed lightning at the guards and destroyed them along with hundreds of rocks that flew apart. Ingam-ho came out of the cave much stronger than before. He looked like a demon from hell. One of the towns in Nurema was living its normal life. People were constantly rushing somewhere and talking to each other. On one of the streets of this city there was a small dining room, which almost did not stand out from the rest. A waiter with a beard greeted people here in a friendly manner. The extreme guest was also no exception. An old grandfather came into the dining room and asked if there would be a place for him in this haunt. The waiter looked at the old man with surprise and replied that he would certainly be found. He asked what the guest wanted. The old man replied that he wanted noodles. His name was Shinsu-sungue. He always carried plants on his back. The atmosphere was familiar to this haunt. Someone was constantly stuffing food into their mouths, and someone was having a dialogue. Finally, Shinsu-song waited for his order. He was brought noodles in a deep bowl and a pagoda. The waiter put the order on the table and said that the party was at the expense of the establishment. The old man replied that it was too much for him. The grandfather paid attention to the man and asked him if his back sometimes bothers him and if he often feels weak. The waiter was completely shocked by these words. He turned his head to the old man and asked how he even knew. The man said that he is often worried about back pain, especially when too many people come to the institution. The old man said that he could see digestive problems in the man's body, and that his organs had literally cooled down. The waiter clutched his head and said he was afraid he wouldn't last too long at any job because of it. He fell on his knees before the old man and asked him to help him in exchange for everything he had. The old man approached the man who was kneeling and said that the kindness he had shown to the guest would be enough for him. He added that he would prescribe herbs for the man to drink constantly, and in a month he would be better. The man was very grateful. He asked the old man at least his name. Grandpa said he was just an old herbalist, and that was enough to know about him. The waiter had tears in his eyes from happiness. He continued to thank the old man endlessly for his help. Suddenly, the old man became very alert and felt the danger that was steadily approaching in his direction. He immediately decided to save the waiter. The old man pulled the man aside so as not to endanger him. The herbalist himself was preparing to face danger and reached into his rucksack to get a small sap. Now, she was to serve him as a weapon that would help deal with the danger ahead. The old man began to fend off moving targets that were definitely aimed in his direction with his small muzzle. The waiter was behind the old man and saw how he was hitting the targets at the wall behind him. Everyone present in the hall was very worried for their lives, as soon as sharp objects started flying in the institution. They shouted loudly about the approaching shuriken and tried to save their lives in any way. After some time, people managed to get together and leave the room, which was too dangerous. The usual haunt was attacked by the warriors of the Brotherhood of the Green Forest, who were allies of the Bloody Palace. The waiter was trembling with fear and turned to the old man. The herbalist ordered to get out of here immediately. The man said in a trembling voice that he could not leave his grandfather. The latter was very surprised. One of the warriors of the Green Forest Brotherhood was not going to just stand still and threw a couple of shurikens in front of him. They were sent in the direction of Shinsu-song, who was ready for it, and shuffled with his feet. Moving slightly to the side, the old man blocked the enemy's throws and told the man to run away, as he was only hindering him. One of the warriors said that they had finally found Shinsu-song, who was carrying the antidote for the young members of the Murima clans. The Green Forest Brotherhood could not allow this to happen, so they immediately rushed into battle to kill the old man. Shinsu-song was not too surprised by the appearance of the enemy, as he was on an important mission. He prepared for battle. The old man swung his small sword with all his might and delivered a powerful blow that was accompanied by a shock wave. The attack went straight to the target and hit one of the warriors of the Green Forest Brotherhood right in the chest. The other warrior was not surprised by Shinsu Songwe's ability. He knew that he was a very strong opponent and should not be underestimated. Without lingering in one place, the old man decided to close the distance with the enemies opposite. Approaching the right distance, Shinsu Sungwe struck his sword with all his might in the direction of the opponents. The warriors of the Green Forest Brotherhood were shocked by the old man's speed and could do nothing against his attack. Fighters fell one after another on the battlefield from the powerful blows of Shinsu Sungwe, who was standing opposite. Suddenly, the man noticed strange things behind him and turned his head to the side to make sure what he saw. In front of him was an entire elite unit of the Green Forest Brotherhood, consisting of at least 10 warriors. Their leader stood in the doorway. He turned to the old man and said that the rumors about him turned out to be true. Shinsu Songwe looked back at the man and recognized him as a Red Blade. He was a Devil Blood Wind Knight. The old man concluded whether he needed to get out of here immediately to fulfill his mission and heal the young members of the Mirima clans. The squad leader addressed the old man by name and said that he was very sorry, but he had to carry out the order and kill him. He continued to burn the old man with his cold gaze and ordered his wards to kill him. The warriors immediately rose from their seats and charged, following the order of their leader. Shinsu Songwe knew perfectly well that waiting in place was a bad idea, so he set out to meet the enemy. He swung his sword at them and shouted loudly that he himself would bury them all underground. The old man managed to deliver a powerful blow that hit 3 armed enemies in front of him at once. The herbalist continued his movement forward, and now 2 more warriors of the Brotherhood of the Green Forest were in his path. The old man threw out 2 powerful blows at the same time, which were supposed to overtake the enemy's attack and hit them first. Shinsu Sungwe managed to successfully organize an offensive. He managed to defeat several opponents and remain unscathed. But not everything was as simple as it seemed. What the old herbalist saw next shocked him. 5 fighters hung over his head, who at the same time performed a couple of blows, threatening the old man. For some time the herbalist stood in one place and thought about how to get out of this hopeless situation. In the end, he couldn't think of anything better than to simply start dodging the relentless attacks of the enemy. One of the blows still found its target and hit the old man's left leg, which was in the air at that moment. The old man felt the force of this blow on his leg. He sighed very softly from the pain his enemy had inflicted on him. After that, the warrior herbalist was forced to land. He looked straight ahead in order to dodge. A whole barrage of blows was directed at him again, the aim of each of which was to kill the old man. Shinsu Songwe no longer had time to prepare for a counterattack, so he simply began to block. But his speed was too slow for such an attack. The blows of the opponents began to reach their goal. One of them hit directly in the right shoulder. The old man flew back a couple of meters from such a blow. He fell straight to the floor with a loud thud. He needed to get up quickly to stay alive. At the same moment, one of the representatives of the Brotherhood of the Green Forest approached the herbalist who was lying on the ground. He said that the old man still wouldn't use his knowledge for the benefit of the bloody plan, so there was no point in keeping him alive. The squad leader looked at the old man with a cold parting look, took out his sword and said goodbye to the deceased. He swung his weapon from behind and was about to cut the neck of his defeated opponent who was sitting on the floor. At that moment, someone carefully watched the fight and, as soon as the old man was in danger of death, threw a stick. It was an ordinary noodle stick that was covered with lightning energy, and approached the offender. The Green Forest Brotherhood warrior didn't have time to dodge, so he was forced to block the powerful throw. When the weapon he deflected got stuck in the wall, the man realized that it was just an ordinary kasi for food. He was outraged by such behavior of one of the guests in the hall. He asked loudly who dared to disturb him. Only one young man remained sitting at the table in the building. Now all attention was focused only on him. The young man in the block sat calmly at his table and was about to eat his noodles, which had almost cooled down. It was Jiam Ho who said that the boys had already got him with their noise and wouldn't let him eat properly. The warriors of the Brotherhood of the Green Forest were indignant at such words and rushed to the attack, shouting that the young man in the other world would now eat. But Ho, as always, had his own views on this situation. At the moment when the enemies were approaching him, he loudly slammed his fist on the table. With his actions, the warrior of the heavenly castle raised 3 pairs of hazes into the air, which began to cover themselves with lightning energy. After that, the young man quickly and easily launched the chopsticks in the direction of the restless opponents in front of him.